away, right?
Okay, yeah.
But it's always further than that. It's always further. I mean, I saw a windmill park with the transformer house, transformer platform, at was it 30 kilometers away at Zeeland, Burghaamstede. So
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
world record for the photograph is 443 kilometers over a flat surface.
Hmm.
Think about that. So where's the curvature from that then?
The radius is so small that it should not ever look flat, because it's them saying it looks flat is saying it's magic. It's making such a small thing look like a big flat, infinite flat table, and they say it's so big that it looks flat, and that's a lie.
Because it
Balls will
isn't big
never look flat.
enough.
No, because you know why? Because balls curve away. Because the surface of a ball is constantly curving away from you in all directions. Therefore, that horizon that you see every day, that you know should not exist in a ball. It should be below you. So below you, it should only, 1 foot in front of you. Like if you're standing up at the beach, it should be like around 3 miles in front of you, the farthest. And that's where that's where you see, look into space. It's so small. That's how small it is. You gotta look at it and understand that they're using magic. They're telling you that's magic. It just magically appears like a flat plane. This is why they, take you away from the ball, because they don't want you to realize how small it is.
I don't know
That
what
it doesn't
about
work.
this picture.
Can you see live stream voice text? The channel?
Yeah.
Yeah. When those oil rigs just tells us a distance, right? It lets us know how far something is, right? And
Mhm.
there's the horizon all the way back there, all the way back there. 1.2 miles is all the way up here.
Yeah.
Because of the radius, because of the size, the radius. Go to NASA and look for a launch. Any launch that has a camera that goes all the way to space without cutting away.
Oh,
One footage, just one. How many times they launch stuff into space? How many satellites are supposed to be up there? Lots of times, right? Yeah, one video.
Are you saying space does not exist?
That's why I'm asking you to do this, right? How can space
Yeah.
exist if the Earth is not curving and if the Earth is not a ball? The vacuum of space that they told you about at school on TV, yeah, that can't exist. How can a vacuum exist next to air?
That's a great question, man.
Yeah. And how can we breathe air if it's not contained?
there's a long range airplanes like go and emergency stops, and they can't do a flat or a straight line like any planes we take. They can't do a straight line. They have to do something.
Yeah, they have to use the compass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I fly confidently from Vancouver, Canada, all the way to the Philippines. Actually, they call it the Northern Route, and they'll never fly me over the seas. They call it the Northern Route, and I have to fly over Russia, Alaska, and everybody before I get to the Philippines. I thought that was always kind of strange. Why wouldn't I go a straight line? It's called a long route. Right?
Okay, thank you for this. I have to go now, so bye.
And look at NASA. Look at that. I mean, the bullshit of NASA. Yeah. I like the cartoons. I like the idea. I do. It makes me feel comfortable. I love all. I love space. I love them. I love the idea of it and everything. But I also understand it's a scientific or a science fiction part of reality. It's not reality, man. Not. When you fly from wherever you are, you're gonna come all the you're not gonna come straight across. You're gonna come all the way around the coast. You're gonna go through over Africa and come into the United States or Canada or wherever you want to go, right? Called the wrong flight, man. I weeped. I've weeped. Yeah, pulling those balls around us, making us fucking look like assholes. They're both propaganda. I'm ashamed that we built the Canadian Army. I'm ashamed that we had any part of that. Look at that thing. Good one, Roger. It's fucking. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for the whole world. It, it's a fucking embarrassment.
So I'm just gonna hold the globe here. I know I'm in the ISS and I can just show you guys the real thing out the window. But I'm just gonna hold this ball here.
Sure,
And I'm
That's
gonna,
what she said.
it's gross. It's an embarrassment.
oh look, a toy appeared. I'm just gonna grab it now.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, can you show us the Earth? Can you point it out the window and show us the Earth? Oh no,
Yeah.
no, no! I'm just gonna show you the thing.
Yeah, I watched Teletubbies too. And okay.
Yeah, what's the point of being on the ISS if you're not gonna like show us stuff? The real
Right.
thing. Oh, you really could just tune into our YouTube. We have this YouTube stream.
Why would you green screen it? Why would you even do that? Right? It's just totally green screen. Like you fucking who are you fooling? I mean, you're fooling people, I
Yes.
guess. I mean, some people. I thought they were fooling everybody, man. And we also got this good collaborative fucking energy there. Oh, it's all about people. Oh, it's all about this. It's all about that. Get the heartstrings going. You know, we're all working together. We're all in it together, just like this last fucking bullshit we just walked through. And we're not done yet. You know, that was fucking phase fucking 1.0. Realize. Realize. Realize.
Realize. Yeah.
You know what I'm getting at? Realize. Realize. Realize.
Prove it.
Prove it. It's right in my face, man.
Did you just say that 3 times, or were you
That's
saying
what
something?
there was three
He's saying
different.
real lies.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but you're just saying it 3 times. I'm good.
That's what it is.
That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
So listen close.
I said that at a lunch table one day.
Real
Nobody
eyes.
get it. Nobody get it.
Real.
Yeah,
Real
right.
lies.
Yeah, they didn't get it. They didn't fucking get it. I didn't expect them to get it. I really didn't
Or it's
expect them
'cause
to get it.
realize. And they're
Yeah.
like, what?
That's what it is. That's what it is. Like, okay. I guess I'm sitting here by myself, fucking whatever.
The realest lies, realize the realest lies. I think that's a T-shirt. The realize,
Oh, it is.
realize,
Yeah.
realize,
It was.
realize.
It was at one time. I don't know who said that. It was a good one. It was a beauty.
But it was a good one.
I,
All right.
I can't
Cannot do that.
coin it. I can't coin it, but it's beautiful. Like
All right,
Matt
so we can-
Powerland. Matt Powerland fucking
all
stuff.
right.
Matt Powerland, he was like fucking he got brought into this place there and like, oh, we want you to be a realistic painter. Because he was a good
Realistic
painter.
painter.
Yeah, he was a realistic painter. And, you know, he painted this whole floor up and into the world globe and everything, right? And they drew this thing on the floor right in front of him. And that it was a map of the flat Earth, and that was his test. Right?
Mm.
That was his test. He was like, "What?" Right? He was paid. He was paid to make. Apparently, that was his deal. He showed up in Canadian TV one time. He did a little fucking comedy show in 1990. I hate to date him, but 19. I think you say 98, but that's probably way too early. Yeah, maybe 2000. Nobody remembers Matt Powerland?
Yeah. I remember seeing Matt Powerland.
Yeah,
I remember So You Think You Can Dance.
yeah. He got off the wall a little bit.
I think because he was talking shit the way he was talking shit, and it was like,
I'm sure he was, but he was the first. I think he was. He tried to make it commercial or something. Fucking tried to do, man. You know, but he did actually break it out as his comedy routine. You know, or what was it? Is this a painting or is this real? Right? That was his deal.
Photo or painting?
Yeah, man, that was his deal, right? It was pretty hard to tell. Even today. Photo? Is this a photo or is this? What the fuck, man? I tried to buy 2 cheers off him. He cheated me out. I sent him that's my own personal beef. I sent him like $100, man, on the fucking super chat. I said, dude, send me a t-shirt. He never sent me one. That's my own personal beef. But I mean, yeah, I don't see much about him. Never seen much money in these other guys either. But here we are, nonetheless. Quarter or a penny. Is it a quarter or a penny? And that was this whole skit. Is it a quarter or a penny? Nobody could tell. You couldn't tell. You wouldn't even find that on YouTube anymore. It was the Flat Earth Comedy Show. And it was truth. Is it? Is it not? I mean, who the fuck would we know, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you gotta get out of your armchair and say, hey, I'm not a painter. I'm not one of these. Maybe somebody had a part of this or something or whatnot, you know. Did it happen? I wasn't there. I don't know. It's all compartmentalized. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody. We don't know. It's the reality that we live in. It's the reality that we live in, man. We don't know. I mean, I have all these manifestations of all this world that my grandfather fucking did and everything. But I mean, really, I don't know. Grandpa said he did, but I mean, I don't know. My dad told me, fuck, he must be on the fucking moon because he was playing a guitar. I mean, Dad, God bless his soul, but Dad, he was just a guy playing the guitar. He just played your hamstrings to your generation. Chris Hadfield was up there playing a fucking guitar. Hey, we all, he wasn't part of my generation. I already watched fucking 9 astronauts burn and fucking everything. But hey, Chris Hadfield's gonna show up there and fucking play guitar. Well, fuck. I asked him, man, I mean, did you see him land on the moon, Dad? Well, I watched it on TV. Okay. Did you hear on the moon as we rattled? I mean, wait, no, I did. Did you really, man? Did you really? What a shitty question to ask an old man, eh? But those are the questions. It's the reality of it. I didn't want to put myself there. Reality put me there. This is your reality of what you're perpetuating onto me. Oh, this guy's playing guitar, playing your heartstrings up. But he's on a fucking green screen. I mean, you don't even know the technology behind this guy. Chris Hadfield. He's the biggest hack in the whole fucking system. And I'm in my side, my country. Or them all. It's not a green screen technology. Look at the movies we watch. Look at the movies we watch. I don't even know whether it's. I look at them, I understand.
Hey, man, they're awesome.
Well, they're great. They're fucking cool. But it's changed, right? I used to like the old hollow. Used to see a silhouette around a guy when CGI happened. Now you don't get that. Right?
Tony the Tiger, they're great.
Like you don't get it anymore. It's all green screen. They're like, fuck, it's a face planted. These guys are in an animated fucking war. It's a complete animated fucking sequence. The whole fucking sequence. And they're just polarizing a face on somebody, and it's not even fucking happening. You're not even doing a stunt anymore. I, I, I don't even know what to say anymore. It's bullshit. But yet you can't conceive from reality from fucking factuality, right? From fucking fake to fucking. They put a face on it, so it must be real. He was flying through there with his hammer, Thor, or whoever he was, right? It's all animated. It's all an animated world around you. And people they can't comprehend the fact that that's what it is. It's not even a fucking stunt anymore. They just glued a fucking face on a fucking thing. Not even a thing. And they polygraphed this all around you to make it reality. I mean, people don't even get it, man. It's not Clint Eastwood anymore. It's terrible. I had to watch this my whole. I grew up and man, I grew up watching this. It astounds me. It really astounds me. That's okay. I like it. I love it. I love the action, the realistic of it. But fuck, man, I was watching a movie the other night. I swear to God, I said this is an animation movie. She said, no, this is a real movie. Fuck, it was the fucking Avengers, man. I was like, no, this is an animation movie. Nope, it's a real movie. Holy fuck! There it was. There was characters showed up sometime. Oh man, what a world! What a world to watch. I watched the first animated movie that ever happened. It was called Gaia Theory. Gaia Theory. I don't even know if anybody even knows what that is. Gaia Theory. It was like video game kind of fucking technology. It was the first one. And I was like, wow, this shit's fucking unknown. But now they just planted faces on those people. And now they don't have to do stunts. They can fly through atmospheres and everything. Hey, what? You know what's real anymore. And you're not going to know anytime soon. Right? We're not going to know, dudes. I've gone too long. Obviously. Obviously. Thank you for my time. But I've watched it. Said too much. Said too much. Obviously, I said too much. That's what happens. That's what is happening. And we're getting into this metaverse. And now we're all gonna plug in. Hey everybody. We're not gonna do this chat anymore. We're all gonna do this chat in a virtual chat, and we're gonna all avatars. And we're gonna put this fancy headset on because I need an avatar to actually, like show the way I really believe myself to be. So if you know what, I'm gonna put this headset on, and I'm gonna show you where I want to be, man. I'm gonna show you what I is, man. What I think I is, right? What I is, right? Man, let's give me a war of the avatars. Hey, let's give me a fucking war. We're never gonna leave it. We're never gonna leave it. Yeah. Leave the chat. That's fine. Because you can't anymore. Because the headset's already plugged in, man. I will never put one of those on my head. I will be one of these fucking assholes. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, dude. Not. I won't let them own me that much, that way. No way. I like my liquor. I like my fucking marijuana, and I'll fucking choose it that way. My own fucking goddamn way. I fucking chase it to it. Or mushrooms or LSD or fucking whatever I want, man. Shoot heroin or who you gonna say who I is, man? I'm not gonna let this fucking world fucking bring me into the technical fucking goddamn bullshit of fucking life. Well, they want me to think I is. Damn, I went too far. Shit. Goddamn.
Thinking out loud.
You can't tell them that.
Gary's
That's for a minute, man. Right on, brother. I'm not here alone. Hey, man. Thanks, man. Because that's where we're going, right?
I'm not gonna let gravity bring me down.
I'm not, man. I mean, because then you're just in a virtual world of fucking what they gave us, or what is pre-programmed within the machine that you're plugged into. I mean, why plug in, man? Oh man, I know I can't do this. Yeah, I can do this because I have to. I have to, man. I have to warn you people. Us people. My people.
It's my duty.
This is my people, man. Sorry, man. This
The call of duty, right?
It's what the fuck, man? We all see it. The writing's on the wall. I couldn't believe it playing Super
You
Mario.
all see it every day. You see it. You know.
No.
I see it.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
We
It's
all
called the
do. We all do, bro.
Have you ever heard of a thing called the Horizon?
Oh yeah.
Thing
They're
like that,
gonna
right?
forget about. They're gonna forget about that. That's not even a fucking thing anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. Fuck.
What do you
Sorry,
What do you
man.
want? What about it? Right?
No, please go.
Not acting like a ball, you know.
I don't want to act like a ball, man. But
I don't want to be a zombie.
well, what the fuck, man? I don't want to do that either, mate. I just want to be a fucking person, a living, breathing fucking.
A glombi.
Yeah,
A
unplugged.
glombi is a globe zombie. Yeah.
You
You
know,
know how zombies go around
you
saying,
love those people, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Carry on.
yeah, they walk around saying, round.
They do, don't they?
It's round. It's round. It's round.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, they all have like their own way of barking or voicing and making sounds. They're like, round, like round, and some of them are like, round.
I love this.
Round.
Fuck, I'm
What?
not alone.
I said it's round. Sorry, I can't. I don't.
Love it.
What is wrong? What
I'm
what is
not
wrong?
alone. I'm not
What
alone.
is wrong?
Oh my god, that's beautiful. I love
It's
it.
like, are you talking about the clock that's round? Are you talking about the wheel, the pizza? It's like, no, I'm talking about the bowl.
Oh, I know.
Round is
It's
not
fucking laughable. I mean,
zombie.
oh shit.
What's wrong with the zombie, man? You're supposed to be saying curvature.
Oh God.
Yeah. So I
It's
try to help the zombies out, man. I'm like, look, from now on, say curve. You
oh
see,
yeah. We're gonna go to fucking re-education camps and fucking understand the
it
fuck,
is.
right?
I'm going to teach you how to be a proper glomby.
Well,
All right.
sure,
I
man.
don't know who trained these glombies, but
Uh,
they will know what they're talking
uh,
about. You go around saying round glomby, you have to say
bruh,
curve. Yeah. Curve.
bruh.
Yeah. Be a good glomby.
You're a good Blondie. Are you good? I love
Who's the
that
right
one.
thing?
Good one. Blondies. That's
Say the
what
right
it is, right?
word. Yeah.
Yeah.
Curve. Come on. Yeah.
Fuck.
Come in here and say round. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? It's like the globe. It's like you sound like a stupid ass. It's round. Yeah.
That's not even gonna be a fucking a thing anymore, right?
Hey, did they teach you how to speak and use words in school though? Though, did they? Like what? Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, did they? Yeah, curve, round. There's a big difference there, Like big.
oh, a sphere and round, yeah.
Yeah, well, wheels and round.
But
So,
you seem to fucking lose that fucking intellectual, like, and
oh, who cares, right? Who cares about the right words or the right pronouns and shit, right? I mean, it's like
oh man,
73 different words to use to describe round, right? Like, which word are we talking about?
what, I mean,
You say round. What do you mean round? Round. Round. Oh.
there's no fucking round, fucking flat as a pizza, fucking. No,
It's like, oh,
no. Oh, like a clock? Yeah,
oh, you
favorite
mean
clock?
curve? Uh,
Oh, you mean like a ball?
curve. Oh,
Oh, fuck. Well, yeah.
okay. Gonna need a translator for this guy.
Oh, you must.
Why? Because he doesn't know what he's saying. Wait,
Or I'm the wrong guy. Or I'm that guy. I'm that guy who can't fucking understand what fucking round and a fucking sphere is, right?
or gravity, right? Or gravity. Like,
Right? Oh, well, fuck. Gravity.
yeah, when they say gravity, I'm like, oh,
Make
here we
believe
go again.
force that pulls everything within inside me. Where's
Uh,
my gravity? Where's my
yeah.
fucking gravity, man?
Talking
Me
about
and
Newton. I'm talking about Einstein, man. It's like, well, which one is it? Einstein or
what?
Newton?
Fuck, he's a
Man.
patent fucking robber and fucking known way back. Fuck. I had this argument. Fuck. I had this argument.
It's double speak. I mean, it's all kinds of, word magic, word play, Words. Yeah, that's how they get people.
I'm chewing one piece of gum and smoking a vape. Because
You use the right
I chain
sequence
smoke.
of words, right? At the right time, magic happens. The conditions must be right for the words to speak its code.
This is the prey looking at the lion, man.
We have to prime the mind. Get ready. Get ready for the magic.
I love it.
Are you not entertained?
Oh no, fuck! I'm not biting. No.
You going to a movie theater? Yeah. See?
I love it. That
You
was
you
pretty good
leave,
theater stuff, man. That was right up there. Absolutely.
you leave you leave your beliefs at the door, and you enter this magic space. You know what I mean? This area that's been prepared, dark area. The big screen in front of you.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
and you're immersed in the experience.
isn't
right?
it? It's awesome.
Magic.
Oh man,
People, shit, the
could you
words.
imagine? Could you imagine that experience? That screen was a dome around you. Could you imagine what they could do with that and a laser contraption? They could fucking bend your mind, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
They can bend your mind with words.
Visuals.
Words like war.
War,
Yeah.
great species. We're the only ones here.
Evolution or Big Bang,
Big Bang.
global, a global pandemic. Oh my gosh, the whole globe is oh my gosh.
How dare we? Mm-hmm.
Remember Y2K?
Oh yeah. What a fucking joke. Fucking
Everybody was all scared and shit.
I was scary. That was scary as shit. I thought every computer was gonna break. That happened.
Planes still
fucking
flew. Yeah.
Everything just all I don't know.
How
Maybe
about the traffic
somebody's-
lights being all messed up?
I guess that was a computer fucking issue. They couldn't know how to dial up from past the 2000s, and that was like a scare tactic. It was like what the fuck? Who even brought that up? Because every computer didn't have a problem. It did. It was like whatever. It's me here.
It was also like the Nibiru, the 2012. Remember that one? December 21. Mayan
Yeah.
calendar was supposed to end, and everybody thought the world.
That was a beauty.
I was like, that's
I-
racist.
I enjoyed it. I kind of enjoyed that one, but it didn't happen. I enjoy them all, but whatever. Yeah, the Mayan calendar. Yeah, it never ended. It was a long calendar, though. It was a long calendar. They misinterpreted it. It was a misinterpretation.
Really? Oh, we
Weird.
listened. Of course you did.
Well, that's what they told us. I mean,
The priests were wrong. They misinterpreted the signs from the gods.
yes,
That's
it
do
was
something.
wrong. They were
Sure.
wrong, not us. They were wrong. It wasn't the change from the short calendar to the long calendar. No, it was the end of the world. Oh, you fucking dumb fucks.
You are so wrong that everything we know about physics is about to be turned on its head. That's how wrong we were. And it's a good thing because now we can be right by turning everything on its head. Really, it makes a lot of sense.
But Polaris has never changed. I hate to fucking go there to their
That's
stuff.
science. Right?
But
That's what
Polaris
we
has
do.
never changed. And all those calendars are built on a Polaris.
Science is always changing. Yeah, like totally flipping upside down on its head.
Oh, the North Star. So you can say, oh, well, fuck, it's going to have to change sometime. Like, fuck. Like in the last 10,000 years before our lifetimes and the last 10,000 years after, it's never going to change. It's not. We've been navigating our world.
Years, so I don't know how much can change at that time.
Well, what's going to change? Hey, man, bud. Hey, pal.
There's computers. We got phones.
Look at me, dude. Look at my projections. My projections also said we're all going to die this year. Fuck, you're all fucking full of shit.
I heard there was a car in space. Not
mean-
exactly flying cars that I imagined,
yeah.
but I guess that'll do.
We did get voice chat. I will give the Jetsons that. We did get voice chat. I mean,
In 2004-ish, 3-ish, right? I used to look at 2020 as like, wow, man, everything's so going to be futuristic and
Yeah.
shit. And look at us now.
I figured for sure.
Blockchain, but
I wouldn't
thought-
ever be able to tie my shoes anymore, man.
We're supposed to be on Mars in like 2020,
Oh,
2025.
was that the
Yeah.
deal? Was that it?
Damn, that's what I was waiting for. It's like,
That's
oh
not
look, it's
real
almost
close.
2025. Holy shit. It's 3 years from now. Nothing. And guess what?
Literally,
5
we
years
know
from
they
now,
never went.
nothing. Yeah.
They never
Remember
found out.
100 million years ago when they went to the moon? Remember? Yeah. Yeah.
What
I
they
guess
thought they went to the
100
moon?
years is going to pass and you're not going
Oh,
to the
when they thought they went to the moon? Oh yeah.
moon. A
Fuck.
long time ago. You know, your great grandpa.
He worked on that fucking goddamn project.
Oh, but we lost that
My
technology and that's
grandpa
why we
made
haven't
that
gone to it.
arm. He made
Yeah.
that
Like,
space arm in 1996 to fucking make that robotic arm. And it was a
yeah.
big deal.
Yep.
Ew. It never went anywhere.
Yeah, I
It didn't
wish
go
we could go
anywhere.
back to the transistor days, you know, the tubes and shit. Fuck these electronics and the, I mean, back in the tube days, you know, instead of these stupid computer phones. It's so slow. It
It's
can't
all.
even take us to the moon. Gee.
It can't. It can't
Yeah,
get us
remember that
anywhere.
phone that Nixon used to call the moon? I mean, damn, awesome technology. Damn, I mean, we lost that technology, man. Oh, too bad.
We got Tang and
But,
duct tape. We got
yeah,
Tang and duct tape.
it has gone the way of the
Okay.
ancient Egyptians and all the other awesome technologies that has been lost. Too bad, right? How
It's
about this new
unfortunate.
Samsung phone, though? You like it? So cool, isn't it? It can project stuff.
And
Yeah.
that
Can't take
comes
us to the
back.
moon, though. Nope.
I
Can't do
know.
that.
That, you're right.
Too weak. Yeah. Yeah.
Painful.
It's a painful process to build it back up. Yes.
It's brutal. And
Check
we're
out my
still
new
paying
one.
these assholes. I'm not. I am within my government. We're paying a certain fucking amount to that government to fucking make that happen. Part of that $52 billion of what is it? $52 million a day.
A day. Yeah.
Canada's paying their share. Right?
I have no idea what's.
Well, they got their
$2 million.
funding and fucking side fucking goddamn deals and fucking bullshit.
But what do you do with $52 million a day? Like,
What are you
what's
gonna do with that?
what's the plan? So what are we doing with this? We're gonna go to space, right? No, no, no. Nobody's going to
No,
space.
no, we're
That's
not.
it.
Oh no,
You have other
that's
plans, yeah.
we could possibly do that. We could fake this in the fucking aquarium for the next fucking 50 years. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna ride this pony. These
What do you
fucking
think NASA does? Yeah.
assholes. What fucking assholes?
That's
I
the
mean,
military complex, right?
I mean, and that's what it is, right?
Yes.
It's a pissing war. It's a fucking goddamn big old pissing war.
Yep.
It is. Nobody can go there. They know that. And we know that. I mean, we see all these fucking Jackson systems, all these fucking other systems, and fucking other people thinking they're gonna Mexico. What was that? The joke was that like fucking the South Park had a cow fucking fly up to the moon by fucking fucking Mexicans. I mean, I think there's some truth in there. Like, why not, man? Why shouldn't they? I should do that. It's a fucking joke. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a fucking joke. Bubbles in space. They've never been there. I mean, fuck, it's fucking blatant, fucking obvious. Nobody went there. Nobody went there. The whole Cold War, the whole fucking bullshit. It's all bullshit.
What, to heaven?
What?
To heaven? Of course, nobody has gone up into heaven and come back
No.
down. That's what it's
No.
like, right?
That's what it
So
is. We all heard the story of the Babel Tower, right?
Yeah.
where we're at. Or we already went there. We're getting there again. I don't know, man. It's all Babel Tower. You can't reach heaven. It's unreachable. What do you think? I mean, you just look at the fucking tombstone of a guy named fucking Wernher von Braun, a fucking German fucking NASA fucking rocket scientist, has such a plane, the father of rocketry in America, and he has such a plain tombstone, fucking where it is. And I, I, do I have to look it up? I mean, fuck. It was pretty simple. And the text that he quoted was in the eyes of the Lord, and is only what the Lord can show. I mean, that's enough. We know what happened in our world, man. We lived here long enough. I mean, we don't know, but we're piecing it together. I don't fucking know. I know there was Operation Paperclip. I know there's a fucking Nazi Germany fucking gun and taking their scientists over and working with Disney and working with fucking this guy to make a fucking. It's a mess. It's a fucking mess. It's a goddamn convoluted, goddamn fucking mess. Bullshit. Can we just call that? Fuck, here I go at. Do. Yeah, man. Good thing I got a vape and some gum. I smoke fucking 10,000 fucking cigarettes. Think about this stuff.
Tell you about. I'm
Yeah,
about to
bro.
take off, man.
I love hearing from you, bros.
Yeah, yeah. Just yeah. Nice talking, man. Catch you. I'll catch you next time. But
E-
take care of
Every
yourself.
See you later, Bong.
All right, Roger. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Just
right
gonna
on, man.
Peace.
peace out. Peace
bro.
out. Have a good one, everyone.
Right on, bros. Really. Right on. Right on. Thank you. And we're still here. Yeah. Fucking quoting me like that. Oh, it would suck. Well, God bless you, sir. I didn't know you would type that. Apparently, I do that. Yeah. You know, my friends, this is the world. We're in a world that we're not ready for. I was never ready for this, but yet we stand in it. And we stand in a world that we must be ready for. This is our world, and this is our world to give to our next people, to our next loved ones, our next children, our next grandchildren, or whichever, man. Whether you have children or don't have children, doesn't matter. It's the world, man. I never thought. I don't. I don't want to say I say I said so, but we're actually here, and it's fucking scary, dude. We're really, really, really hard and hard. It's 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 what it is. I don't like it. I actually fucking weep the other day. My wife didn't know what was wrong with me. I weep to myself because like I don't like the way I see the world today anymore. Terrible. But at the end of the day, you gotta be a big boy. You put big boys, you boots on, and you gotta deal with the world what it is. We're all big boys and big girls, and accept it. And here we are. Somebody's got to have fucking goddamn song here soon. fucking loves music. No, ain't getting no music. No. I was a little bit here with you guys, talking with you people. This is a room I actually enjoy. I really enjoy coming to this room. I really appreciate being here, being accepted here. It's about real purpose. That's what we stand for. We stand for the reality of the world that we live in. We stand for what we see and what we feel and touch and our reality of what the world is. And it sometimes feels like what's going down around us isn't there yet, but soon it will be here. I don't know who my friends are here, from Texas to Australia or looking wherever you people are from. But I'm here from Canada. And I'm scared. I'm fucking scared. And that's not right. My wife asked me what I had fucking problems with the other night, man. I couldn't tell her. That doesn't involve you, job, man. Anybody out there hear me? God bless Canada. God bless the world. God bless everybody. Is anybody out here yet? Am I alone? I'm alone. Well, then I'll be alone. They'll come to your house one day. I don't want them coming to my door. It's a beautiful day. Life is cool. Thanks for being here in the room. Thanks for having me. I'll get fucked. Side out. Yeah, put on my side out. Yeah. I can't do this fucking. Thank you, brothers. I'll be here. I'm always here. Yeah. Hey. Hey. Hey, the penny shanty. We'll might have been just the pirate shanty. No one wants to play the fucking Skull and Bones. Uh-oh. Shit. Oh. Oh, shit. Is that hour? Damn. Dismiss. Going on? Karaoke it. Good. Out of there. Swap the decks. Yeah. No. Next. Who is blasted? Dumb side. It's where Nabby lives, man. Put! Hey! Yes! River! Battle rages. I'll be the last one who ever walked the plank. And we got people in the stake. Serious science and actual science. We have people. Thank you, Adam. I ain't baby. Pseudoscience and actual science. La la la. La 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 la. I gotta go look at little global chat. That's what our little friends are doing. Pardon me, Adam. Go see how the plebs are doing. Plebs! I'll put it on pause. Any plebs out there? Those sardines in the area that you're in. We're gonna do that. No night here. All right. How my plebs doing? Uh, God's and so. Pirates. I like this I like the last game I was playing. That's why. I was playing Atlas for a while. I like this guy though. Ah, right up to the next dock, man. No Sundays a night in your area. Oh, looky clean. What you gotta say, bro? I check out this chat. I'm not an asshole. Quiet time. Come on down. Come on down. Mhm. Do. Nothing but a drunken sailor. I don't have that song. What is this song? I don't know. I didn't know it. Sweet bread. Yeah. I better go find a better one. Follow me, lads. Crocodile. Who's got their favorite pirate song? Pirate Sunday here. That don't sound friendly.
Good morning. I just heard Russia killed 5 people crossing their border.
Hey, Farguden, are you trying to get a word?
Sorry?
Go ahead. I was just going to let you get the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, hello. I was hanging here for a few minutes, a few 15 minutes, watching all this going on, and I must say that they didn't quite look that good.
The last gentleman.
Oh yes, especially the last one. He was a bit fast-paced.
He seemed like an interesting guy. So, what side of the fence are you on? And in this debate here?
I think just to set it all a bit straight on my side, I am a current student of physics, so I place myself on the very, very other side from yours. That the Earth is a globe, and I think that entails it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Glad to have you.
That's good.
I just have one question, and I'll let you guys take care. Is there a difference between physics and theoretical physics?
Theoretical physics leans more towards generating new mathematical models and theories that are then observed and verified by experimental physics. They are both both sides of the same coin, experimental and theoretical physics, but they just focus on different areas of physics.
Are you saying there's no difference?
Oh, there's a difference. It's a difference of either spending the whole day in a lab or right next to a blackboard, doing math, or creating theories to test. That's the word.
Making stuff up, yeah.
The difference in physics and theoretical physics is one is doing experimentation to draw a conclusion from the hypothesis test, which comes after the hypothesis, which is a supposition as to what causes a natural phenomenon, versus theoretical physics, where you have presupposition or theories as to why something's happening, and then you draw up a mathematical abstraction with that. Would you agree to that?
In the broad sense, yes. Physics can be split this way into either focusing on doing experiments or creating theories to test in those experiments. I mean, like 60 years ago, there wasn't much of a distinction, because back then I think everything was a bit more simpler. So physics can be at the same time very good at doing mathematics and theory, and also doing experiments in a laboratory with glass, bells, and vacuum pumps, and such things. But yes, in a broad sense, yes. I mean, there might be some disagreement in the details, but in a broad sense, I didn't hear anything that was blatantly off. So yeah.
Yeah. So were you in here when we were explaining that all of these theoretical physicists and different astronomers and people with PhDs or whatever, they're all on record saying that there's no way they can actually prove that the Earth is heliocentric in a heliocentric model, as opposed to geocentric and stationary?
Yeah, I did hear you talk about it, and I think there must be some things to remember. I mean, this might seem like a cop-out, but it still must be kept in mind. Those quotations, where did they came from? Was it from a book they made to the public, or in a textbook? For instance,
all kinds of different ones. So they have lectures they gave, textbooks, books, like infamous books like authored by Stephen Hawking. So these are direct quotes attributed to the people in this field, supposedly subject matter experts, right? I mean, within these quotes, we have Edwin Hubble and Einstein, and again, Stephen Hawking, Lawrence Krauss. It's ridiculous. We have the Royal Astronomy quotes. So an attempt to try to hand-wave dismiss the whole thing with some excuse isn't honest. You should look at each quote individually, right? And if you really want to think there's a globe, then you may instinctively want to assume that they're out of context. Well, I encourage you to check them. They are not.
Oh, yeah.
Here's another one. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, so on. Yeah, all right.
Cool,
sorry.
because it's the best way to learn, right? if you think that those people are right about the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun in a heliocentric model, then you should fully understand what it is that you believe, right? So whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors believed, the observable phenomena will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observation. Dennis Schema, the unity of the universe. One
Yes,
of the founding fathers of modern cosmology.
Yes, I do get it, but to be fair, I'll tell you about those quotes. They are very interesting, and I would love to see them search back to the source and see that in the better context. Because it is a quote.
You understand? Well, we need to make sure they're understood, right? So, like when it says this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, right? We're talking about Newtonian physics, right? So, like this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observations. That's a very important quote if you understand what it's saying. He's saying that for Newtonian to be taught as physical definitive reality or make a claim as such is ridiculous, because it cannot claim to be empirical science when within it is contained a metaphysical assumption. That's philosophy, religion, belief. That's not empirical science. The conflation debunks it.
What do you think he meant by this metaphysical condition?
Yeah, like these fantastical concepts of gravity causing us to move around in this other concept of a universe with solar systems.
Metaphysical, abstract.
Yes. I do get what you mean, but the thing is, Newtonian dynamics, the model in which forces are applied to objects which then cause them to accelerate to accelerate. Those can work without a local acceleration, i.e., gravity. That's the whole equation F equals ma, from which we can derive many interesting things about how things can change in their position and speed.
That's not the point. The point is that using it doesn't differentiate that the Earth is spinning and there's magical force called gravity that's causing it, or that the Earth is stationary and things just fall based on the equilibrium being side over top of it, not moving. That's what it's saying. That's why it starts off with the distinction that you couldn't tell the difference if the Earth was moving to the east or if the sky was, or from the east.
Yes, I mean, if I just go outside and look at how the stars move across the sky, from that alone I wouldn't be able to say which one is moving, because that's relative. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's right. So how you apply Newtonian dynamics is different if the Earth is moving or not moving.
Well,
so
of course,
if you understand there's a difference if the Earth is spinning and you're applying Newtonian dynamics than if it's stationary, which is why he's explaining that it was nonsense for Newtonian dynamics to make claims about definitive physical reality, including the assumption the Earth is spinning, because there's a metaphysical assumption intrinsic within it. It's just a belief. It's a philosophical belief of the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun. So since of that philosophical belief, you cannot conflate that to science. That's what the quote is saying.
Yes, but the thing is, you can apply the basic Newton laws of motion, and by it, and I don't know if I remember this correctly. There is one of the three laws says that there is a local acceleration. Is that right? I don't think I can quite remember them correctly. If you can correct me.
It's an overview. It's not to get into random specifics of what you think about Newtonian anything. It's an overview of the foundation of Newtonian dynamics as a thing that was proposed. That's what it is. It was postulated as explanation of definitive reality when in fact it requires an assumption that is metaphysical, ontological, spiritual, philosophical, conceptual, abstract.
Religious.
I frankly disagree with this. The laws of
What part of it do you? What part of, before you continue? What part of it do you disagree with, and on what ground?
That's the basic form of Newton's law of motions, the three basic laws.
We're talking about the difference between. We're talking about the difference between physics and metaphysics still, right? And so we're pointing out that you shouldn't conflate the two, because natural science and writing on the chalkboard is two different things. What about that do you disagree with? Because this is what it was summing up.
But it's not a metaphysical. It's a physical assumption about reality. And metaphysics is by definition beyond reality, unknowable.
Right. So these things that are balls that have mass that we haven't verified or validated in any way, it's just presuppositional, which presuppositions don't belong in hypotheses or scientific theories either. Which part of this do you agree or disagree with?
Okay, let me think. Sorry, could you repeat that question? I didn't quite catch it. I'm sorry.
Hypotheses don't have presuppositions that are predetermined, such as the mass of objects and how they move because of a force, without being able to validate or verify them in any way.
Hypotheses can have presupposition if they can be valid, and they can be valid if they are valid in an experiment.
No, but presuppositions aren't tested. Only suppositions are tested. So the supposition is what caused the natural phenomena observed. That's all it is. Then you run experiments to figure out either my independent variable does cause the natural phenomena or it doesn't, which gives you either a positive result or no result. Then your conclusion is the result of the hypothesis test. That's it. That is very different from a presuppositional statement that will not get tested.
Yeah. So, let me ask you this, bro. So, do you agree that in science, preference or convenience or philosophical idealism, so philosophical preference, right, or convenience, is that included in science?
You are talking. Yes, but those are subjective notions that differ from person to person, right?
That's right.
No, in science we strive to not include these in objective models. That's the reason why it is a science at all, to create as close a models to reality as possible. If you include these cultural notions of philosophy, you model it to a local version of reality, which is not, real. Like, for instance, trying to incorporate your notion of, let's say, superior genders to others. If that is not true in reality, then it would not be. Then it is not true. No matter what you think, reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth, as in or models, which work and which do not work.
Exactly.
Hold on. Listen, I don't think he's understanding what you're saying. Really?
Oh, but I got him. Because where he's about to go.
I think he needs a specific example. Like a specific example of where this fails.
Yeah, maybe so. Go ahead.
You want me to give it to him? Okay.
You can.
So we have epicycles, right? That predicts the planetary motions as accurate as the second, I can't remember his name, Kepler's planetary laws, right? So Kepler's 3 planetary laws of epicycles. They're two models. They both have the same predictive power. Now, which one do you choose as the reality?
That's a good question.
So this is what they're talking about, how and even if you have one model, right, there could be another model out there with the same predictive power that you just nobody's thought of yet. This is why you can't say models are reality.
Of course they're not reality. That's true. They are a fiction of our humans, but still, if we try to model nature, reality in those models, we will not get a true value, but we will get a very accurate, pragmatically accurate value. So in the case that we have these two models with the same results, then that's a big problem. That's a big problem in science. It's called the indeterminate. It's indeterminate. In which case, we try to step back and see from what tinier models are the bigger models made out of. What are their predecessors, as in on which theories those models are being based on, or models. And then try to evaluate closely and see if those models that those two are made out of are actually accurate, and see if they can fail in some experiment or observation.
Okay, so philosophical preference and convenience can only taint any attempt to accurately recollect on reality. So a model is tainted intrinsically if it has some philosophical undertone of preference or convenience.
It's subjective preference. Philosophy is a very wide subject. For instance, it does like a logic. It was originally included in philosophy. It was a field of study, which then evolved into math. So So if you mean philosophical by subjective cultural or social values, then those can only model the experiment under the model unless that model tries to explain these social dynamics, like from groups and nations.
Okay, bro. So I'm not trying to. You did pretty good. You admitted there's a difference. So here's a quote. The ancient argument over whether the earth rotates or the heavens revolve around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Well, we just talked about how convenience is literally irrelevant to actual science, right? Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the earth our fixed frame of reference, we do not have to, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening, the Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless, which actually isn't meaningless, of course, but do you understand what he's saying?
Yes, unless you try and see what other metric these two models predict and how they differ, then if you just focus on this simple notion of whether I'm rotating or the sphere or the universe is rotating, then it'll be very hard to see which one is more right in this case or more accurate.
No, they're explaining there's no difference in predictive capability, and I'll give you plenty of quotes about that as well. That's what they're explaining. It's nothing more than, it's not that one's more viable than the other. And if that were the case, it would be geocentric because that's the default. This is what they're saying. I've showed you quotes of them saying it right now. Okay, so it is nothing more than a convenience issue, a philosophical preference. So you cannot adequately make claims about definitive reality if they are confined to your philosophy. If your philosophy is wrong, as you just said, then automatically your claims about reality are wrong.
If my philosophy is, as in my approach to or my view of how science is done, is that what you mean?
Yeah, you just now agreed and long-winded that philosophy is not science, and even Indio jumped in and gave you an example. You have to make some philosophical decision, or you just choose with arbitrary means which one you want to believe in. That is not science, and people are shocked to find out that, in fact, heliocentrism versus geocentrism is that very type of a decision.
Can I read two quotes also?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So before I read these quotes, now the reason that we're pulling these quotes is because you just said yourself that in science, if you have, two explanations for the same thing, something is wrong?
Well, if you have two explanations that are by themselves contradictory to each other, as in they can be both true, then you have to, then you find yourself in a very serious problem. As in, you can't say which one is which. You can't prefer which one is better solely based on what their predictions. Now you can try and be a bit more pragmatic, saying which one has more complex calculations or which one makes more assumptions. I think that's called the Occam's razor.
So you do know that that would be the heliocentric model. That would be the one with more assumptions. But setting that aside, because you're probably going to ask for that citation. So reading this one right here, all masses, all motion, indeed all forces are relative. There's no way to discern relative from absolute motion when we encounter them. Whenever modern writers infer an imaginary distinction between relative and absolute motion from a Newtonian framework, they do not stop to think that the Ptolemaic and Copernican are both equally true. Ernest Mach is his name.
So did you put it into the chat? I can't seem to find it.
No, I didn't. I'm just reading it. I can put it in there for you in a second. But here's another one. Einstein and Infeld, The Evolution of Physics. The struggle, so violent in the early days of science, between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. Two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems.
Yes. Again.
So you don't see how it parallels with...
Sorry?
Oh, my bad. You don't see how this parallels with what you said about the problem in science. If what you just said prior, you don't see the parallel here. And then you said, well, the one with the least assumptions, Occam's razor, and I said, well, the one with more assumptions is a heliocentric model.
The thing is, the number of assumptions is not set in stone. Anyone can try and question the assumption and then split them into small assumptions. But it's more of a which one is probably more accurate. It's a guesstimate. Unless you can definitely discern which one is more.
But it's not science, though, right? Because it's a problem.
No,
or is there now not a? So it's not a problem.
Operating by these estimates and guesses is more about pragmatism.
Estimates and guesses. That isn't science, is it?
No,
natural science. I'm sorry. Natural science and dealing with the physical and natural world through the scientific method. What you detailed is not that, right?
It's not accurate. That's the problem.
I'm sorry. The question that I'm asking is guessing a part of the scientific method, or outside of the hypothesis, right?
Well, sorry, go on.
Is calculation and guesswork without the test of a hypothesis science? Yes or no?
If you don't test your guesses, your hypotheses, then you can't really say that they are true because you didn't test it by nature, but by experiment. So,
okay.
So they only remain hypotheses, unformed, unbased. Of course, they can have very elegant maths, very nice results, but if you don't test those results in reality, seeing it, if you set an experiment that can tell you if this number is the same number as the one measured, as the one that came out of this model or hypothesis or theory, then it just remains a hypothesis. Experiment is the sole judge of truth, accuracy, truth in this case.
Okay. So anyway, man, dude, we're trying to explain to you that it's philosophy, right? So they did this thing where they looked at the microwave background. The idea is that it's all the energy in the furthest parts of the universe they can see and all this nonsense they make up. Well, it showed you that everything was dispersing away from the Earth perfectly. And so here's another quote, but when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. I need you to listen to this part, bro. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe.
Yes, if that was not a coincidence of alignment, then it would be a very strange thing in the and would warrant some further attention.
Okay, I'll go find the quote that explains to you. It's nothing about it's.
Why do they call it the?
That's not how
It's
it works.
about
I want to know why do they call it the
alignment sort of-
cosmological axis of evil? Why is there a moral connotation to what's supposed to be a scientific question? That's what they call this observation that Earth appears to be in the center of everything. Called the axis of evil.
The axis of evil.
Yeah,
Well,
cool. Cosmological axis of evil.
Correct.
Yes, that's a name.
Oh yeah, so astrophysicist right here. The apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican principle seems to be in jeopardy. So he just told you why they call it evil.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then they came up with a mathematical explanation to band-aid the issue on top of the bad science. You don't see a problem with that?
Wait. Could you expand on that, please? Elaborate.
It's been a long time since I've... So, after they came out with this result, maybe India can help me out. What did they propose to correct for this issue? Was it dark matter, or is that something else?
I have not yet.
No, that's something else. I actually can't remember, but they did say they came up with some weird geometric thing. I don't know where, like, I can't remember off the top of my head. And I'm not at my laptop, so I have to,
I haven't really come up with much viable at all, from my understanding. I'm trying to find the quote where the dude just admits as much.
No, I saw a Vsauce video on it. They did have something. Something like maybe things are different at different scales or something. Like physics are different at large scale. I think it was something like that.
Yeah. So that's what they're going to have to say.
I mean, physics as we have it today does differ based on what scale we are, located.
We're literally sitting here hearing you admit that everyone that you look up to doesn't know anything about what's out there on that scale, or even about the scale, or how to prove the scale, or that they know anything about the movement in the scale.
No,
how can you then turn around and say that it is like that? We're literally covering in excruciating detail how the people that have given you this story, when you say scientists and they are telling you that they don't even at all know how to adequately map out that scale. They have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I posted the picture with the axis of evil, and they claim they sent a satellite in space to measure the cosmic background radiation, and they detected, so this satellite was like above the Earth's surface. And the problem is that this satellite detected that actually the Earth's North Pole is the center of the whole universe. And this satellite was not in that center point. So whatever it measured, it found out that everything pinpoints to our North Pole. So in that sphere of scan, which they claim they did, or a dome, they found that North Pole is the very center of everything, of the world and the sky. And they call it axis of evil because, it demolishes the heliocentric model and also the Big Bang Theory.
To be frank, I have not yet looked at this particular issue, and to say anything on it from my side would be an opinion in this case.
In the Big Bang Theory, the center of the universe is very, very, very far from our galaxy.
The thing is, there is no center of the universe. That's the whole.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. In the Big Bang Theory, there is a center of the universe. Yes.
Right. So, yeah, I was able to find a quick article, but yeah. So the problem with the CMB is specifically off of the back of the Big Bang Theory, quote unquote. We wouldn't expect to see what they saw with the cosmic microwave background. That's the problem. Right here it says, at the heart of the picture is the cosmological principle, which says that the universe appears the same on the largest scales no matter where you happen to be looking. This is what you'd expect in the aftermath of an explosion like our Big Bang, with all the constituents winding up mixed together in a randomized homogeneous soup. The reality, it seemed, wasn't like that, meaning the observations didn't match the model.
Yeah. And another funny thing about this satellite measurement, when they did the first measurement and they found this, they said, oh, some things inside the satellite, some sensors must have been miscalibrated. And then they reapproached the problem, they checked everything, all the systems, and then they did the measurements again, and they found the same result. And also a third time, because the second time they also claimed there must be something wrong with the satellite. And they checked it, and then they did again the measurement, and they got the same result. And after that point, they dropped the project.
Just so you guys know, I've heard a lot of people screw that word up. It's homogeneous. Homogeneous.
Yeah.
Homogeneous.
Say the adverb version. Wait, say the adverb version. That's the hard one.
Yeah. It's the homogeneous. That's what it is.
Yep.
No, it's like hypothesis and hypothesis. To me, it's tomato.
Well, they're two different words, homogeneous and homogeneity. But here's
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a different bro for you. So dark energy appears to be in the dominant component of the physical universe, yet there is no persuasive theoretical explanation for its existence or magnitude. The acceleration of the universe is, along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical science.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so what they're doing is, what they're doing, instead of going and even acknowledging that there's a viable option, which is that the Earth is stationed with a fixed frame of reference, they're frantically trying to explain the other as if it's not even an option. That is not science, is it, right? That is religion. That is zealotry.
And forced religion. Not to believe it, it means to be a heretic for
He's
them.
sitting here saying, we have to scrap everything. Our fundamental understanding of everything has to be wrong. And they're not even going to address that there's one other alternative that isn't wrong at all. And all this does is confirm it even more. And they pretend it's not even there. That is religious zealotry.
But that's not quite true.
It's literally true.
I'll tell you why that's not really true. Because
Wait. What's not true? Specifically.
The notion that the geocentric position of the Earth is still remains a viable alternative to this problem that you mentioned.
Okay. So you're answering a question that wasn't asked.
I'm answering an issue. Can't I do?
Yeah. I'm just saying you're answering a question that nobody asked here instead of addressing directly what's been said here.
I'm just putting up. I know because the point that
we're making to you is that though both mathematical representations or coordinate systems are identical, actually practically the same, the only reason that the Ptolemaic model is not viable is simply because they don't want it to be, because they don't feel like it should be. And there's tons of quotes where they say specifically that. There's no actual evidence, according to them, that could go against this. There's no hypotheses or no test that would disprove that the Ptolemaic model is correct. But on the grounds of philosophy alone, they accept that we're not at the center of the universe. So what about that is incorrect?
Yeah, when you disagree with it, you're disagreeing with the people that brought you your belief.
Well, to be frank, these are quotes. And the problem is science isn't done through quotes. You are basically distilling a whole position into a few sentences.
They're not true quotes. Okay, so what?
No, they are true.
Wait,
but
okay, don't.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Go.
So all you can try to say, and I covered this with you earlier, right? Because we're experimenting with this, and what we found out is that anyone that needs to cling on to the ball, they don't have many options here. It's very difficult for them because they think they know the Earth's a globe because they appeal to this idea of these superhero scientists with their capes on that did it all for them. So when you start to bring them those people one by one, and you show them what they're actually saying to explain what it is that they hold to be true, right? Then you don't really have many options to disagree with it. So the only thing you can really say is, oh, this must be taken out of context or cherry picked. Now, if something is cherry picked, that means that if you left it in context, it would actually reveal information that was contradictory to what you're claiming it says. Not one single quote that we're showing you is like that. They're all completely in context, and we encourage you and any of the readers to look up the citations and go verify this. I did.
All right. I thank you for the quote that you have posted in the chat, and I will go look at them later.
Okay.
But you should already know this, because in academia, these kinds of arguments happen all the time. There are hundreds of models. Like, you should know that if you're in school for this stuff.
So do you know what?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on because I'm an outsider looking in. I didn't go to university, and I know this. Why? Because the people at university are informing me. Because I care about the information, right? So I don't understand why you're just hearing about this today.
It's not that I'm hearing about it for the first time. It's about that I'm hearing this particular. Yes, I am kind of hearing about it for the first time because physics is a very large body of knowledge. So to expect anyone to know every single bit of it is
no.
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
Very limited.
I get what he's saying because he's lumping physics in with theoretical physics, and we get that already. That's
okay.
Please continue.
Sorry,
okay, well, we get it, man. But we need you to understand what we're trying to inform. Like, the reason you don't know about all of it, even if you are studying it, is because they don't teach it. That's right. They don't actually teach it, because what it's set up to do is to get other people to try to help figure out the holes in the story. That's literally what it is. You're going into a field of study that has already made the assumption. That's what astronomy is. That's what modern astronomy is. It is a field that has made the assumption of the Earth and its position. It doesn't even cover the fact that that entire field is actually not even viable or in any way has been proven. They just assume it, and then they try to teach you the details about what's wrong with some of the stuff and mostly what they think they've gotten right. And they want you to, over the course of years, once you fully get the fairy tale, try and help them piece the fairy tale together. We're letting you know the people that helped bring you the modern version of the fairy tale let you know they had to piece it together just to even propose it to you, and it's with all kinds of stuff they can't prove or understand. There are all kinds of stuff they can't even adequately explain. Do you see the bigger picture, bro?
I think I do get what you are meaning meaning to say, or there's the idea that I'm trying to get across, that this is a big narrative formed from narrative and not from reality. And it's trying to make a fairly fitting narrative of the real world that can be, or should be, fairly easy to find spots where this narrative should and will agree with reality, or i.e. experiment.
Yeah. So what exactly is it that you're going to school for?
Physics, science in this case.
That's a super.
But of course, yeah, it's a very vague idea, I know, but still.
Fair enough. It's cool. So, to understand the physics of the natural world, and it would depend on where your focus is. So, are you interested in explaining physics on the Earth, or are you interested in explaining physics in outer space?
Imaginary.
Well, it is kind of true that some experiments done on Earth will be different than ones done in space. But so the first thing is to try and see what the underlying physics would say would happen if it was done on Earth or in space.
You're answering a question that wasn't asked. I don't mean to be rude.
Oh, of course.
I'm just pointing out that a question was asked to you, and I don't know if you're aware or not, but you're not answering the question. You're answering a question that no one asked.
Okay, well, I must try to get to it through this context, but all right. I don't really care if it is done on Earth or in space, because I believe it is universal, depending on the local context. Like, things don't fall in space, but on Earth they do.
Okay, so anyway, dude, I'm just gonna fast forward this, dude. The reason I brought it up was I'm asking if you wanted to explain physics on the Earth or not. All right. Well, because if you want to fully understand physics on the Earth, you need to look back and see what brought us to our understanding of physics that we currently have on the Earth. For example, electricity and everything that we use in the world. And so when we look back, then we'll figure it out. And so all the people that gave us everything we still use for physics on the Earth, the original people, they actually assumed there was an ether. Then there was a test where they tried to.
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
They try to show you. They try to do a test that proved that the Earth was spinning in the ether, and it showed that the Earth was completely nil. Its velocity. Its velocity was nil, nothing. So It was like, damn, what do we do now? Obviously, the ether must be wrong, because we can't even entertain the idea that the Earth's not moving. That's what happened.
Well, yes, that's funny
thing. Right? These laser interferometers are the most precise measuring instruments in automotive industry. Yeah, we use it to measure micron precision car parts. Yeah, and when you put the part that you made, you have to measure its dimensions, so that it fits the tolerances accepted. If you move that table where that interferometer is, that instrument, when it's measuring the part, you're messing all the measurements if you move the table. So they don't work if they are in motion, those laser interferometers.
Yes.
Yeah, so they show you that, speed, velocity in space is imperative. They have to be still, so you can perform accurate measurements. If it's not still, if you install this interferometer in a train and you try to measure any component, you will get fake readings. You will have to take the speed of the train, which is moving, and actually equate that into that measurement anomaly readings, and then you will get your real value.
Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true.
So how can something have zero velocity and it's actually constantly accelerating?
Acceleration doesn't always mean that the speed changes. Only the direction can change.
Well, we are always moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah, whenever we make a step in the world, we are moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah.
Yeah, and really the important part that you need to get, bro. I brought this up because you need to understand what happened. Okay, because obviously as we show you these quotes, you don't know what's happening. They found out the Earth wasn't moving. They had to pretend that that wasn't the case. They didn't even entertain that the Earth was moving. So then the theory of relativity eventually was come up with. And they took something called the Lorentz contraction, okay? And Einstein tried to apply it to the actual apparatus in the Michelson-Morley, saying that the apparatus itself, the physical apparatus, was contracting. Literally, okay? It's insanity. And that's just the beginning of the insanity. Then the theory of relativity goes on to desperately attempt to explain how the Earth's a spinning ball on an axis, but it's going to appear to be the exact opposite. That's what happened. That's what relativity is.
Quick question.
As a physics student, I would like to ask you one question, if you guys okay.
Sure.
Yeah, as a physics student, do you believe in Einstein's relativity theory?
I've only had experience with the special theory of relativity. I've not yet encountered the mathematical theorem behind the general relativity.
Okay, so my question is simple. Do you believe that your feet are older than your head?
That depends on what you usually mean. As in, do the photons that left my feet, how much time elapsed since they departed and since they arrived in my eyeball? Then,
so you believe it? So you believe that your feet are older than your head?
The feet are older than I see them. That's
no, than your head. You know, your head is not where your feet are, and your feet are not where your head is. They are at different position locations at all the time.
But the relative speed of velocity is nilch, zero. In that case, they both experience the same time.
Not according to Einstein's theory of relativity.
Could you elaborate on that?
He claims that your feet are older than your head. Yeah, the twin, which goes into space and comes back, will be younger than his twin brother.
Yes, but remember that the twin was in a spaceship moving at very high speed as well, had very high velocities.
Yeah, and in your heliocentric model, yeah, your feet are on the ground and your head closer to the sky. So the radius from the axis of spin is different. So your velocity in space is different than your feet.
They do still have the same angular velocity.
No.
Dude, if you're in a little gravity well of space-time fabric, then you're in a different place in that relative to the mass that displaced that magical space-time fabric. So you would have a different effect, and he incorporates time to that, right?
Yes. Oh, that's general relativity. Yes, that's if you are including that one, then yes, then those will have different time spans, but of course very tiny, very tiny.
So your feet. Then I was right. You believe your feet are older than your head.
I was assuming that you were speaking about special relativity, but yes, from what I know of general relativity, then that would be true. Of course, you wouldn't really know how you wouldn't really detect that.
Do you think that it's normal to believe that?
That's pretty crazy, bro.
It is not common sense.
Do you think it sounds normal? Huh?
No, it's crazy, I know. But the thing is, we cannot rely on common sense in these cases.
Oh, that's fair enough.
right.
You mean actually you have
So,
to exclude common sense? Is that what you mean? You have to get rid of it.
Look, where do you think common sense came from?
Common sense is inherent in our reality. Common sense is inherent in our reality, and whoever made it or whatever made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they come from your senses. That's why it's in the word. That's why the heliocentric model is, by definition, nonsense.
Well, let's get to the let's get to the crux of the philosophical debate.
Okay.
So now people say, what shape is the Earth? Is it flat or is it round? Now, problem number one: flat is not a shape; it's a description. It's an aspect of something. So automatically, this juxtaposition is that the media puts out is already incorrect on arrival. So the question is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? So how do we determine that it's a sphere? Well, they've given us certain methods to calculate that it's a sphere with a certain dimension. Now, being that that's the case, we can actually measure and test to see if the sphericity is there or not. So before we even go into that, if the Earth isn't a sphere, what really changes?
Okay, well, on the locally, like within your room and such. So now, actually,
no. If it's not a sphere, like if the Earth isn't a sphere, what does that change academically for you?
Well, I was getting to that. Locally, not much difference would be felt. Like your cup of coffee wouldn't be different on the different laws of physics.
Well, is there any difference, though? You said not much difference. Is there any difference? Is what he's asking.
Oh, yes. Difference would be that under known laws of physics, a series of things would happen depending on what actually do you mean by flat Earth.
Okay, so all the physics were come up with on the assumption that the Earth is stationary and flat. That's the only way we can physically do anything in the world successfully. So physics, if it's science, then you can physically test it, meaning you can use it. You can do something with it successfully because it's physically true. It's physics. That all assumes that the Earth is flat and not moving. So when you say on the local scale, not much would change. No, the answer is that literally nothing would change. And if you claim the Earth's a globe, you just have to say that it's identical to what it would be like if it was flat and not spinning. But relativity says it just tricks you. It's an illusion. And that must be true.
Well, let's not for a moment include general relativity because I don't have the math behind it to tell what would be the consequence.
Okay,
so,
it's important to understand it, man, you know?
Yes, I do know what you mean. But when you ask what will be different, well, to answer that, I would need to know what is different in the scale on the Earth. So would this flat have a thickness? Of course, we know
the deepest anyone's ever gone in the Earth, ever, is under 8 miles. So it doesn't matter what anyone says about anything beyond that. Literally means nothing. It's just a fairy tale. So we know nothing more than that.
So let's also go on.
Well, yeah, because when the globe Earth made all kinds of predictions about what would be all the way down to the 8 miles, they were wrong about the entire thing. So that definitely doesn't help out anything but flat Earth. And that's the point we're making, is everything is like that. Let's use radio waves for an example. What would it change if the Earth's flat? Nothing. That's how we use them. We shoot them horizontally for thousands of miles.
Not quite. In a flat Earth, the signal bouncing back from the ionosphere would travel larger distances because they would encounter the upper bounds of the atmosphere at a different angle. This comes from.
Well, I didn't really want to get into I don't know. Maybe I asked the wrong question. So what I want to do is take you to whether or not the Earth measures to be a globe or not, and then go from that perspective, because we can't measure it not being a sphere, and then you then say, well, it wouldn't work if it weren't a plane, therefore it is a sphere because of lasers bouncing off the ionosphere, or whatever the case.
But
right?
real fast though, bro, I think it's important to make him before that. I mean, okay, the conversation was, so like, what would be the difference? And so I brought up a perfect example that not only would there be no difference, but it's just how we actually use something. And so he said, nuh-uh. He needs to know specifically, this is a good example because this is how the whole thing is going to be for you. You think right now, nuh-uh, the radio waves wouldn't work like that if the Earth was flat. Now, here's what actually happened. Someone named Marconi sent the longest radio transmission ever at the time, over 2,000 miles, 2,200 miles. All the people said, you can't do that. The Earth's a ball and it'll block it at 200 miles. He ignored them. He used line of sight. He horizontally hit his target the first attempt 2,200 miles away. He then ended up sending one 10,000 miles horizontally, hitting his target using line of sight directly in front of him, assuming a plane underneath him. Then people had to theorize with the idea that there's an ionosphere up there and there's an area where it actually reflects back down and comes down and lands on the globe. Now that's what actually happened in actual historic reality. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's a good example of what you talked about before, about the two models still giving the same result. So in either case, the signal did go a very long distance, and in your model, on flat Earth, you say that the signal went further because there was no bend, no curvature, so there was a line of sight between the target and the receiver.
Correct.
And also, yes, and on the globe Earth, another idea was formed that there could be something or can be there might be something that can reflect back a portion of the signal from this layer of ionized atmosphere.
Right, but they came up with that idea to try to explain how it could have happened on a globe. They said, you can't do this. It's physically impossible. There will be a huge hump of Earth curvature physically blocking the radio waves. You cannot send it that far. He ignored them, sent it anyway, and it hit his target the first try 2,000 miles away, and it was supposed to get blocked by the Earth's curvature at 200 miles. But then he sent one 10,000 miles. Okay, so the facts are that when you assumed the globe, you said you couldn't do it. Then you physically did it, and we do it all day, by the way, every day, all around the world. Okay, and it showed that it wasn't over top of a curved surface. It was over a horizontal.
Hello?
How could that have happened hypothetically to keep the assumption the Earth's a globe? It's just objective. If you want to know the truth, you have to put your big boy pants on and be honest about it, right? So like they didn't teach you this in school. There's a reason, right? But this is just very easy to verify. National Geographic covered this, saying what I'm saying to you. Even mainstream knows.
Yeah. Also, when you go to U.S. Military Academy and you want to learn about radar technology, you will be learning electromagnetic waves propagation over flat stationary Earth.
Correct. The military has a ground weapon system.
Yeah.
As a weapon system, they send radio transmissions, a ground weapon system. And the title of the military paper that you can have access to, it's declassified, is Electromagnetic Propagation Over a Flat Earth. And it explains the only way they can adequately acquire targets, target acquirement, is assuming a horizontal propagation over a horizontal plane. And they use it, and it costs millions of dollars to produce it.
Yeah.
I have not read that report, so I can't really speak on it. But I can say that this comes back to using what models for which purposes. So let's say, for instance, that, I mean, this is a hypothetical explanation of why they might have used a model of a flat Earth for radio propagation. So let's say that the calculations needed to calculate this effect on a spherical Earth are more complex. They need to account for curvature, so you need to use...
what happened to Occam's razor?
No, it's very simple what happened. If they shot the waves assuming that the Earth was a globe, they couldn't hit their target. So they had to create a viable model to shoot and hit their target, because we're talking about the military, that people's lives are at stake. You have to get the bad guy. We're not talking about, I want to play games and make up stories. This is like real life. And so they have to assume that for it to work, and it's explained in the document. They have to assume the Earth's a dielectric plane. Dielectric is just a word that means electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic, and it's a plane within a magnetic field, and it's horizontal. They have to assume that to use the weapon system that they do use on a regular basis. And this is they are dropping the document for you. If they're not, I will.
Okay, I'll look at it later. Thank you for that.
As a student physicist, you also have to know about electromagnetic waves reflection. What happens when light is being reflected by solid matter or liquid? How does it reflect? When it's reflecting off an object, will it have the same lumen intensity? It will carry all that lumen intensity infinitely, or we have light attenuation, light inverse square law?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So when light does reflect off materials, of atoms, two things can happen, or two kind of thing happens. Either the light reflects elastically, just bounces back off like a perfectly elastic marble, which really
that's how we try to imagine it at atomic level. But in reality, what we see is that when you have light reflecting from a solid object, when you shine light on a wall, every light beam wave that hits that wall will be reflecting at infinite angles, all the angles, not just like that certain ray beam. Like when you shoot a laser beam into a wall, you see the laser, a straight line, and it doesn't reflect at the same angle, opposite angle, backwards. You will see only a very bright dot on the wall, and it's very much like the light source itself, the laser, but it will not shine to you in your eye the same kind of laser beam coming from the laser device.
Yes, that's true. And I can give you...
It will be diffused.
Yes, that's the word.
It's not a beam anymore.
All right, bro. But just because I did take it away from Eli, and like he's asking the most important question, I wanted you to realize that it sounds like a crazy thing to take in. We get it. We thought the same thing. Everyone has different amounts of times they can even be honest about it. You find out, well, what would be different if it were flat and not moving? And then you look at everything else in life and you realize that literally nothing else would change, because that's how everything you've ever experienced your entire life is. And you see the sun move in the sky because it moves in the sky. And you don't feel like you're moving because you're not moving. And the horizon is horizontal because it's horizontal. That's why it's horizontal. Sea level is called sea level and assumed to be flat because it's flat and level. That's why it's called sea level. And you will find out quickly that everything that works in the real world has to assume this and utilize this fact. And we're trying to break it down for you. You're going to have to look into things because it sounds crazy. And we were all taught that I did.
And, you know, even on the globe, the down vectors are divergent from the center. Yeah. on the surface of the globe, the down vector is convergent to the center.
Yeah, like if you want to know
And
the truth.
this means, yeah, go ahead.
Well, okay, Eli was telling you the most accurate way, most efficient way to know the truth. They claim the Earth's a globe. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. It's on a 23.4 degree tilted axis. It spins 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator. If you want to know if that's true, then you can physically measure the surface of the Earth. It has to curve at a rate consistent with that radius value. That is 8 inches per mile squared, specifically 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is where you would see the curve of the Earth. Now, I'm not trying to overload you. I'm just trying to explain to you. It's very simple. The Earth's a sphere with a certain size is a geometric claim. The way that you can test or falsify this claim is by physically measuring the surface, and geometry is how you do that. When we did that, and you can do it, it falsifies the radius, which means everything they told you about the Earth cannot be the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a look at the geometry of that lecture. Okay, thanks for
that geometry is how you measure shapes.
Yeah, I think using geometry in this case is a valid method of saying what will happen and what is, well, yes.
Well, it's what we have to use, right? Because if the Earth's a sphere that's this size, you're making a shape claim with a size. The only way to test a shape claim size is by the measurement of shapes, which is defined as geometry. And it's simple. The sphere has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere with a certain size. So that's the most efficient way to test it. We tested it, bro. We have observations where the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. And they claim that it's 3,959 miles.
Did you post your methodology in the what was it in the videos in the section about some of the topics below?
Yeah, everything we're talking about is in the sections below, and we can drop in the voice text the observation that showed the radius would have to be over 250,000 miles.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'll look at that later. Let me just write it down.
Don't want to drop the flag. I never use commands or anything. I'm modded, but literally never use it.
The Black Swan.
What about modern technology like linear encoders?
I'm not familiar with those. What are they?
You don't know what they are?
I've not yet come across them in linear encoder.
Linear encoders is like a ruler, yeah. We use in mechatronics, yeah, for precision positioning and repeated motion, which you want to be happening between 2 points very precisely, yeah, like CNC machines, computer numerical commands controlled.
Continue.
Yeah. So there is a company manufacturing linear encoders. It is a band strip, yeah. And on these band strips, you have very, very thin lines, yeah. Just like on a ruler, you have those millimeters or inches gradations, you know, and at equal distance. But these band strips has these lines like a few picometers in thickness and a few picometers apart from each other, but symmetrically apart from each other because it's a ruler, you know. And they are laser engraved. So when you look at it, it does look like the surface of a CD. You can see it looks like a rainbow, you know. It refracts light.
Oh, yeah. That's a very, very cool effect. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Now, there is a optical laser device, yeah, which shines a beam on that strip, yeah, and there is a sensor which counts all those strips, you know, and this way the machine can tell you precisely how far it has traveled, yeah, and it's coming back. Now, this linear encoder is 200 meters long, and its precision tolerance is 65 nanometers. So I send this machine moving in a straight line 200 meters far away. I give it command to come back, and I give then command to go back far away again in the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers. As a physicist, I am 100% sure that you are very well aware how much is 1 nanometer.
Yeah, it's not a very small amount. Very small.
Yeah, 65 nanometers is a high grade precision. This kind of small size, we use it in computer microchips, like many computer microchips and smartphones. Inside their chips, they have technology of 60 nanometers. Yeah, 80, 120. Like before 2010, vast majority of computers were above 100 nanometers. So those cables, those wirings inside between the transistors and stuff, they were 100 nanometers in thickness.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking very small sizes. And you see, according to the Earth's ball radius, 3,959 miles, yeah? When you convert that to metric units, in 100 meters, yeah, you are supposed to have about 7.8 millimeters curvature drop, according to the overall globe curvature. Now,
yes.
Now, this is not really a problem for us, which, I mean, we can build flat surfaces, because that's what these people actually did at Airbus. They built a very big building, 200 meters long, and the floor is perfect flat from one end to another. It's a plane, very precisely measured. So they installed this 3D printing machine, yeah, which is laying carbon fiber, and it's printing large structures of carbon fiber for aerospace industry. And the precision grade in printing those carbon fiber structures, they are laying down micron size carbon fiber, yeah, and align it in all their chosen patterns, yeah, so they achieve the best structural resistance according to the way you are laying those fibers. Now, this machine, when it's moving from one end to the other, 200 meters, yeah, the down vector on the ball is not parallel between two locations, correct?
Yes, but this is a small but.
We have included, like in 100 meters, there is 7.8 millimeters drop. But with our engineering, we built that flat surface. Now, at the start location, of the machine, yeah? We align this machine, yeah, with the down vector to be perpendicular, yeah? And it's moving across a flat surface, perfectly straight. And when it's reaching at the other end, after 200 meters, are you trying to say to me that that machine will not be affected by the tilted down vector?
The machine calibrates how many times during its movement? Only once or continuously?
Well, they use actually that encoder, you know, which the machine uses to measure the distance it's traveling. They use that encoder. At both ends, they place two plumb tools, yeah, plumb lines. They hang them from the ceiling, yeah,
right,
with a very thin wire, yeah, at both ends, and they are measuring the distance at the bottom, yeah, and at the top. And this way, they form a perfect rectangle, yeah. So now they know exactly when this machine is tilting or not. And guess what? They found, they weren't searching, but the way they installed this machine, those plumb tools, they were found to be perfectly parallel with 65 nanometers precision in 200 meters. So if there were any change in the angle of the down vector, you would have noticed it in those plumb tools. You will see that they are not parallel. But in building this machine, they use those plumb tools because they are perfectly parallel to each other. So the down vector in location A is parallel with the down vector in location B.
Yes, so, yeah.
So how does this work on the ball?
Well, first let's can I ask what is the precision of those? So you could measure any the difference that is beyond those 65 nanometers of accuracy.
Well, when you travel 200 meters, yeah, your margin of error positioning is 65 nanometers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you are 10 nanometers further or closer, you know.
Yes. Because
those 65 nanometers, you split them by 2, yeah, divide them by 2, yeah, 32.5, yeah, and that is how much that machine will travel further or lesser, 65 nanometers, which if we are measuring the curvature of 7.8 millimeters, yeah, with 65 nanometer precision grade, I think you have no clue what you're talking about. How many nanometers are in 7.8 millimeters?
Sorry, how many?
You can measure it very, very precisely.
Yes. Yeah. I believe you what you saw.
Yeah. So.
Just let me get this straight. So to check if I got it all correctly. In this room, in this hangar, you have a perfectly flat manufactured surface within that precision. Yes. And to measure how the let's say if you have something that's standing on top of this plane, you want to measure what is the angle towards it. Like, is it perfectly 90 degrees above it, or is it at a slant? I assume you have something like that, right?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Sorry, you mentioned that you use those two weights on a string to check.
Yeah, the plumb tools. Plumb tools, yes.
Yeah, and then you compare your, I think it's your printing head to these two calibration devices to see if it's still pointing down perfectly, right?
Well, you see, the machine is moving perpendicularly with the surface of that building, you know, because that building surface is perfect flat. It's built engineered like that. But at the start location, you have the machine calibrated with the downward vector. Yeah, so it stays perpendicular, and the downward vector is also perpendicular with the machine. Now, if the Earth was a globe, when this machine is traveling 200 meters, yeah, on a flat surface, yeah, it's not curved, yeah.
Let's say you do not measure
at the end of that location, because your surface is a straight flat, yeah, at the end of that location, your downward vector will be inclined. So the machine will feel like it will be tilted, you know, because it will not be perpendicular with the machine anymore, because you're moving the machine on a flat surface built on the surface of a sphere, artificially built on the surface of a sphere. And when you have a flat surface on the surface of a sphere, yeah, you can actually choose, let's say we build a flat circle, like a disc, yeah? So we have a radius of 100 meters of a flat surface circle. And we choose that downward vector, which is perpendicular with that surface, will be in the center of that circle. And now, when you move...
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Before I got on the train, you know, we were talking about geometry or possibly the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Is all of this conversation in response to maybe a measurement or something he saw, and now he's trying to figure out, like, you know, what laser was used, or like what is that what's going on?
No. I was telling him about... Well, I didn't get to even tell you. You asked me, and then you asked me what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, why did you change the subject? I'm trying to figure out what was the reason for the topic shift? Or am I wrong? And are you like, how did it get here? Because
No,
I heard you
didn't
talking
say
about
you
it.
were wrong.
I heard you talking
I
about
was-
it in Midtown, right? I had to ride underground, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna bust his chops because, you know, let's see what happens. So here I am 15, 20 minutes later asking you, how is it relevant to the conversation that was being had before I got on the train? And you're telling me it's not. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm talking about that curvature, non-existing curvature, and divergent downwards vectors, which are
So he's
has
seen
to
a
be
measurement?
present on the ball.
So
Yeah,
he's seen a measurement?
I told him that this machine is actually doing a very precise measurement between two plumb tools, and they found them that they are perfectly parallel, yeah, in 200 meters distance with a 65 nanometers precision grade.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Yeah, and this will be impossible on a sphere with the down vector converging to the center of that ball. No down vector on a sphere can be parallel with a different down vector from a different position on the surface of that sphere.
Yeah,
that will be like saying you can have a sphere with two parallel radiuses.
Yes, that's a very good question. A very good example of something that can well say which model. Okay, it can very well test the assumption that we have on Earth. Yeah, that's a very good question. A very good model.
Yeah, it's either is there a variation in what would be the proper word? Is there like an elevation change or an altitude change from the point of the observer or the plumb to the next plumb? Like there has to be a change.
No, there is no elevation. Like the surface of that machine, the floor, is made perfectly flat and level. So wherever you put a level in that building,
I mean the elevation
will point. Yeah.
I mean the elevation is in the theoretical, like the 8 inches per mile squared. Like from you, the ground would have to be descending away from you on any point of the globe. So it's like, for them to be perfectly 90 degrees and parallel to one another, that's impossible on a curving surface. That's not possible. It's not even about shape at that point. It's about whether or not it's the sphere or not.
But the interesting thing is that he mentioned that the surface is made to be flat, and those 200 meters are flat, right?
Yes.
So there's not much. So the thing is, on
there is zero curvature.
Yes, on that plane there will be zero change in elevation. I'm saying very well flat. And you are right. If this was a globe Earth model, would predict that two vectors, those two plumbs, there will be an angle between them.
Yes.
Now, this is the $1,000,000 question: is could we measure this difference?
Well,
you mentioned that you have like those.
Measure. You see, when I said this linear encoder is the instrument that actually tells you, the distance when you travel 100 meters. Yeah.
Yes.
And it tells you went in a straight line or a curved line.
Yes. And so the way to a very simple experiment. Let's say I'm going to calculate how much difference, how different the angle between those two plumbs should be, assuming perfect assuming that those two point to a center and are not offset by, say, a local mountain or a lake. And then I'll come back with an answer, and we'll see what's the answer. Is it below or above your detection limit? That seems like a good experiment, right?
Yeah. I mean, for 100 meters, the arc curvature should be 7.8 millimeters. So this means that between these two radiuses, you have an angle, which that angle we must be able to measure it. That angle cannot be parallel lines. You can't have an angle between parallel lines.
Yes, you're right. Perfectly.
Yeah. This is the problem. Yeah.
Did you? Can you provide a link to your calculation that shows that the difference? I would love to look at it. If you
this one, I tell you honestly, I'm looking into building my own CNC machine. I was looking for linear encoders. I'm a flat earther. And I came across this company that's producing these linear encoders, and I started reading about them. And I saw that they supply Airbus with these linear encoders for their giant 3D printing machine, which are printing carbon fiber structures for the aerospace. And I went into looking how they calibrate that, I read how that 3D printer actually works. You can find it at Airbus. It's not like secret hidden technology or whatever.
A small question: are you confident and sure that this machine does not account for any possible for this difference? Does it say that the answer that it provides is the raw measurement and not some corrected fact number?
Yeah, it was about 1 month ago or 1.5, and to be honest, I didn't save this website, which now I'm pretty sad about it. No, I should have saved it.
Yes. Yeah. Because if they, let's say that they are in on it and that they want to still perpetuate this, the myth of the globe Earth, then it would be very easy to ask them, does the machine account for this and how?
Well, they were saying, they were not saying about taking into account the Earth's curvature or anything like that. They were talking about installing and calibrating the machine. And they used plumb tools, to precisely position and also to verify the rail tracks, that they are correctly installed, perfectly straight. So when that machine is moving across inside this building, there is no deflection in the down vector or anything. This machine in no position in that building is not perpendicular with the down vector. And on a globe, if this was true, when you build such a big machine, when you move this machine, like 4 or 5 meters tall machine, printing head, and the down vector is tilting, this machine is heavy and will be bending, and it will change the angle which the printing head position will not be correct, precise.
Yes. Yeah, that's also a factor in this.
Yeah, and what I read there is that they built it on a perfect flat surface, a building with a flat floor inside, 200 meters long and about, 20 or 40 meters, 20, 30. It's huge building. They have airplanes inside there. And Airbus, does build very big airplanes.
All right. Well, that seems like something I can try and work out the specifics of, the numbers.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back because it's frankly getting a bit late around here. So I thank you all for having me here, and I'll be back. Simply put, goodbye.
Bye.
What's up? Who's up and about? Anybody? Or am I all by myself today? Guess that's my answer, huh? Well, there's got to be somebody in here. Hello? Anybody home? Good morning, good evening, good night, whatever.
Dark matter. It's the most mysterious substance in the universe. Little is known about it. Scientists are pretty sure it exists, but still don't know what it is. Now they have created the largest ever distribution map of dark matter in the universe, as our science correspondent Palab Ghosh reports.
Look up at the skies and you see stars. But this telescope in the deserts of Chile is able to see the universe as it really is, filled with a mysterious substance called dark matter. It can't be seen, but this instrument can detect dark matter by the way it distorts starlight.
This is a map of matter in the universe.
And that's allowed astronomers to produce this map of how it's spread across the expanse of space.
It's an element of, unveiling mystery, something you couldn't see before, and suddenly it's there. And you think, wow.
So what is dark matter and where is it in space? Dark matter permeates space, with galaxies like tiny gems on a tangled cosmic web. The bright areas are where dark matter is most concentrated, and it's here that galaxies form. But the map is not what astronomers expected. The matter should be slightly more clumped together. Instead, it's smoother than predicted by Einstein's theory of general relativity, which helps determine how the matter should have spread out after the Big Bang.
If the structures in this map are smoother than we expect them to be, which is what the results seem to hint at, it means that Einstein's theory is wrong. So you might think that that's a bad thing, that maybe, physics is broken. But for physicists, it's extremely exciting because it means that we can find out something new about the way the universe really is.
Building on the work of Einstein, Carlos Frenk was among a group of scientists that developed the current model of cosmology.
Hearing now that there may be something not quite right with the theory, well, it's very disconcerting, it's very alarming, and in a way frightening to see that maybe my whole life's work might crumble in front of me. But at the same time, it is immensely exciting.
Astronomers believe that we are at the start of a new revolution in cosmology that will give us a fuller understanding of how the universe began and how it will evolve. Palab Ghosh, BBC News.
And suggest that Max Planck's matrix, this matrix, is the conduit. Now, the idea that everything is connected is a very old idea. Even in science, in the late 1800s, there was a belief that there was an invisible web of energy that connects everything in the 1800s. And scientists were in a very heated debate, very controversial, as to whether or not this field exists. There was a very famous experiment that was conducted to determine if the field called the ether field actually existed. In the year 1887, the very famous Michelson-Morley experiment was designed to tell once and for all, is the field here or no? Yes or no? The field exists? It does not exist. In my opinion, it was a good experiment. However, it was poorly interpreted. For over 100 years, our science has been based in a belief that is incorrect. It's incorrect. Now, this is very interesting. 100 years later, 1986, the United States Air Force repeated that experiment. 1986, the United States Air Force replicated the Michelson-Morley experiment. They published the results in the very prestigious journal Nature, the scientific journal Nature. What they found was this. They repeated the experiment with good equipment, much better equipment. The bottom line is that the field exists. They found that the field is actually there. This is reported in August 1986, the journal Nature, volume 322. They said, the field is there. And not only is the field there, It measured precisely the way that Michelson and Morley had predicted 100 years earlier. They just didn't have the equipment to work this out. Now, why don't we know about this? This should have made the cover of every major magazine and newspaper. This should have been on CNN headline news or Sky News. But this changes everything for the scientists, because the textbooks all say the field is not there. Entire careers are based on the field not being there. And now the field is there.
Okay, this is so funny. What are you talking about? Well, this story just came out. Scientists have discovered neutrinos, which are incredibly tiny particles that can travel faster than the speed of light. Yeah, so what? Oh, my unscientific friend, it means E does not equal mc squared. Give me a break. I know what that is. It's the old Einstein equation. Yes, it is, but it's not true. Wait a second, buddy. Our current laws of physics are all based on this, right? Correctamundo. And central to Einstein's theory is the thought that matter cannot move more quickly than the speed of light. But now they know it can. Yep. So how is this going to impact the work of theoretical physicists who've devoted their careers to this? Well, in light of this, it's all pretty much a pile of garbage now. Stephen Hawking's going to be ticked. To tell you the truth, they're kind of getting what they deserve. Einstein's theory of special relativity has been questionable since the very beginning. Why would they base everything on that then? The scientific community at the time was kind of desperate to land on something, so they made a decision as a group to accept this as fact, even though a lot of people didn't agree with it. So what happened if you were one of those scientists who didn't agree? You were basically shunned, and you could kiss your career goodbye. Actually, a lot of Stephen Hawking's work has revolved around trying to find band-aids to put on the flaws in relativity theory. It's never made any sense when looking at singularities. Those are things that are incredibly small or incredibly large. I guess he doesn't have to bother with that anymore. Now that he's got some extra time, maybe we should invite him out to church. Yeah, right. I'm just kidding. Stephen Hawking is an atheist. I feel a little bit bad that the work he's done has become sort of redundant. But Stephen Hawking and other atheists like Richard Dawkins have been very outspoken and kind of obnoxious about how much they know about the universe, and they've been getting into spiritual matters that they really have no clue about. For super intelligent people, these guys have a lot of bias, and they do some pretty silly things. Like what? Like they continue to try to use science to determine whether or not God exists, when it makes no sense whatsoever to use physical evidence to determine the existence of a metaphysical or beyond physics entity like God. Stephen, I don't think they actually want to know how to connect with God. You're probably right. If you've decided that it's all about you and your beloved science, there's just no room for God. So what else do they do? Oh, a classic is trying to pretend that faith and science are mutually exclusive. That's just so ridiculous. What I mean by that is they try to promote the idea that science belongs to people with an atheist worldview, and people of faith just have no understanding or desire to know anything about science at all. I think science is awesome, and I expect our physicists to show us as much as they can about how God works in our world, but honestly, they've really screwed this one up. If you want to see another example of scientists using smoke and mirrors to try to pretend that they actually know what they're talking about when they don't have any idea, try to find out why gravity does what it does. It acts like a force, but it's not, and nobody knows what it is, but you'll never hear them admit that. If you look it up, there'll be a lot of stuff like, it's thought that, the theory is, perhaps it's, but never, we don't know. Stop embarrassing them. It's bad enough that they lost their E equals MC squared thing. Sorry.
Such a great thing to be watching here. And here we go. Now you see the sun hitting. Look at that. Really taking off now. My goodness. And now you'll see it continue to shine through the night sky as it hits another thrust set right there. Just see the trail it's leaving behind. Absolutely amazing. And to describe it to you, and you can see it, but from the ground, it almost looks as though It almost looks as though a cloud of smoke with its own mind is just shooting through the sky. This is absolutely incredible. Again, you're watching the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launch from Vandenberg Air Force Base. This visible from Bakersfield. Absolutely incredible.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, man. How you doing?
Good morning.
I'm doing okay. Rise and shine. It's wake up time.
It's kind of cold, actually. A little sunny, which is nice. Finally, a little bit of sun up here, but it's cold.
Cool. Yeah, it's cold and cloudy down here.
Are you in SoCal or the north?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
San Diego.
Oh, dude, the weather is always perfect over there, man. That's where I would want to go.
Not really.
San Diego.
It's been cold, man. Like 60-degree highs.
Yeah, fuck you, man. That's cold, huh?
Yeah, it's cold,
Yeah, man.
No,
60
it's
degrees,
not,
man.
It's 60
crazy.
degrees is not that cold.
Nah.
60 degrees is I'm sweating, bro. If it's 60.
Yeah.
I keep my house because I'm a cheap fuck. I keep my house at a solid 50 degrees, bro.
Holy
What's
crap.
up? Yeah, what's good? I live in that. I live in 50 degrees there all the time.
I know you do, but when I lived up there, I got used to that too, man.
Yeah, you have to. But 50 is a little bit too cold. I understand.
I'd wake up and there'd be a little bit of ice on the inside of the window, because you're breathing the condensation, but it's so cold out that it froze the ice on the inside. How about some round and curvy? Round and curvy.
Let me see. Let me look out. Let me look outside. I see trees because my horizon here is made out of trees. Trees must be curved.
Trees must be standing straight up.
Pine trees. I got a pine tree horizon. That's all I got.
I don't see trees bending over to try to reach the descending, like the sun descending below the horizon.
Well,
they'd be totally.
You know those? You see those trees, Sonny? They're actually not there. They're actually refracting from behind the curvature. Did you know that?
Holy shit! Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, fucking gnarly, man.
I didn't know I wasn't even actually seeing anything beyond just a few feet. It's all being refracted up.
They're actually not really there. They're beyond the horizon. That's why you can see them.
Okay.
Makes absolute sense.
Let's listen to this round and curvy song.
All right.
I think. I wonder why it doesn't play sometimes, like when you think it's going to.
Good.
Dark matter
Yeah,
is the most
I don't like the
mysterious
music
substance
box.
in the universe. Little is known about it. Scientists are pretty sure it exists, but still don't know what it is. Now they have created the largest ever distribution.
The fuck is this, Sonny? This is a song?
That's what I played last. Hold on. Let me copy the one sec.
Globe Earth Handbook?
Didn't copy the right one. No, this was the Einstein was wrong. Here, I'll post what I played last.
Oh, nice. A little paper or book? Audiobook?
No, it's a video.
Okay.
Someone posted it. Flat Earth Banjo posted it. Well, he's the one that made it. I think Adam Unsalted. I don't know who posted that. I don't know. Anyway.
Anyways, I hopped in here because I'm trying to just jumpstart the live stream sort of thing in the morning.
Maybe I should wait then. We could jump. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it's like. If you play music, whenever I hop in, this is just me. Whenever I hop in here and there's music playing, I leave. Why? Because I hop in here to talk to humans. I got music. You know what I'm saying?
I gotcha.
Like, yeah, I'm straight up like, a little lonely or whatever, and I need company. I hop on here. So it's like whenever I hop on here and you guys are listening to music, it's like I can actually do that on my own. You know what I mean? Like I don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why it's like the music bots. I wish I could just write a virus and just inject it into the server for the music bots. Here you go, guys. Fuck your bots.
No, don't do that.
Just fuck up the bots.
No. Anyway, so check it out. Hey, if that ever happens, just tag us in the live stream voice text, and we'll stop.
Yeah, I know. It's always like no one is in here and shit like that. Like right now. So.
Hey, Sonny, I sent you a video of I redid the dance. I freestyled it, but I redone it because I didn't I wasn't liking. I don't know. I just didn't like it the first time, like the other video. So I redid the video.
Artistic perfectionism.
I don't know. I just, huh?
Nothing. Go ahead.
I just like when I review it the first time, I'm like, no, I could do better. Then I listen to it over and over and over, and then I'll do it again, and then I'm like, no, that's not how I wanted it, and then I'll do it again. Like I did that video like 3 or 4 times, bro.
Anyway, I saw Indio in here. Indio 007.
Indio.
Oh, he left.
I don't know if he might be.
Oh no, never mind. I thought he left. He here.
I just know.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I just know if I see you in here and you're not deafened, then you're probably close by.
Yeah, I need some soothing dialogues to work by.
Soothing dialogues? Is that what you said?
Yeah, soothing dialogues.
Okay, Cyrus. Okay, Cyrus.
Start with a soothing fucking dialogue. What kind of soothing dialogues would you like this morning? Let's see.
I think he was being facetious, so I think he exactly wants your type of dialogue. I don't think Indio listens to soothing dialogue, but I don't know. I could be wrong. In his off time, maybe.
It's the globe earth shredding dialogue. That's a soothing dialogue.
That soothes me.
It does.
Hey, beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
What'd you say?
Tickles my heart. The beauty's in eyes of the beholder.
You taking what I said from yesterday.
Yeah.
They got a nice Stonefall armor set. Look nice.
Sonny, you're close to 60, right? Or how old are you?
I'm over 60. I'm 60.
Over 60.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, dude. You retired or what?
Yeah, I'm retired.
Fuck yeah, nice.
I retired last year.
Nice.
But I hadn't worked, to be honest. I hadn't worked in quite a while. Not at anything like regular work. Like I've done my own thing, like fixing my equipment, play music. Like I've done a bunch of stuff like that in the last few years. But yeah, I plan on doing more of that.
Nice.
This next year will be better for me. Should be able to move around more easy, and do what I want to do. We'll see. You know how when things get better financially, you just kind of like take care of the things that you left behind when you couldn't afford it, right? So you just kind of you just kind of bring everything up to where you really want it to be, and then you kind of have to go from there. So sometimes that process can take a while.
Catching up. Yeah.
But I've learned to live without like a lot. So like I like that, because I can just live very, very simply and not be tripping out about it. Like I'm actually tripping out more about like I don't have milk or sugar right now. So I'm like, it's no big deal. I will in a few days, but I'm like a week before my money comes. So I just have to deal with what I have, you know?
Right.
Like it's not a big deal. Like I think a few years ago, oh no, I would have freaked out maybe, you know, but now I don't. I'm just like,
Bro, Sonny, you should let me know, dude. I can help you out.
well, okay then.
Well, swing by it and give him a cup of sugar, man. Yeah.
Sugar milk.
Sugar milk.
Because if I don't have really anything, at least I have to have my good cup of coffee. Like I can like.
That's exactly what I'm about to drink.
I can.
No, I can't.
I can survive almost any day at all as long as I have my good cup of coffee. Like okay, so I don't always. Well,
Yeah, last $5 in my pocket. I think I'm buying me like coffee grounds for sure. I think so.
Yeah,
I can't live without it.
I know.
I go ape shit without it. So
Caffeine addict. So now I'm drinking black like when I was in the Navy. I'm like, shit. Well, when you're out at sea and you run out of milk, what happens? There ain't no place to stop. So
Well, son, I told you like
you don't know
I
how
mean,
to
I
make
know
fish
you're not
gravy?
gonna just invite me over just for sugar and milk and be like, "Hey, bro, come over. Hey, I need some sugar and milk." I know you ain't gonna do that, but you know,
no, so you just have to invite yourself, Enoch.
oh, I need to invite myself.
Yeah, you say, hey, how about I come over now this time, and then I'll go. No, maybe the next day at this time. That's how it works.
I'm used to. My bad, man. I'm used to
No,
people.
usually, listen, I'm very introverted. Actually, I usually don't like. I mean, you see me extroverted, but generally,
Yeah, you're a
speaking,
water sign.
I'm
Water
not
sign.
reaching out for people asking for help.
Right.
I mean, you heard me just on here, but normally I wouldn't say anything. Like sometimes sometimes I used to complain a lot. I used to, when I was younger, like a little, like even as an adult, I used to complain a lot. But actually complaining, I got all the help I needed. I got apartments, I got jobs, I started figuring shit out because I started complaining. It's just I needed to figure out a more adult way of asking for what I need. I'm still not good at it. It's funny.
$9.14. All right.
How'd your taking off the siding go?
Excellent. Thank God. Great. Finished that up, man, last week. So now I'm hoping that I get the siding job. I put in a bid. Got a thumbs up on it. However, I'm not licensed, so I'm using my friend's license to apply for the permit. And so I just have to manage two different people, right? The property manager that I'm working for, where I'm working with, and my contractor friend that I'm using his license and shit. So it's gonna take a little bit longer to get the job, but God willing, I should already have it, and that's good.
Right on.
The installation part, so yeah, not bad. I have some other bullshit I should go check out today. Let's see. Service calls. See what's fucked up with the place. See what needs to get done. Cali, man. Good fucking weather.
Hey, Sirius, you were talking the other day that you shorted your caps when they're in storage.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. Like, why are they charging up and not discharging?
They do, man. They charge up. Fuck. I don't. But fuck current from the ether. They charge, man. I don't know. But if you leave capacitors, just especially the fucking large ones, open ended like that, they do actually accumulate charge over time.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, like, why wouldn't they discharge? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't they discharge to it?
Yeah,
maybe if you charge them up, they slowly. Maybe there's some equilibrium point, right?
Yeah.
But the equilibrium point is more than the background.
Yeah, more than the zero, more than the discharge, for sure.
Yeah.
Like more than just discharged.
If they're not,
they do charge a little bit.
If they're not fully grounded, like how do you mean open?
What if it's just like an intrinsic property of it, something of the material, the dielectric, whatever's in it.
It wants to be charged, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe it doesn't like being at zero potential. It likes to be at some potential. By open, so like you have two terminals to your capacitor. So big caps, the ones that are more than capable of killing you, you always want to leave them shorted in storage. So if you're not using it, you just want to connect the positive directly to the negative and keep it that way. That way, when they're in storage and they're shorted, you know 100% they're discharged. However, if you discharge them all the way to 0 volts, there's nothing left in them, and you leave them for however long, depending on your conditions, whatever air, if it's dry or whatnot, they will accumulate charge. And if they're big enough, you never know. They might have enough of a charge to actually zap you out of existence. That kind of sucks.
I remember TVs. If you work on a TV, you're supposed to short them, like you go cathode ray tubes.
Yeah,
they store something like 90,000 volts or something.
Yeah, they do.
Wild. That's wild. People are putting their hands in the backs of those things. I wonder if it's this.
Yeah, I always rip transformers, the flyback transformer, out of the old CRT tubes. They operate at like 26,000 volts. So you don't want to touch the fucking circuit. You don't want to mess with that shit. You know how it's like they always say it's the current that kills you. It's the current. It's not true. It's the voltage and the current. Like you need the voltage to be high enough to overcome your internal resistance to have enough of that flow. Like your 12-volt battery, your car battery, thing can produce like 800 amps, which is 800 times 12. That's a lot of watts. However, 12 volts is not. Yeah, it's not enough even to burn you. To you just touch both terminals, right hand, left hand, you'll feel nothing. Touch it with your tongue, you'll feel it. Yeah, but if you touch it with your hands, it's nothing. Just 12 volts. You can't even feel it.
I got zapped with 240 about 2 years ago.
Oh, it's spicy. 240 is nice.
Oh,
man.
I was working on it was a countertop stove, so my head was underneath it was just like a hot plate thing, but it was a 240 volt hot plate. So my head was underneath there. So when I got shocked, I jumped and smashed my head on the cabinet. That actually hurt worse than being shocked.
Yeah,
the reaction. Almost knocked myself out.
Sometimes AC is funky. Will either kind of throw you or make you cling onto the wire if you held it. You know what I mean? Like DC, okay, DC depends which way it's flowing. You're either going to clamp down on the wire or you're going to let go of the wire. So DC is fucked up because you just keep on clamping. I think AC, I don't know. Maybe I got it mixed up. Google that shit. But it's just
DC. Well, let's see.
Maybe I have it mixed up. I know one of them makes
There's
people fly.
videos on YouTube where people can't get off of what they're touching, and their coworkers smash them to get them off.
Yeah, I got stuck in AC once, and you get stuck. You can't even do anything. You can't let it go, and then someone has to turn off at the wall. Otherwise, you basically dead.
You can't let it go.
I think that secondary reaction to a shock is what kills people a lot of times, because it's involuntary. So people are falling off of roofs and ladders and shit. Like when I was
working on three-way switches.
These electricians were doing some kind of wiring around this building, and it was all wet out. And lightning struck. They both died.
Oh wow!
They were up on ladders, and the grass was damp.
Well, don't tell me that, bro, because whenever it's raining, I don't care. I go up on ladders all the time. I just, I don't know. Don't say that.
Crazy stuff.
Oh, I was going to say something about people getting shocked. Yeah, it's your nervous system, your electrical nervous system, because it runs on electricity. So you got your neurons, they send your electrical signal down, and then the way they control muscles is by dumping acetylcholine, the chemical, on the muscles, and that causes contraction. So that's how your muscles work. So your electricity directly hijacks what runs your muscles. And if you're unlucky and you grab a wire and you might not be able to let it go. It explodes. But I got zapped so many times, 110. It's not even funny. Remember the worst one I remember was I was working at a rich dude's house, and we're messing with these fancy smart switches and also three-way switches and whatnot. And I know he did actually cut off the power to the living room that I was working in. However, man, the switches were hot, and I didn't fucking check. It was my fault. I did not probe the wires to see if it had any voltage. So I just grabbed the fucking switch, like just by, you know what I mean, by the terminals. Like I just grabbed the switches, like it's dead, right? And my God, that was a spicy shock. I was like, ah, fuck, that hurt. You know. But yeah, electricity is interesting. Have you ever been shocked by a magneto off of a small engine while it was running?
Yeah.
Now that hurts so bad, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, lawnmowers and what else? Mini bikes, stuff like that. Yeah, they have Briggs and Strattons on them.
Yeah.
It's shocked by
See, that's not enough current to kill you, but the voltage is more than plenty. You know, whatever 30,000 volts or whatever, it'll fucking smoke you.
Pretty gnarly.
Yeah, just all you have to do is get a capacitor, charge it up for like a second, then touch the capacitor. See ya. That was a nice life. Bye-bye.
So have you heard about, like, I'm sure you've seen the news stories where, like, some kid dies from getting hit in the chest with, like, a baseball or something? Seen stories like that?
Yeah, I know.
So what they found out, and this applies to the electric shock too, that's why I'm bringing it up. It's where in the rhythm, in your heartbeat, right? There's a certain timing point that if you get hit right at this particular point in time, your heart will stop. Or if you get shocked at that particular point in time, it's something like 0.02 seconds into the heartbeat or something like that. If you look at an electrocardiogram, you'll see like a little teeny, like a mini spike. It's a really small amplitude spike in the cardiogram right after it's at the bottom. Like, so you'll have like the heartbeat, right? And right before it starts, there'll be like a mini spike, and then you see the full amplitude rise. Yeah, the big one. But there's a little teeny mini one, and if you get hit right at that point, your heart will stop.
Better make sure
that is interesting.
Better make sure you're throwing a block right then if you're in
And there's a move there's a like you can actually like hit when you hit your opponent in the chest where the heart is, or like depending on how you hit, right? You can actually stop your opponent's heart and briefly killing them for a couple seconds.
Yeah, they did a bunch of studies on this. I read this like, I don't know, 15 years ago. So there's like some minimum force that has to be applied, but the timing of when that force is applied is more important than how much the force is.
Okay.
So basically you can hit them as hard as you want at some other point in the heart rhythm and it won't do anything. Because you got to think, a baseball. How does a fucking baseball kill somebody? Right.
The fuck?
Right. It would have to hit for them to hit. It would have to be like the timing would have to be probably perfect simultaneously.
Yeah. Well, that's what made them research it, was because one of these kids, they died, but it wasn't like a hit ball. It was a thrown ball. And you got to think, how hard can a little leaguer throw a baseball? Not very hard, right? And it killed him because he missed the ball and he hit him in the chest. So they were like, something's wrong here. Like, there's not enough force to kill anybody. So that caused them to like research it deeper. And I guess they tested it on animals or something. Rabbits.
How many mice fucking died to figure that shit out?
Actually, like the energy that was put into the ball too.
That's what makes no sense. Doesn't have enough energy to stop your heart, you know?
Yeah, it was timing. I could probably find an article on it. It's quite a while ago that I read this.
Badass, man. I never heard that shit before. That's cool shit to know.
So, like, that, I think, to be honest, I think what caused me to find it was what the hell you call it, man? PIME, 5-pointed palm technique, right? I was looking up that if you could actually kill someone with a blow to the chest.
Okay.
But apparently you can if you do it at the exact right time.
Timing.
And you don't even need to be strong.
Yeah, there's a forbidden.
Yeah, that's crazy.
A punch if remember that
I guess those guys were right. Yeah, the monks.
the Chinese Fearless one that with Jet Li performed in is the main character. There was a punch that he was taught that his dad done, and he didn't even know why his dad even stopped in the first place. And then when he done it, and he not like it put him into a very deep depression when he done it, and it like it was a forbidden hit, like it was a forbidden thing to do. My bad, India. I didn't mean to take over you.
Oh no, you didn't. Don't worry. I'm actually reading something.
That's some pretty interesting stuff. Actually, since I know you're reading something, Indio, but I don't often talk with you directly.
Yeah, it's not important. It's a server drama nonsense. Please take me away from it.
Oh yeah. I don't even read that shit, Indio, bro. Come on, man. You gotta be like me, man. Just fuck it. Don't even read it.
You're never gonna be lacking in that. Okay, so I want to ask you about this. If you've heard of it, you heard of this guy Stuart Hameroff from the Arizona State University? He's a anesthesiologist, and they did studies on consciousness in the brain. They talk about these things called microtubules in the brain. Have you heard about these?
I have not.
I've heard of microtubules, but not this guy.
Yeah, this is one of the last things I was like kind of looking into before Flat Earth about consciousness. Where does it come from? What is it like? So I don't know that these guys are probably globies, and there's probably, I haven't looked into it deeply in a while, but it's a very interesting topic. What I know it's slightly off topic, but you're talking about the body and electricity, so that's what made me think of it. But I dropped a link in the voice text.
Have you heard of? I've talked about it before. Have you heard of the free will versus free won't?
Free will versus
free won't.
Oh, free will versus free won't.
So, like, they did these experiments where they hooked people's brains up to figure out when they decide to do something, so they capture an electrical impulse. So they say, okay, there's a switch in front of you. Now, whenever you hear this beep, don't do it. Just decide whether you're going to do it. Don't actually flip the switch. Say in your mind, yes, I'm going to flip it, or no, I'm not going to flip it. And they would record brain activity before the person actually thought about doing it.
Yes.
There was almost like a premonition. But here's the thing. When they decided not to do it, there was nothing recorded. So there was no activity, even though it was an active conscious choice not to do something. They couldn't capture that. So the argument these neurologists are making, that we don't have free will, we have free won't, and that we can only decide not to do things, and that the things we do decide to do are almost automatic.
Wow.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Free won't.
And
that's cool.
Yeah, we have free won't, not free will.
I'm gonna start using that.
Which actually fits into most religions, because most religions say don't do that, right?
Yeah, dude. That's why I'm thinking about it. It's like, fuck. It's like, that's exactly what, my religion tells. It's like, don't do this, and everything else is cool. It's like, these are not good. It's like,
So it always was about the things that we didn't do were the most, the things that we, chose.
We have infinite choices, right? And then, that doesn't mean we should be gluttons and pick them all. We should, be discerning and pick the good ones.
So we're turning down choices more than anything else, actually, if you think about it. Because look at all the different
depends on how drunk I am.
Beer goggles.
The possibilities of things that we can do as a human being are almost endless. Even just our body motions, thousands and thousands of body motions, throughout a day, and those choices and decisions. That's a trip, though. I never heard it put that way. Wow.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's why I like it.
Yeah, there's some pretty weird research out there, man. And of course, who does this type of research, right? Evolutionists who are trying to prove that consciousness is not, that consciousness is just a materialistic mechanism, completely, part of the body, right? That your brain is just like a little machine and that there's no separate thing called the mind or the soul or anything like that. They're trying to like disprove this, and they inadvertently shot themselves in the foot, because the first part of the research was like, yes, you're doing things automatically because we're getting the in the physical world reaction before you're actually doing something with your consciousness. But when someone went further and reversed the experiment, they were like, oh, you just didn't capture the right thing. You were looking in the wrong place. You're supposed to be looking where, deciding not to do things, not, you're supposed to be looking for negations.
Yeah, that's who these guys are too. No doubt, they're probably atheists. They're trying to describe how everything is only material, like Stuart Hameroff. Let's see, and then Sir Roger Penrose, mathematician.
They're the ones that get the funding, like from the uni.
Mathematical physicist, philosopher of science. Philosopher.
Glover used to say everything is physical. I say triangulate my mind.
Exactly.
I used to tell them triangulate a rainbow. Good luck.
Like, I live in a place where you got like the most vivid rainbows ever, man. Shit is crazy. Yeah, it just moves with you wherever you go. It's insane.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's inside your eye. That's my conclusion. It's in your fucking eye.
I saw
It's in your mind.
I saw a really huge one here one day. It went all the way. It's the first one like I've seen in a long time in the city that went like all the way from. I could see like a full like half circle. Like pretty neat.
I actually have pictures of some of them, man. I took some because they're so vivid. It's like, wow, what a rainbow, man.
I'd be dangerous with a camera. I should get a really good one. I'd be taking pictures all the time. I wouldn't be able to stop. That I would have to make the choice. No, don't take this picture.
The worst thing about the Pacific Northwest is you can't do long distance observations. That's I would say that's the worst. Or not too long, right? And you have to wait for like the entire year to be able to do it like in one day, or you know what I mean? Like you have to. We don't have too many sunny days, which sucks. Really sucks.
That's what I didn't like up there, man.
Oh man, it's all fucking. Yeah, it's always gray and shit.
Can't deal with that. But I heard.
I want to go.
Yeah, but you actually don't want sunny days. You don't want sunny days because there's too much light.
Yeah.
Because you have all the reflective surfaces. You kind of want overcast, right? Light, but not, lit up.
Dark. Yeah.
Yeah. So like when John Dee did that, looking through that tube. Have you ever seen John Dee's with the Brighton to, what is it, Worthington? So he put the camera in a pipe, so that filters out. Like when he zooms in, like his zoom is exactly at where the entrance to the pipe is, right? So all that side light that comes in is not getting to the camera. So he's basically getting parallel rays because those are the only rays that make it down the pipe. Are the rays that are most parallel.
That's
I got you. Okay.
Which also what? Negates refraction. Right?
Refraction?
So what did they do? When did they start curving until they hit the entrance of the pipe and then they started going straight?
Let's start doing them all like that.
Because of the electrical condition of the metallic pipe.
Wait a minute, who was
it? Curved.
They're gonna come up with something, man.
It was a curved pipe, bro.
Wait a minute,
India. The pipe was curved.
India, who was it that did that?
John Dee.
Dr. John Dee.
Dr. John Dee. Yeah. So I think everybody.
I'm gonna post a video.
All of you observationalists out there, we're using like P900s. Start doing it like that, with the pipe, the tubes. They can't squawk this refraction nonsense. Like, even though it's been.
Yeah, everybody should be like, this is how they should be doing this. Like, seriously, when he first did it, I was like, this is genius. It really is. Like, everybody should be doing it like this.
So there you go.
It'll take a minute to figure out the right tube length, right? You have to get because you want to be zoomed all the way out so that when you're at your max zoom, the angular diameter of your camera is the same as the tube exit, right? So you want them to be the same. Otherwise, you'll be looking at
the sides of the tube.
So you want it to be, you want them to match. So you're gonna have to match. You're gonna have to get the right size pipe, which ain't really like a big deal. Use anything. PVC is pretty cheap. I don't expect you to lug around a freaking iron pipe. I mean,
shoot, I'd love
plugging around a pig iron sewer pipe.
Love to live up around there on that Santa Barbara Channel because there's probably days up there. I know there was. I used to sail up there all the time. Me and my family would go sailing in the Channel Islands. Like you could see when you're out at sea, you see so freaking far. You don't even realize it, man. If I did it now, it would
how far you're looking.
It'd probably be too much for me to take because I know the distances now, you know?
Yeah.
Flat Earth tours of Catalina Island. We could go hike up. There's a freaking Stonehenge up there on Catalina. And the natives on the island on Catalina, well, all those islands, but Catalina especially, the band of Indians that lived up there, they have oral traditions where there were these giant beings, and they said they went away, and there's supposed to be a green door somewhere up there in the mountains that is a portal or something that these giants went back into.
Hello.
Hello.
I want to go there.
Is that Piss Drinker?
No.
What up, Piss?
Chemo.
No.
I brought you.
Okay.
I brought you this Glober, Angelo, Great Angelo, and he's going to provide evidence of a globe, or not just yet, but you know, like we say, 3 observers, one in South Africa, one in South America, one in Australia, should not be able to see the pole star at the same time. Yeah? Like my image. You see the image I've got here?
Okay.
And my thumbnail. So there's a window which he thinks he's going to be able to make the observation. Yeah? And he's just wondering what you guys would think of that. If you want to give him roles, you can actually talk to him.
Indio, do you want to answer that?
Great. Let me.
I didn't hear.
I wanted Indio to address it, actually.
Is he muted? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. He's just above you.
I got him unmuted. He's good.
Who am I addressing?
He's just above you. Great Angelo.
Great Angelo.
Yeah. Take it away, Angela. Take it away.
Yeah, well, Chemo agreed to or set up these specific parameters, and we agreed to them based on the following parameters. There has to be someone in South America, someone in South Africa, and someone in Australia. And we are going to do this in June, which means it'll be Western Australia, anywhere in South Africa, and it looks like the eastern coast of South America, probably southern Brazil or Paraguay. And everybody will be looking south, having their cameras going. I made the stipulation that we add 1 or 2 people from the Flat Earth community to each of those locations, so that we have a representative from both sides. And the observations will all be broadcast at the same time. Now, there is a window of about, I think, 15 or 20 days when this can be done. And we also need to make sure that in case there's cloudy days in any of those locations, that all 3 days have an observable celestial star to look at. And he's agreed. He said that would be the thing that kills the flat Earth argument, and that would be the thing that we would agree the Earth was flat if the observation was null. All 3 locations need to see the celestial star at the same time.
What do you think of that?
We've already won.
Well, if you're not going to go ahead,
we don't even have to do that test, right? Because it's going to be daytime in one of those locations. You're not going to be able to see the celestial stars, so we won. So the Earth's flat now, admit it.
Indio, would you be so kind to let me answer you here? It's not going to be daytime at all three locations. That's the whole reason why I picked.
It can't be nighttime at all three locations.
Yes, it can. It is going to be nighttime.
There is a window. India, I'll give you an image. There is one window where. Let me get it.
Hey, Dad. During the summer. Are you doing? When are you doing this? In June?
Your summer, yeah, your summer. Our winter. I'm down in South America.
You're in the south. I see. Okay. Well then, if you're gonna do it towards the whatchamacallit, not the equinox, the solstice, the summer solstice, we have really long days up here, man.
It doesn't matter what you have up there. We need night down here, and that's what we get.
We have 18 hours of daylight up here. Like, what stars are you actually going to see?
The southern celestial star, Sigma Octantis. That's the South Star. That's like the
I don't get what this is supposed to prove, though. It's not a measurement of the
okay, hold on a second. It's like wide open, man.
India, if I may, the reason.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm trying to kill the noise so I can actually hear you. Someone's shit's getting feedback.
That's fine.
Yeah. So India, if you look at his chat,
I don't know who it was.
If you look at his chat,
I don't know which chat to look in.
Angelo, hold on a second.
I'm asking which chat I'm looking at, please.
I got you, Angelo. It's called live stream voice text. If you see hashtag. If you see the panel that we're in live stream, if you go just two clicks above it.
I think I got it. Awesome. It says I don't have permission.
To post? What are you posting?
Live stream voice chat. Oh wait, that's live stream voice text.
You need
voice text.
Live stream 2 voice text or live stream 1?
No, live stream 1. Live stream 1.
Does he have VC verified?
Let me verify him just a second.
Thank you. Oh, there we go.
Hold on.
Okay.
So look, I posted this image, timeanddate.com. There's a small window when you can see South America, Africa, and Australia will have an opportunity to see this pole star at the same time.
According to that model, right?
Yep.
So time and date's a model.
Well, it's a model.
No, it doesn't matter because in reality, they won't be able to do it, is what my point is.
Okay. I already know that there's data on time and date that is actually falsifies the model, but that's neither here nor there. Like, basically, we're saying, okay, we're going to test this model. That's what you're testing. You're testing time and date, right?
Okay, not really. And it's a good, I mean, you have a fair argument.
Okay, so there's one major problem, though. Yeah, but there's one major problem you have with this whole thing.
Now you're going to step on me before I finish. I understand.
Dude,
well, I mean, we're doing mental masturbation. Like, we're really doing mental masturbation.
I was in the middle of saying a statement, and you walked all over me. And I'm trying to be real polite. I'm just asking, please, can I finish talking with you? I'm agreeing with you on the model that it could be. I'm agreeing with you on the model that could be, incorrect. However, if on that day it is dark in the eastern part of South America, which is the only one at question, because Australia will definitely be dark enough. And those lines represent, by the way, twilight, where you still can see the star. So if it happens to be dark on that day, and it happens to be dark in Western Australia, and it happens to be, we know it's going to be dark in South Africa, then it should make it viewable. That star should be viewable according to our model, and not viewable according to your model, which is what we're trying to answer.
Wrong. That's wrong. What do you mean not viewable according to our model? What model is that?
Okay, the model.
Yeah, what model is that?
Chemo, you want to explain that? That was what you brought up.
Chemo is speaking for our model. So who anointed Chemo?
No, we don't have a model, India. I'm pointing out is it possible? Would you say it's possible to see that antipodal point from those 3 locations?
First of all, let's put it this way. If I measure a table as something, nothing that the lights above it can do can falsify that measurement. So all this would do is, if the Earth measures flat and that we see this, it only means that your model of the celestial bodies is wrong. That's all it means. Because along with that, right, our observations of celestial bodies goes a theory of light, a theory of how we see them, a theory of geometry, a theory of how it's reaching our eyes, right? All those things are encapsulated in this. Correct?
Are you talking to me or Chemo?
To anybody. There's a theory of light that goes along with this, right? A theory of geometry. The light takes a certain path, there's a certain optical path till it reaches your eye. We're going to make a geometric conclusion of the relative positions of everything in space, in metrical space, not outer space, right? In a space, in a spatial domain, we're going to draw a conclusion based upon our theory of light about how we should or should not see things.
Okay,
right?
My only question to you, Indio, is when
is that correct
south,
or not?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Okay, Indio, let me ask this question.
I'll illustrate it, and you guys speak. Right? When I go to the beach and I see something far away, it's not actually there. It's being elevated by refraction, right?
Yeah, but this is going to be 30 degrees off.
Hold on. So when I take this image, right, it's not the true geometric position.
Actually, it is, because it's far enough above the horizon. It's not going to be interfered that much with refraction. It's going to be more than 30 degrees up.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to. You said you didn't understand, so I'm trying to explain.
And the closest, the one that's closest to your refraction.
You're not listening.
The one that's closest to your error refraction that you're talking about is the one that's going to be in South America, because that person's going to be further to the north and it'll be closer to the horizon. So I will move him down into the Falkland Islands, if that's acceptable to you guys, which is right next to South America.
No, you're just literally ignoring me. What I'm trying to tell you is you're going to reach a conclusion based upon a theory of how light propagates from outer space to our eyes, or the camera in this case, right? So there's a theory that underlines the whole thing.
So it's not there at all, is what you're saying. It's not there at all.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Oh my God, dude. Yes or no? Is it based on a theory? Yes or no? You're not actually taking a tape measure to the fucking star, are you?
He's not understanding what I'm trying to say.
I do understand what you're saying.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to go one more time, and this is all I'm going to get, and otherwise I'm leaving. Here's the thing. According to Chemo's model, I'm not done yet.
No, you're intentionally being facetious, because
this is not going to work.
I don't give a fuck if you're done yet. Who cares if it works? Dude, you think I give a fuck about you? Like, seriously, you think I care what you think? I don't, because you're not listening. So now I'm going to be fucking rude, since you're being intentionally dense. Behind your so-called geometric conclusion is a theory of light and how it propagates. Yes or no?
He rage quit.
He did.
You already did.
Good shit. You got to rage quit, bro. Nice.
Yeah, because they want us to just concede that light travels in straight lines to fucking the optic. No.
Right. Yeah. And accept all the rest of their nonsense bullshit religious models.
And listen, you want to know what's going to happen? I'm going to make a bold prediction that no one is going to see Cygni Octantis. Nobody. None of them, because it's well known that it's hard to capture, even with a telescope.
Interesting.
Even with a telescope.
Okay.
So Nathan Oakley sent there's the New Zealand Astronomical Society. He sent them a thing. Hey, can I have a picture of Cygni Octantis? They sent him a JPEG that was completely black. Completely black. The two known pictures that I've been able to find of them was one taken in infrared in 1977, I think, and one taken from the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, which was taken, might have been ultraviolet.
Wow.
So it's so two images that I've ever seen of this after looking very, very hard, right? So they think that they're going to take a P900 or whatever camera and capture it in the middle of twilight.
Yeah, that's kind of that point kind of got me. I was like, oh, bro, like in the summer up and you're going to have observers in the north. It's like, dude, man, the sun sets at like 9 p.m. over here. Like, what?
That's why I said you're going to concede already, because I knew one of them was going to be daylight, at least a little bit of light. It's not going to be nighttime, right? So I know it's not made for astronaut. They're going to use a regular camera, not made for astronomical observations. It's already well known it's hard to capture, and they're going to do it during a poor viewing condition. Probably they're not going to see what they want to see, but the guy said he's going to concede that the Earth is flat if they don't see what they want, which is dumb in the first place to even say that, right? You're going to base everything off a single observation? That's idiotic. That's how I know he's disingenuous. He already has a conclusion. And he knows, down to his bones, he's going to get the result he wants. And he's just naive.
I want to know where his stand.
Like reality doesn't work that way. He's someone that's never done an experiment in his life, probably. He's never done an experiment or a measurement in his life.
Yeah, I like what you said about when I take a measurement, no observation of a celestial object is going to, falsify that.
Well, yeah, but because think of what Dr. Zach did, right? Dr. Zach did the Eratosthenes on a table, and mathematically he proved it's a sphere, right? Because the rays of the light bulb are divergent from the source.
Yeah.
But if he assumes parallel rays from the source, now it's a sphere. So we have it underpinning all this
theory of light.
This theory of how light reaches us is there's a theory of light and how it reaches us. Because we're not doing a direct measurement, this is some indirect thing, but we have to superimpose this theory on top of it. And they just try to pretend that this isn't happening until we make a long distance observation on Earth. All of a sudden, now light's just a theory. Now it doesn't move in straight lines. Now it's moving all over the place.
Oh.
Now everything's a hologram and a mirage and every other thing.
That's
right. Now we have the theory.
At the same time, it's actually there, though. It's like he said, it's geometrically there, but it's being refracted at the same time, which was kind of like, what? What'd you say?
So how are you going to tell anything? It's retarded. Oh my God. So yeah. So who's in that room going like, okay, let's think of this one. How can we get the flat earthers? Oh, go in there and we'll do it.
Look at stars.
Is Chemo still in here?
We'll look at the ceiling light to measure the floor.
Chemo, yes.
Chemo, yeah. With all due, don't get sucked into the nonsense, man. Like seriously, they're very clever. They're very clever. Don't
I mean, I'm just trying to be clear on the position. So we know there's Polaris, yeah, and we could have observers looking at this at the same time. Are we saying that the antipodal in their model?
Yeah, in their model. Yeah.
The antipodal star in their model is not observable.
Yeah,
it's what. Listen, this is it's debatable. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't say it's. I'm not going to say it's conclusive one way or another. All I know is this started like 3 or 4 years ago, where there was a debate whether Sigma Octantis was visible or not visible, and in all this intervening time, that debate kind of just like dissipated. But in the meantime, no Glober like Wolfie or any one of those Australian clowns has ever come and said, "Hey, here, Sigma Octantis exists. I got a picture of it." And we know Wolfie's rich as a motherfucker. He buys all sorts of glom and equipment. He can afford a telescope that should be able to capture it, but he's never captured it. So
I didn't know this.
Two images I've seen of it. There's 2 images I've seen of it. Well, Sigma Octantis, there's a little history behind this. Sigma Octantis, there was a guy that went in the so-called Southern Hemisphere, and he recorded all these stars. And it turns out that something like 20% of the stars he recorded, no one could ever find again. Right? And Sigma Octantis was one of these stars. Not that they couldn't ever find again, but I don't think this is classified as one of the ones he couldn't find again. But there's definitely, in the little star chart he made, 20% of those stars weren't findable again.
Well, this is good. I'm just asking so I can take it to them and say, you've never even observed the southern celestial point. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, there is no southern celestial point. Even Polaris isn't a celestial point because even Polaris moves slightly. Even Polaris will make a slight circle.
Polaris is binary too, if I'm not mistaken. It's a 2-star.
And I've looked for this. I've looked for like the longest capture of Polaris star trail, and the longest I've ever found was something like 12 hours. So, because theoretically, Polaris, if you filmed it for 24 hours, you should get a perfect circle. Right? A near perfect circle. Because it's supposed to be 1/2 a degree off of, what would you call it? The true celestial North Pole.
Whatever.
It's supposed to be 1/2 a degree off.
Yeah.
That's what it says in the Nautical Almanac, is that it's like 1/2 a degree. Not even 1/2 a degree. Not 1/2 a degree.
So when they
It's off
show
by one, I think it's 1 arc minute or something,
when they show
which is
these
like a
time
tenth of a degree.
when they show these
Sorry.
time lapses, what's that all about?
Time lapse of what?
The Southern Celestial Point, because that's what they're going to post. When I bring this up now,
Have you seen one? Has anyone said, "Hey, this is the Southern Celestial Point," and like drew an arrow on it or something? Or they show you like star trails and it's like, yeah, there it is right there, without like identifying it.
Yeah, you're right.
But chemo, what is it they're actually trying to show?
Chemo,
So
I have
my
a video that
understanding-
shows. Listen, I have a video that shows that the Southern Cross being visible from the Canary Islands. And if you plug it into Stellarium, it's under the horizon. But the goddamn entire Southern Cross is visible from the Canary Islands. 27 degrees north. Okay? 27 degrees north in their model. The entire Southern Cross. That's why I say, like, yeah, it's a model. Time and date's a model. There's things about that are incorrect. Stellarium has been proven to be incorrect at times. So, these aren't perfect models in no sense. The Globers just think they are. They just think it. Like, there's no basis for what they think.
Paza's saying you're full of shit, by the way. I wanted to know.
Which one am I? What am I full of shit about?
No,
What
pause.
did I say that was incorrect?
What's rubbish? What's so rubbish about it?
Yeah.
What should I say was incorrect?
No, he's talking about positive.
Point out the factual error.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's typing.
Yeah.
I don't think he can.
Yeah, let's mute him. He's muted. So.
Oh, he's muted. Oh, I couldn't
What
see
is
that. My
rubbish?
bad.
What is rubbish?
I would have unmuted you, man. I thought you were not muted.
Stellarium's consistent with what? Itself? Ridiculous. So,
Okay, Stellarium, the 2017 eclipse, you can go on, right? Stellarium has forums, right? And in those forums about the 2017 eclipse, there's a bunch of people in it saying, this does not work. This eclipse does not work at this date. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Complaining. And then the makers of Stellarium saying, we just patched it to make it work. Okay? This isn't my opinion, dude.
Man, that tire's.
I don't have opinions.
That tire's looking really.
I mean,
bad.
I have opinions about people, but not about like this.
It's got patches all over that. That tire's like looks like a cartoon tire. So, Chemo, why aren't they out there trying to verify or validate their model instead of coming here to us with one little piece of their false model that has no foundation to it?
Because, I mean, I understood that it's like the 24-hour sun. They've never been able to show a 24-hour sun, right? So, for example, if they were to show a 24-hour sun, would that, kind of change anything?
Absolutely not. It does not disprove the measurement.
Because you're still looking at lights in the sky. I don't care what they're doing or what you think they're doing. We're talking about measurements of Earth itself.
It could be
lights in the sky.
Like it could be like, okay, we don't actually understand what's going on up there, or we don't understand how light works, or this or that, because it's not directly correlated with the surface, So.
But we have been asking the question: where is the 24-hour sun? Where are the? Well, I don't know, not all of us, but where is those 3 observers? I guess.
I'll be honest with you. I never give a fuck, man. After looking at it, understanding the mechanics of water that I already understood, but then I was deceived to not understand it. I didn't give a fuck about what's going on above my head because I know it's irrelevant.
It's just doing whatever it's doing. You're never going to find answers like that. These people that just have to have the answer to everything are just ready to fill that bucket in with anything they can grasp at.
They know that they can't know unless they go there. So they tell you that we've been. You know what I mean? We've been to Mars. We've been to space. We've been to the moon. Because they don't fucking know. You know what I mean? Like, they're just like us. Because they can't actually go. So they're just making shit up.
what all you have to do is approach it from this logical point of view. Now, without conceding anything, let's assume that we measure the Earth as flat, like by some method that everybody agrees on. We invent some unobtainium, and it's a perfectly stiff metal, and you can manufacture it so that it doesn't bend at all. And we take an absolutely straight piece of this, we extend it freaking 1,000 miles, and it's just completely straight, and the ground is parallel to it. Boom, right? Now we make that measurement. Then we start looking at the sky, and we observe southern star trails in 3 locations. Now, all of a sudden, how did that falsify our measurement with unobtainium?
Nothing. It did not.
It can't even touch it, because looking at the stars and making indirect measurements based upon an underlying principle or theory, right, of things that aren't actually tangible. So, because we can't, like, what's tangible, like where we are here on Earth, we point the telescope up, those are the tangible things. The way the light happens in between here and there, those are speculations, right? But when we're on the ground with our unobtainium, nothing there is speculation. We know we can walk along its length and repeatedly measure with a tape measure the distance between this straight edge in the ground. There's nothing about that observation can falsify this observation. It would prove, like I was saying to that guy, that our theory of how that light reaches us is incorrect. That is it. That is all it could ever do.
No.
You said Nathan asked for an observation of a Sigma. What was that for? Why did Nathan want?
Sigma.
I missed.
Right?
Oh,
I don't know what star you said. I don't know what star you said, but you said Nathan asked
Sigma.
somebody for.
Oh, Nathan Oakley asked. Yeah, Nathan. Ask him, Nathan. You know Nathan, I'm sure. You talked to him. So
yeah,
ask him about his Sigma. Ask him for a Sigma Octantis picture that he tried. I think it was the New Zealand Observatory or the New Zealand Astronomical Society. He had an episode on it. Now, this is like 3 or 4 years ago, where he sent them an email and he showed on his show what they sent them back, and it was just a black square.
Yeah, but
I might do it myself. I'm just gonna fucking email those guys too. Like, hey, guys, I like to observe stars.
Let's say
I think he asked for one that they took, so you got to be specific.
Yeah. Like, I'm gonna ask for one that they took. No shit. Like, hey guys, can you show me a picture of Sigma Octantis? Because I don't have the equipment that you do.
If he did locate it, what would the meaning be behind that?
Well, I mean, it's not exactly on the pole, even according to them. So, I mean, it's I don't know how many degrees it is away from the so-called pole. It's not exactly on it. It's just the closest one, according to them, is Sigma Octantis.
I guess I'm doing it more for, like, because they believe by looking in the sky is how they prove the shape of the Earth or whatever. So if they can't show 3 observers or a 24-hour sun, that should tell them that they're not on a globe.
What if the sky is
sphere? Ask them this, right? Ask them this: that if fish, now pretend that we're a society of fish and we live underwater, right? And we invent these underwater telescopes and we view the celestial bodies from underwater. What would we conclude the shape of the Earth is then?
No, I'm not arguing that.
You see what I'm saying, right? So there's this particular effect called Snell's window, right? And from underwater, now this sounds crazy, you can actually see the surface of the water's horizon from underwater. Yeah, that's right. If you park a car on the side of a lake, you can see the car from underwater. The Navy has tested this because obviously it has some, if you can see while you're underwater, that's pretty useful for a submarine, right? You don't need the periscope.
Yo.
Unfortunately, there's waves and shit, so it doesn't work that great. But they've tested this, right? So they've tested, can they see the horizon while completely underwater? And yes, they can. So guess what? A fish could be underwater and observe the entire celestial dome, right? That hemisphere that exists above us. They can view the exact same thing. And you know what? All the angles would be different, right? But they'd still remain the same, and they would see a completely different pattern of rotation. And who knows what they would conclude, that the Earth is a radius of, 6 trillion miles? I don't know. I mean, you could actually do the calculation to make it match just using Snell's law and how it's all refracted when you're underwater, and make some completely crazy argument. But then some other fish, right? Some other fish floats to the top and he measures the surface of the water and that's flat. And the fish underneath are like, no, look up there. Look through Snell's window. No, it's a ball of, gazillion mile radius. And then we argue about it on their fish internet.
Fish internet.
Yeah, I'm a little insane. Sorry.
I guess I'm.
No, I mean, I'm trying to be. I was thinking what Isa said. You got to try and be funny and make all this shit funny because we get too bent up about it.
That's the best I've heard all year thus far. I mean, the fish like that. That's incredible.
Yeah, man, you gotta have fun with it, bro. Fuck yeah.
The fish.
But the
because
straight
Jeranism is talking about this personal dome thing that just like runs around with us. What if the way we look up, it just makes like the light is just like bending around and it always just looks like it's on the surface of this dome, and that no matter where we go, it's like this little rotating thing. Because if you look at Walter Bislin's his flat Earth, he made a flat Earth dome model, right? I don't know if you've ever seen this.
I've seen that, yeah.
And so he's made everything work. The only thing I don't like about it, and I think I have a sneaking suspicion he did this on purpose because it worked too good, is that you can only like this dome, right? So you can alter the parameters in his simulation, so you can change the dome size. I think the minimum dome size you can use is something like 5,000 kilometers or 3,000 kilometers, but we can't see that far, right? We can't see like 3,000 kilometers across the ground. But it won't let you shrink the dome size to something smaller. I would like to actually take that simulation and shrink it down to something like 300 miles, which seems to be the limit of like how far we can see, and model it that way, and then see what the paths of light take. I think it would be something actually plausible, doable, like a plausible model, like where the rays of light don't have to bend like super extreme. Because he made the math work. So their argument, like, well, the math works. Like Walter Bislin, who's a glober, made the math work. It just doesn't fit their theory of light, which is based upon what? That the Earth's a fucking big ball.
Yeah, gravity. Yeah. And gravity bends light and shit.
I mean, I guess my understanding is that the three observers would be looking in different directions on a horizontal plane at this point, and if you're saying that they can't even locate it, that's even better for us because it can't even be located in the first place.
Are they in three different directions? Do we?
That's a good question.
What's in three different directions? I'm sorry.
I said, how are they orienting themselves relative to each other, right? Are they using that same celestial body that like they're supposed to be measuring in the first place? And they're just assuming that they're oriented in a position relative to each other? Right? If you all agree, hey, Sigma Octantis is south of everybody, like, okay, how do you orient yourself south? Look at Sigma Octantis. Oh, we're all looking south and we all saw Sigma Octantis. That proves it. Well, how do you know you're all looking south? Right?
Because of Sigma Octantis, man.
House, right? We can take a lamp and stick it in the middle of a field, right? And we can be all around the field, and we all agree that looking at that light is looking south. And then we just, which way did you look to see the light? I looked south. Oh, we all looked south at the same time. The field must be a big ball. You need an objective way to determine your orientation relative to all the observers. And they don't have that. Nathan also, all this is like retreading ground. Like Nathan Oakley covered all this shit like 3 or 4 years ago. This is why they gave up on it. These must be new globers that forgot they got their ass kicked on it fucking 4 years ago.
Dude, I remember that. They actually stopped bringing up the star arguments like the Sigma Octantis. I remember a few years ago.
They can't prove anything.
Yeah, it was so hot. Everyone would hop in here with Sigma Octantis, but now it's like no one. Crickets, no Sigma Octantis. It's like,
in my opinion, it's the best globe argument, but it still has a fundamental problem of an assumption. It has that presupposition.
So it's a shame that Sleeping Warrior isn't here now, because he talked about this, and they claim they are looking south, but they need to. They have this magnetic declination correction, right? So how can they know they are?
Which is also a model, dude. I hate to tell you, Roger, that's also a model. Yeah, if you look up magnetic declination, it's modeled. It's not actual measurements of magnetic declination.
But how can you know that you are looking south if you have to account for magnetic declination? So how can they then state that the three quote unquote observers are looking south if their model states that you have to account for magnetic declination?
How did they even measure this magnetic declination in the first place?
I mean, doesn't a compass work in this situation?
Well, that's the point. It's magnetic declination is about the compass. Compasses, according to the globe model, right? Compasses won't point directly at the pole, at the so-called geometric North Pole, because of this thing called magnetic declination. Now, this magnetic declination is actually, it can get really bad. Like in the Southern Pacific, now it's really funny that this is in the the so-called Southern Hemisphere, right? In the South Pacific, north and south, you'll look at your compass, north and south, it'll say north and south, but you'll be actually pointing east and west. It's a 90-degree difference from the so-called direction of north and south on their globe and what will be measured by the compass. A compass in Australia, in Antarctica, just go on YouTube, type in, what does a compass do in Antarctica? Dude whips out his compass and it just sits there and spins and spins and spins and spins. Just nonstop spinning. What? I don't know why they don't make an electric motor out of this.
Yeah, dude, anyway. There's some electrical flow there, man. Some serious flow. Like, you know what I mean? He's in the middle of a magnetic whirlpool.
If you look at the magnetic declination map, it shows two south poles, two magnetic south poles. Yeah, there's more than one. When people like Colin Brady say they traversed Antarctica with a compass, right? I'm like, bullshit, dude. First of all, you can't even get a heading on your compass, and then magnetic declination, you're pointing at two poles. How do you know which pole you're oriented to? You don't even know. The thing is, why is all this shit so fishy in the first place? Why is it so hard?
Because we can't. You know what I mean? We don't have we need the fucking straight edge unobtainium, bro. That's the fucking nail in the coffin, I think. And even then, they're still going to argue. You know,
there's 4.3 million permanent residents in the Arctic Circle. Why aren't there any permanent residents in the Antarctic Circle? Why is the Antarctic so mysterious? Why is it so hard to prove anything? Why can't we get a freaking non-chopped up, edited, 24-hour sun? When there's actually someone in the Arctic, they've been filming the 24-hour sun continuously for 3 fucking years. And that was 3 years ago. It's probably 6 years now. So, like, why? And it's supposed to be a scientific base. But why aren't they doing any science? What's their science?
Man?
Talking about space, right?
Fuck, we're not trying to kill the penguins, dude.
What is the science they do that comes out of Antarctica? Shit about space. Right? Oh, we found Martian meteorites in the ice that were trillions of years old. Oh, we detected cosmic rays coming up from the Antarctic ice shelf. It's always about space.
Probably got some NASA goons over there, like, just dropping rocks and shit from the sky. Like, here we go.
Dude, NASA runs half the crap down there. Look at all the funding, almost all the so-called granted programs that are funded down there are funded by NASA.
NASA, yeah, they're at the border, right? They're they're doing research at the whatever you want to call that region.
Yeah, that's because space is the edge, right?
Yeah, right.
So when NASA goes to space, they jump off the edge
of Antarctica. Yeah, that's how we go.
Yeah, we're going to space, boys. We're gonna jump off the edge of Antarctica.
Fuck yeah.
Globers would actually believe that just because space is still involved. But there's still space. The Earth is flat.
And if NASA says so, that's it. We're good. Yeah. If they say they jump off the edge to get to space, they're all gonna parrot that shit, man.
Sorry for my rant. I'm having too much fun. Be a crime.
Dude, yeah. Gotta have fun, man.
Yeah, that guy though, like, I'm going to come in here. I want you to concede everything, and then we're going to do this test.
Yeah, do it first. It's harder to pull off than he thinks.
Yeah,
Coordinate
I'd be
all that
surprised if it.
together.
Yeah, what if it rains one day?
Yeah, you're fucked. I mean, wait
Are
next
they
year.
going to fake
Wait till
it
next
like
year, bud.
Paddington?
Yeah, wait till next year. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
They're going to just fake their data like Eddington did.
Yeah.
Go do it again, all over.
That was with Eddington. That's the special relativity guy, right? To prove
That's right,
it. Yeah.
Eclipse.
Yeah. No, Eclipse.
He didn't want to wait 3 years.
Nah. Nah.
The Venus looked like an oblong egg. That still gets to me. So when they did the same type of eclipse observation, it's the closest Venus was to the location of an eclipse, right, in the line of sight, like in the last 4,000 years or something. And they said it looked like a pink oblong egg.
That's so cool.
But even more stretched out than an egg, I think the description was. It was like
a Sirius oval. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I get you.
Like a
I would like to see a picture of it. Yeah.
They said it was pink.
Pink. Well, it's because the atmospheric conditions at the time, blah, 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 blah. That's interesting.
Yeah, there's no refraction when you're measuring for special relativity. See, we have hierarchies of theories. We have hierarchies of theories. So, some theories are more important than other theories. So you can throw away one theory if you have a superior theory that you're trying to prove.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah, because Einstein's more important than Snell, so you have to throw out Snell because Einstein.
I just want to be clear on this point. The southern celestial pole doesn't exist.
What?
Is that what?
The southern celestial pole is pareidolia.
Is what, sorry?
It's pareidolia. It's seeing something like seeing Jesus in a slice of toast. When your mind makes up something that isn't there. No, yeah, I'm serious.
What about flat earthers in Australia that have seen the southern stars rotating around a focal point?
A focal point.
Yeah.
An actual point. Well, what color is it?
Or an area.
Hold on, what color is it?
Well, an actual point doesn't have a color, if we're being technical.
It's a conceptual point, right? That you're like an imaginary point.
It's
an area?
An apparent area in the sky that the stars are rotating around.
No, you cheated. I gave you area. You use your original word, point. You can't use my word.
No, I'm talking about the antipodal point to Polaris.
I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about. But there is no actual point, right? They look up, they do a time lapse. There'll be a circle, and in our mind, that there's a center to this circle, right? But there's nothing actually there. There's no visual thing there to look at. The closest thing to that perceptual point, this so-called celestial South Pole, is Sigma Octantis, but it's not very close. I don't know exactly how many degrees it is off, but it's off quite a bit. And the so-called northern celestial pole is Polaris, and that isn't even exactly on the so-called northern celestial pole. It's so-called center of rotation.
Yeah, so what's the difference between them?
What do you mean, what's the difference?
Well, if neither of them have a star right at the center, then what's the difference between them?
I'm pretty sure Polaris is off by 1 arc minute, and I don't know what Sigma Octantis is, because it's debatable whether Sigma Octantis even exists, because there's only 2 known pictures that I've ever seen after an extensive search. And we were just talking about this before you got in here. And Nathan Oakley sent an email to the New Zealand Astronomical Society and asked them for a picture of Sigma Octantis, and they sent back a black photo with nothing in it. It was just a black square.
Oh man, it reminds me of
that first recorded Sigma Octantis made a celestial, a freaking book, right, with all these new observations of southern stars.
and something like 20% of them turned out didn't even exist in the first place. So it's debatable whether Sigma Octantis exists in the first place. I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm not saying it does. It's debatable.
Okay, so rotation around a center isn't
a center that we're imagining is there. It really isn't. That's imagining.
Hold up. My point is that we have the same thing in the.
Nothing
in the
is rotating.
Yeah, my
Nothing
question
is rotating, dude. Listen, if
the
I
stars
draw
are rotating in a circle.
No, they're not rotating.
Apparently.
No, they're not. No.
They don't make apparent circles.
If you is drawing a circle a rotation?
You're rotating your pencil, right? As you draw it.
You're rotating your pencil?
You keep on drawing a circle on the same.
Well, you can hold the pencil down and spin your piece of paper and make a circle.
Oh, it's percentage again? What are you doing here?
Yeah, making shit up as usual.
If you spin your pencil, it's rotation.
Yeah.
If you spin it in a circle, you're rotating your hand, making
still a retard.
You're not rotating your hand. That's a translation.
I just muted it.
See, there's rotation, translation, and scaling. It's not rotation, it's a translation.
I don't understand how.
You're just changing direction continuously, equidistant from a single location.
How did he get the flat Earth?
Sometimes I wonder.
How about this? Why Indio? Why don't you have a more open format instead of taking words of percentages? Why don't you just explain in an open format what you think's going on?
What? I'm confused. Going on about what?
What are you talking? Basically, he's trying to address the typical Glober argument of a South Celestial Pole, right? Obviously. So my normal response to that would be, it's not about the Earth. I don't care. But if someone,
we've been talking about this for like an hour. We already started with that. You're like an hour in, yeah. We already covered that. Like, it doesn't prove anything anyway.
No, of course. All I'm saying is that I just leapt in. I was wondering if you wanted to make a succinct kind of statement to address it, but yeah, if not, whatever.
Yeah, I will address it in case, like for new listeners. If the Earth is measured flat, nothing about looking in the sky can ever falsify that. Doesn't matter what you do, because underlying that observation is a theory of light, right? Because you're not actually measuring anything. You're looking at it, and that intervening space between you and there is not actually measured. You don't know the path the light is actually taking. You have a theory underpinning all of this. So you have a geometric claim based upon a theory. So when we make a geometric claim based upon light, all of a sudden light bends. Right? Now it's not really there. It's somewhere else. Unfortunately, but for you guys, when you look in the sky, everything's actually where it's supposed to be until there's a problem, and then it's not there. So the point is, if you measure the Earth as flat, no observation of the sky could falsify that. So the sky doesn't matter.
If the sky doesn't matter, why do you drop a difference between the north and the south?
Here, bro. Can I do this?
It doesn't matter as to the shape of the Earth. It's irrelevant.
Sure, but then why again? If they're both the stars are both moving in circles, north and south around a center, why do you draw a difference between the north and the south?
What does that mean? What do you mean a difference?
Well, you were saying, the north Polaris is like an arc second, from the center or something like that, whereas Sigma Octantis is maybe farther. What's the difference if they're both, circles, the stars going in a circle around a center?
I don't know. It's not a difference to me. It's not my model.
Well, I was going to say,
explain somebody else's model.
Yeah, I think what's happening here is we're addressing what the globe Earth has asserted as being two halves of a sphere, right? Whereas we see the north and the south in a very different way. So, I mean, are you asking why in the south there's a different observation? What exactly are you asking?
Well, you made it seem like they're different, right?
No. Okay, I just addressed that. In the globe model, they assert that there are two halves to a sphere, which is why we're talking about the two halves to a supposed sphere. But we don't see it like that. So I don't know.
Obviously, I'm not saying anything about it being a globe or two halves of a sphere or something like that. I'm just pointing out, if the sky doesn't matter, then why say that there's a difference between the north and the south?
Because they define the coordinate system that way.
There being two halves to a sphere. It's a
Dave, define the directions that way. he doesn't understand like that it's an arbitrary choice. If we all agree that Washington D.C. is the South Pole, if you're looking towards Washington D.C., you're looking south, right? Even though Washington D.C. is not going to be in the same direction for everybody. It's an arbitrary choice. If you define something as like, okay, we're going to look, if we see the star circling somewhere, then you're looking south. But you don't even know if everybody is looking their relative orientation to each other. You just agreed on a convention.
Y positive, Y negative, X positive, X negative. Don't get, you know what I'm saying? It's that simple, dude. Y
So how is south actually defined?
By the South Celestial Pole, as far as I understand it.
Actually, no.
Unless you're talking about like
the first definition, the first cardinal direction is east. And east is where the sun rises on the equinox. And then the second cardinal direction is west, where the sun sets on the equinox. And then 90 degrees from those two are north and south.
So Polaris doesn't matter?
No, the sun does.
You're making like leaps of logic. And no, it doesn't. Because, like I said, think about this, dude. If I measure my table flat, what about lights above it can falsify that measurement?
I think you're making it like you're making
just answer the question. If I measure a table as flat, it's not a false equivalence. It's exactly
not false equivalence. What's it called? False dichotomy, because you can have a North Star, which is like, you know, the hallmark of it being north, as well as recognizing that the sun comes from the east and sets in the west. You don't need to, you know, start with east and west and that decides the rest. We have the North Star that they've used for navigation, you know, for time immemorial. So I don't think you need to choose between the two.
Depends on where you are, technically. They don't have a North Star in the Southern Ocean, so
obviously
they didn't use it. They navigated fine. How'd they do that?
I'm not saying you require Polaris to navigate.
Well, you don't require a globe. The point, but that's not the question I asked you. The question I asked you was, if you directly measure something, what about lights can falsify that? Nothing. You weren't here. Okay, so I'm going to give this to you. Back to the unobtainium. Okay, so I buy some unobtainium, and unobtainium is super stiff and does not bend. It's unbendable, and it's not brittle, so it won't break. And I take this and I make a freaking 1,000-mile straight edge, and along this straight edge, I measure the surface of, you know, a 1,000-mile stretch of water is exactly the same distance from this straight edge along its entire length. Right. So now I know, because this is parallel, that the surface of this water is flat. Positively.
Absolutely.
And I look up in the sky, and all these lights are doing this weird shit. How can that falsify this measurement I made on the ground? How does it change the measurement of my tape measure along this length?
It doesn't.
It doesn't, exactly. So fundamentally, this indirect method, right, looking in the sky and implying geometry from it, is based upon a theory. And that theory comes from the presupposition that the Earth is a ball in an entire coordinate system based upon that same presupposition. So if we all agree that, you know, if I look in this direction, it's south, you just by convention, you know, you're going to say, oh, well, we're all looking south. We saw X, Y, Z. Well, you defined X, Y, and Z as being south, right? So this is the same thing they did with the speed of light, where they made distance in the time it takes for speed of light to go. They made the unit of measure, right, the same as the distance. The time and the distance the same. So, like, if the speed of light slowed down because you changed the units of length to go with the speed, right, to go with the time it takes to travel that length, you can't even measure it because you've pinned the units together. You've pinned the time units to the length units. No measurement can ever change it. And they do the same thing, but they've done it geometrically, where they pin the cardinal directions with the objects in the sky.
I'm with you 100%. And when we do have, if we ever do have, like, you know, a long kind of tangible object or apparatus made of like super rigid, you know, stiff material like graphite or something like that, that would be, you know, good, because we'd have a definitive test to prove that it's flat.
Graphene.
Right?
Well, have you heard about the rectilineator?
Yeah, the rectilineator.
It sounds something fake, but what is it?
But that's the unobtainium.
It was actually
Yeah, the rectilineator was a long apparatus, 1 mile long, that they made to measure, to see. They were trying to prove that the Earth was concave.
Yep.
And they did measure an 8-inch rise over the length of it. So it was an actual structure they built. But there was problems with their methodology because their material science in the late 1800s wasn't very good, and they're doing with like wood and metal. So wood, obviously stretches and expands and warps and does all kinds of weird stuff under weather conditions. So plus they had a limited budget, right? So I'm just saying it's an inconclusive experiment, but they definitely did not measure a convex Earth.
Mm-hmm. No, but my point is, when we do have something that's conclusive,
this is a mechanical measurement.
Yeah, when we do have something that's conclusive, then we can rely on it. No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
What tangible thing do we have that's absolutely straight that we can?
Well, we have our laser measurements are.
Yeah, that's not tangible. That's apparent and subject to refraction.
No, it's not. It's not. See, we've already. This is what you don't know.
Is ad hoc. You don't have refraction.
First percent. We know we've eliminated. At least I have refraction as existent at all. Okay? It does not exist at all. It does not exist at all in the atmosphere. At all.
Expound.
And you know how this is eliminated? Because there's something about refraction that you guys didn't really compensate for. Is that different wavelengths of light refract differently, and it causes this effect aberration. So a long distance photograph should show this chromatic aberration if there's refraction, but none do. This isn't like speculation. This has to happen. Refraction is the reason of this. There's something called the dispersion relation. They were actually making devices in surveying so that they can measure this, right? They're going to send 2 frequencies of light, and then you measure the difference in how they hit the sensor, and you'll be able to tell how much refraction there actually is through any optical path. But guess what? There is no difference in any wavelength. So if there is no difference, there is no refraction. It's pretty simple.
It is simple, but I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, it's true.
Have you ever seen a photograph of chromatic aberration ever in your life?
Well, the sky is blue because of chromatic aberration.
No, that's scattering.
No,
because different wavelengths of light, scatter out differently.
Rayleigh scattering is not chromatic aberration. Chromatic aberration is because red, blue, green, they take different paths to the camera. Right? So they don't arrive and strike the sensor at the same angle because they don't strike the lens at the same angle because they don't go through the same angle. They don't take the same optical path. So they all arrive differently. Spatially. They arrive like a rainbow. But we've never seen this. And on top of it, there was these tests done on the Hawaiian Islands, right? Where they flashed a laser, they used 3 different wavelengths of laser, all starting at the exact same spot, all done at the exact same time through one device. They picked it up on the other island through a telescope. Each laser should have been separated by 5 meters of space, according to the so-called refraction model. But that's not what happened. They detected them all simultaneously at the same time, and we know this because they had identical speckle patterns, right? So this is a test, mainstream test, done by the frickin' Navy that show definitively there is no refraction. It just doesn't exist.
Are you saying period or for specific wavelength of color?
There is no terrestrial refraction, dude. Terrestrial refraction.
How do you explain mirages then?
That's called total internal reflection.
Yeah, but that's what refraction is.
No,
refraction is not reflection.
Wow.
It is. It's total internal reflection within all these little things of matter.
Total internal reflection is when there's a small grazing angle. Now, this is internal reflection. So when you have a less dense medium and a more dense medium, if the grazing angle is shallower than the critical angle, the light will be totally internal reflected instead of refracted. Right? So you see a double image of something in a mirage. You were seeing the thing, and then you're seeing an image of a thing and the reflection off of gas.
Becomes a mirror.
What about in scooping and sinking without seeing the double image?
There's also something called atmospheric turbulence, right? So this is there's something called the what is it called? Fresno. I can't remember the name of it.
No worries.
You're just googling.
Fresno
But the point is, when light passes through a medium that is in motion, it gets deflected. Right. So if you looked at light through running water, it would be deflected, even if your head was in the water. Doesn't matter. The fact that the medium is moving changes the direction of the light.
Can I just clarify something? Are you saying that refraction doesn't exist within a single medium, or that it doesn't exist at all?
I'm saying it doesn't exist. Terrestrial refraction, in the way they say, does not exist.
Okay, so you're saying that refraction,
which is single medium, yes, it's single medium, yeah.
Okay, fine. But I'm just trying to nail down, just because it's easy to kind of straw man the point. I just want to. Okay, so you're saying that within our air there is no refraction, and that this has been tested.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Been tested by thousands of photographs. Thousands and thousands of photographs. No longer the distance photograph. Like I said, the light should not be arriving at the sensor the same way.
Go through the thickness of the lens part, Indio. Break that down.
You know how much joy it would bring me to present this to someone. I just need to. Have you got a source for this? Because I would really like to.
I've seen a video of a laser, like the light of it bending. How's that not refraction?
Check this out, Crypto. Indio.
You mean in the sugar water?
No, it was like
in like how the chromatic aberration in a fixed lens in the atmosphere.
Sure, why don't you show us the video of it? The laser bending.
It's years ago, but
so you don't have a video.
It's been posted here.
You have a video, is what you're saying. You just said you had a video. No, you don't.
No, I said I've seen a video.
Okay, well, when I was 14, I saw
bullshit.
Bigfoot.
I didn't even hear what he said, man.
And I know it was Bigfoot because it was when I was 14. Come on, man. Don't be a dildo.
Look, I have seen 3 videos of laser light bending. I've seen 3 videos of laser light bending in air, and they've all bent up. None bent down.
Okay, so bending up is
videos
not
of
refraction,
laser
but
lights
bending down
bending.
is.
Well, this particular one, there was huge forest fires. It was in Singapore, and he went outside, and it was completely fucking like, I don't know. There's a lot of particles in the air, and he took a laser, and it did like a 45-degree angle straight up. But there was like these huge. This happened like 5-6 years ago. There was like these gigantic fires either in China or India or something. So there was an extremely crazy. It wasn't heat. He wasn't near the forest fires. It was because of the particles in the air.
I don't understand how that would
downwind, right?
cause...
He's downwind hundreds of miles.
It sounds like you're contradicting yourself.
Yeah, I knew you were going to try that, but you're wrong.
No, you're saying it bends up.
You don't understand what I'm saying. Look, because it's not just air. Because now this is a mixed. It's a mixed medium, right? There's so many particulates in the air. It's changing the properties of the air. It's a mixed medium, so it has a combined refractive index. The particles in the air, plus when there's forest fires, carbon dioxide, right, is a byproduct of fire. Carbon dioxide has a much higher refractive index than air. Much higher. It's almost analogous to water.
So you're saying air doesn't refract, but other gases do?
Nope.
Smoke is not a gas. It's
Carbon
a particle
dioxide
actually
is.
suspended.
Jesus.
It's a sphere. We're talking about smoke because you can actually see like spheres flying in the air, bro. Suspended in the air. When you zoom in on
the difference in the refractive index of air versus vacuum is in the 5th decimal place. Yeah, that's 1/100th, right? So the speed of light is slowed down 1/100th.
Okay.
The 5th.
So that means if I shot light through vacuum, right, 100,000 meters. By the time it went through vacuum 100,000 meters, the light through air would have traveled, 99,999 meters.
Okay, so just now, since I want to be on the same page. So now there is refraction in air, but it's basically negligible because it's 1/100th of whatever.
Well, no. You don't know what you're talking about, do you?
Man, I'm just trying to go by what you're putting down, and it's not making sense.
No, he doesn't no. You don't understand refraction even in the slightest bit. Not even in the slightest.
You're saying there's no refraction in air, and now you're saying there is.
What causes?
But it's very
Tell me
little amount.
what causes refraction?
Variances in local temperature and pressure.
Wrong. Try again.
That's my answer.
Well, that's wrong.
Your answer.
What's your answer?
I don't have an answer. I have the way it is.
I'm a textbook answer, whatever that is. Sure. But
A change in the refractive index. A change in
the refractive index is based off of density, which is based off of the local temperature and pressure.
It's based upon optical density.
Yeah.
Optical density. Yeah.
Which is due to the local temperature and pressure.
Not necessarily.
I don't even know how we got on this topic. I heard you say that there is no south celestial pole, but then a second later you said there is a north celestial pole, and I asked you the difference between the two, and you can tell me them. So now you're saying that there is a south celestial pole?
No, there is no celestial poles at all. They are pareidolia. I already covered that.
Okay.
And I said, and I qualified it, that in their model, there is a celestial pole, and in their model, that Polaris is not on it, and in their model, Sigma Octantis is not on it.
Okay, by what terms would you describe?
See, I can describe their model without incorporating their model into my, into my life, right? So they have their model, and I'm going to accurately describe it.
No, forget their model. The things we see in the sky, these stars going around a center, what do you call that?
Well, what did you just call it? You called it stars going around the center. That's what you called it.
So when they don't go around the center, when we make observations where they don't go around any center, what does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean?
Do you think because they don't make perfect circles?
I know.
Okay, so if they don't make perfect circles, the center of what? So if it's not a perfect circle, then it's an ellipse. Then it has two.
What would you call it, though? What would you just call that phenomenon?
What do you call that phenomenon?
Instead of south celestial pole,
stars
or north
moving.
celestial pole, since you have an issue with that, what do you call it when they're rotating around?
I have an issue with inaccurate descriptions.
Who gave this?
Because it sounds like you were making a claim.
You don't see.
No, but it sounded like you were making like
I'm not
claim
making
of substance. But then it seems like it's just semantics. You just don't like the words.
No, you're making a claim of substance. You're saying there's a celestial pole. That means there's something there. But when I look there, I don't see anything. There's actually nothing there.
I'm with you if you're saying that there's not, like, neither of them are celestial poles. But what do you call them then? Because something, like, we do see something.
Anything.
We see a phenomenon, right?
It's not a phenomenon.
Okay.
It's not anything. Look, some clowns decided that it has some significance. I'm not one of those clowns.
So you're not going to apply any sort of term to it for elucidative purposes.
What do you want, man? So what do you want?
He's having issue with saying North Celestial Pole. So I'm saying instead of that, what would you prefer to call it?
How about this? The stars in the north rotate about the Polaris, and in the south we have the South Polaris. I'm gonna give you everything. Then what? Now what? Yeah, the stars in the south rotate about whatever Sigma Octantis. Okay, cool. That's the point. How about them apples? I'll give you all the words you want. Now what? Where are you taking this?
I'm not taking it anywhere. I'm just saying we need to be clear, with our language. It's stupid to talk about deny something and not have a reason for it or a better term for it if we have issue with the terminology or something like that. It's just an exercise in futility.
He was trying to be specific.
Allows for confusion.
When you're trying to be specific, yeah, I wasn't. I just wanted to get to your next point, so I gave you everything you wanted.
That's why I jumped in when he said there's no celestial pole. But then he proceeded to say that there is a north one.
You're jumping in for no fucking reason then. Just derailing the convo. That's what you were doing.
I jumped in because I had an issue with what was said. I thought it was something of substance, but now it turned out to be some semantics. But that's all right. We can move forward.
Well, that's why you jumped in, because you wanted to argue about the semantics.
No, I only discovered it was semantics after investigating it.
You have no point after. Yeah, you got nothing. So you were the one that was arguing.
Define semantics for us, please.
No, you want me to what?
Define semantics.
Are you looking for a specific definition?
See, he can't define semantics, guys.
I can. But are you looking?
He just said it. He's like a parrot.
How about this? I'll define
semantics.
it.
No, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. You have already proved that you said it without knowing it. Even my 4-year-old autistic daughter is laughing at you.
I was going to say, I'll define it after you give me the definition.
No, if you have to find it, if you have to find the definition, you were using it wrong.
I don't have to define. I don't have to find anything. I have the definition, but that's my definition, and I'll give it to you as soon as you give me the one that you.
I'm not interested in your definition. The definition.
Well, I disagree that there is the definition.
Well, then you're a retard.
I really feel like I'm gonna strip the flat Earth role from you, man. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm not sure if are you a flat earther?
No, he's not. This guy's been a troll for years. How does he keep getting back in?
I banned him before for the same thing a couple of
Shut up, Sonny, you liar. You banned me because you said stop typing after I disagreed with you, and then you just banned me.
Okay, vote of the room.
Say
Do I
please.
ban him? He's been banned like 1,000,000 times. Do I ban him? Vote of the room.
Can I leave him for a sec?
Okay, I'll leave him for a second, Crypto.
Just whenever I hear Percentage arguing on other forums, he's always arguing for the flat Earth, and I think he's honest. I just think that he's very, very autistic.
Okay.
Look, it's just, I might be wrong. It's just I just think he's just like everyone else.
That's the first time I ever heard you stick up for somebody. I'm going to leave him.
Since you,
yeah, me too. Yeah.
Since you were calling me names, hold on. Since you were calling me names,
I called you a liar because that's what you just did. You lied.
I was talking. That's why you got banned. Part of the reason why you got banned before. I'll tell you exactly why you got banned since you want to call me names, you little dipshit. The reason why is because you were in here LARPing before, and exactly what you were saying was, all of us flat earthers can agree on this, can't we? This is how you were approaching us. All of us could agree, right? All of you flat earthers can agree that as the observer goes up, the horizon is not rising with you, right?
I said every flat earther worth their salt would agree with that.
that over and over and over and over.
Every flat earther worth their salt would agree that the horizon does not.
Yeah, I could not take it anymore, and that's why you were banned. You want to try it again, bro?
I have a question. What is Percentage's point of all this? Is he just want India to teach him flat Earth?
Yeah, I don't know what the point is. To be honest, I think Percentage is a bit argumentative generally, and that's why I think he's attracted to the topic. But yeah, I don't have any problems with his genuineness. I think he is genuine. I did want to mention something though, because I had a very lovely argument with Dawn Treader earlier about the apparent nature of the sun. He's of the opinion, and I think a lot of these other globers are, that the sun is in, like, the apparent location of sun is the actual location of the sun, which I find quite interesting because then they can't explain selenelians. So, like, does anyone want to comment on that? Like, how do you hold that position and also the opposite position at the same time?
I know how to hold that position, Ronnie. It's called cognitive dissonance.
But I mean, normally cognitive dissonance is kind of subtle and you don't realize that you've got it, right? And so, for instance, like Brenda misidentified a logical fallacy the other day, and it was like, yeah, I understand why he got that wrong, but you know, I can see why he thought that was the case, right? So what Brenda said was, I asked Brenda to verify something. I can't remember what it was now. And then Brenda said that it was a genetic fallacy, and the logic was that I'm not accepting the proof that was presented because I'm asking for personal verification, which is of course wrong. But I at least understand the logic. It's wrong logic, but it's fair enough. But when it comes to like understanding that the sun is both there and not there, like, these are blatantly and flagrantly contradictory. So I don't know. For me, it's too blatant to ignore in your own mind. If that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. I think of it kind of like, you ever had a toothache?
Yeah.
And you just let it go, and like eventually you don't realize just how bad the pain is. So I think they're in such a state of cognitive dissonance, and it's been like that growing toothache where you don't realize how far it's gone. And so the ridiculous, the absolute insane sounds perfectly rational to them. I think they're just at a state of such, they're so used to their cognitive dissonance that it's become second nature just to employ every contradictory thought and idea.
Yeah, I suppose it's kind of, I guess the best analogy I can come up with is when you're producing music, you have to, everything starts to sound good to you, even if it's like really, really doesn't sound good. And you need to take like a week break from it and come back to it to relieve what's called ear fatigue. But I guess when you're talking about philosophy, like there is no break from thinking. So how would you break from that and then come back and go, oh, that was retarded after all? Like, you can't break from thinking. So
that's what video games are for.
Yeah, but you can't do that for like a week, can you? I suppose you could.
Wanna bet?
You know what, Meme? I lost my ability to do that in video games, so I haven't actually been playing for that reason. I just can't turn off the background mind anymore. Just fuck, man. I don't know.
Hey,
I love video games, but I haven't been playing. I don't know.
Let me tell you something. You gotta be like me and just learn to not care about anything for a while.
Hey,
I can't do that. I can't do that, actually. I care.
You guys don't think I was too harsh, do you?
No, you're fine, dude.
Okay.
You were harsh? You thought you were harsh?
What did I miss?
I heard percent be a fucking troll before, so.
What did I miss? Tell me now.
Just go back and replay it, man.
Percentage is a big boy. He can move himself. You're fine.
That can't be described. What you...
Oh, yeah. I'm glad I missed it.
No, you should want to know. Yeah, you might want to go back and listen to it.
Yeah, you also missed. There's nothing new under the sun with percentage.
He says the sun, under the sun.
Funny.
You also missed Globers trying to claim that Sigma Octantis can be seen from 3 spots on the ball Earth.
He rage quit. That was rage quit.
I guess he didn't have that Sigma Octantis mindset.
And then we just had to just a rage and not a quit.
You know, as I sit and listen to the conversations amongst us and the conversations amongst them, because sometimes I watch a Glover video or I just listen to what they got to say. And I'm like, I don't know how to feel, because it's like, I know for a fact that we're talking about things that we've discovered about someone else's clan. All the Globers do is talk about claims that we didn't make. And so it's no substance there, because you're not even trying to address the arguments, which is nothing personal. It has to do with the information that's already out there. And they're just like bringing up shit that's totally irrelevant to anything.
Yeah, that seems to be the most common thing.
How can I calculate exactly where that satellite is if it's not a globe Earth? Like, I mean, are you fucking kidding me? You don't have a geometric horizon and you're talking about, like, isn't that a problem?
Yeah, they just skate by. Just skate on by, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I can understand.
But the light bends over the curve. How can you not understand that, Elijah?
Listen, we both understand this reality. To what we experience is a level plane. We don't experience living on a slope, living on a hill. Even if you do live on a hill, somebody's leveled out your house. Okay, so we know what level is. That's no different for them. They know what level is too. So if you measure as far as you possibly can, and there's no curvature anywhere to be measured and tied back to the math that would give you the geometry.
For any,
if you can't do that, then I don't know. Like they're dead ass serious. They're seriously. They're for real. Like this isn't a dream. They're dead serious.
Oh man.
Like what I was just listening to Ballbusters with QE and them talking about the sextant, and the point of the tool is that it's to measure an angle. It's not a calculation, it's a measurement.
Yeah.
It's an angle measurement. That you couldn't get an angle measurement because what are you measuring? Essentially,
you're measuring
the height, right?
You're measuring from the horizontal. You're measuring the angle from the horizontal. That's
the angular distance between the two. An example would be the horizon and whatever star, or the moon, or the sun, or whatever. The angular distance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's done on the surface. And all they can do is say, well, it's not trigonometry. It has nothing to do with triangles. I've heard them say this. They've literally told me, don't bring up 90 or I swear to God. Like
wow.
You know what I mean? On Brandon's. That's what they were saying. I don't know what they're saying now, but I mean, just straight up.
The right triangle is the Glober's kryptonite.
But they keep saying that we're trying to solve for the height of the star. Like that has nothing to do with celestial navigation. We're not talking about flat Earth anything. We're talking about how celestial navigation is done, and it's not just us saying it. We read it from the manuals. We read it from books. There's like diagrams fucking everywhere.
So we got people running around with right triangles with the missing bottom side. In their
what
mind.
You do? Like they've given me illustrations literally without the adjacent. I guess it's weird as fuck at this point. Like it's beyond real.
I'm telling you, none of them have had a real job. And I know this. They've never even had to build a piece of IKEA furniture. All right? They have no skills, because if they had the single ounce of actual practical skill, they'd know that you can't measure curves. Curves are deviations from straight. They're not something you can measure. Anyone who's ever built a shed knows this. They've never done anything. They are the most ignorant buffoons. They've beclowned themselves in ways that it is just incomprehensible. They don't know anything.
Yeah, it's probably that. It's probably them trying to keep up. I mean, there's a little element of that on our side. I don't know shit about sextants. Let's keep it real. Well, I know it's an angular measuring device. I don't know nothing about the math. I can't sit in front of somebody and say, okay, let's do the math. Let's break this down. You know what I mean? First, let's take a measurement. Okay, what do we do after that? We go to the almanac and subtract some numbers and some shit. Yada, yada. I don't really know. I can learn in a day. You know, I'm just lazy like that. But all I needed to know was that it was a coherent argument. I mean, I know what angles are. But it's like You gonna lie and say that it has nothing to? I don't get where they're coming from at this point.
Well, the only thing they've got left is claiming that nautical miles only work on a globe. That's the only thing they got left.
Nautical miles are no.
That's what they say. They will say to you, right? So, okay, so we have a flat Earth, and then we have the angle measurement, and then you look in your almanac, and then comes the nautical miles, and then we'll say, well, look, nautical miles. That only fits on a globe, because when you do the calculation, it comes back to the circumference, right? So that is what they will claim. How can you have nautical miles on a flat Earth? Can only work on a globe.
I don't understand that.
Let me ask this question. How did they measure the distance traveled?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean,
compared to their astronomical observations and their calculation of nautical miles, how did they verify that in their ship? They have like a little odometer that like rolls across the surface of the water and measure how far they traveled.
I bet they think that. I bet they think it's something like that.
Well,
I would not be surprised at all. I would candidly ask one and just record and make sure the conversation's recorded, because that's what they're going to say. Like they're dropping lines in the water or something. Like they have no idea.
Maybe I should just tell them it exists, and then we're like, "Yeah, man, I should buy one of those."
Yeah, the way
they fall for it.
So the way Brian Logix explains it, so they got the nautical miles using flat Earth measurements on a flat plane using Polaris, right? When you move away from Polaris, it drops down because of perspective, and that is how they got the nautical miles, using Polaris on a flat Earth, because you can't have a curved adjacent. So they use this and then convert it to the globe. Does that make sense?
Oh, Indio, Roger, everyone that's here. Just wanted to also, I was talking to 10th Man, and we want to do like kind of an interview conversation, basically how he came across the information, and do like a whole slide presentation and everything. And I wanted to do that in the Discord, kind of like in interview form. I kind of want it where it might not be this room, because I want him to be able to share his slides. So like move the live stream bot like down to somewhere where there's like the videos capable, and just have an interview style conversation with him, for the sake of getting some good content and good information.
Well, we have the interview channel. Streaming might be turned on in there. I'm not sure, but I can turn it on if you want.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is anything happening on Sunday? Oh, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say one more thing about this, like this angle measurement, right? So they're measuring an angle, but they're not measuring like the full angle, right? So they stop observing below some specific degree. What is it? Below? They only measure down to like what, 40 degrees above the horizon or something, because of refraction or something.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they say? Yeah. So they're not even.
Yeah, and they can even correct for that if they had to do that. It's not really that much.
My point is, they're not measuring like the full circle, right? They're only measuring like a part of it.
Right.
Right. But when they say, well, listen, if it's a flat Earth, then these measurements, they get more off as they get closer to the horizon. Well, you stop measuring way before you get to the horizon. So you're not even actually using those measurements practically anyway in the first place. You're only measuring you're only using a limited scope, limited viewpoint of the sky. And the difference in that limited viewpoint is small. So the difference between the globe prediction versus the flat Earth prediction gets worse the closer you get to the horizon, right? Those two values get more separate the closer you get to the horizon, right? Because one's like a linear relationship versus, I can't remember what you call the other one. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, Like the difference between zenith versus 1 degree on a flat Earth versus a globe Earth model is virtually nothing. And then the more you come down, the values have a larger and larger difference. But they stop at some point. And they stop why? Oh, because we can't use the globe Earth anymore because it doesn't match because of refraction. Oh, maybe it doesn't match because it's not a globe. They can't possibly consider that, though. Did I lose everyone?
No, you're still here.
No, you're here.
But
I was
did
just
that make
thinking,
sense?
contemplating.
No, you just put all of us to sleep. That's all.
MC Toon used to always use this diagram that used to like, oh, look, Polaris, like, look at this diagram, the angles, and by the time you reach the horizon, these angles are way off than what the goal prediction. Well, you don't even use those angles. So what are you talking about? Because you stop observing way before the horizon. You stop at like 40 degrees above the horizon. So what are you talking about? What I'm saying is any observation below 40 degrees is not part of the globe model. The so-called globe model, if it exists out there somewhere.
But so did that make sense what I explained about Brian's logic? He's also on Nathan's. He says that they got those nautical miles and the radius from Polaris using those angle measurements.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'd have to see like the detail. I mean, I think I heard Kenneth Mann and Brian's logic. I think one day they both did presentations on Nathan's show. I saw them both. I can't remember them like in detail off the top of my head because I kind of skimmed through them, but both of them made sense on how they got nautical miles from a flat Earth. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing they have left, right? They will even concede, yeah, you need a flat plane to get that angle measurement, right? But then you take your almanac and it says nautical miles. Where did you get the nautical miles from? It only works on the globe. So that is their only shtick now.
Well,
nautical miles
I believe it's arc
change in
minutes
angle.
that yes, the arc minutes, which is which is a part of the what is it called? It's on the sextants. That has arc lengths. Like that. That's where that's from. It's just measuring the angular difference. It's not an actual arc of the floor.
Oh yeah, of course. It's not the arc of anything.
Technically, right.
Well, technically an arc is like a subdivision of a circle. So you can think of angles like really an angle is the separation of two lines. That's really what an angle is. Now, you can use that for a triangle or a circle. Doesn't really matter. Because it's really the lines that the separation of the lines that you're measuring. So if you zoom line of sight, two stars, those two lines of separation angle, and you can superimpose those dots onto a circle or the ends of lines of a triangle.
So who did this rounding up of the mile 5,280 2 feet to 6,000 feet, the nautical mile? Who did that little adjustment? Anyone know?
Say that again.
Who made this little adjustment of instead of using 5,282 feet as a mile to using 6,000 feet, the nautical mile? Who I'm asking if anyone knows who made that adjustment.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like a good question to ask, 10th, actually.
Because it relates to their model. That's why it was done. Because they're saying 60 miles per arc minute? Or whatever they're saying. That's crazy, though. People come in talking about lights in the sky again. Yeah, and more people that don't know what refraction is. So there's that.
Well, I mean, as simple as it's thought. You have the last, I don't know, what is it, 2 years? Plus, like, all we've been told is the light travels in a curved path to your eye. Well, and in some instances, from your eye, according to Zanuck. He did say he misspoke, whatever. Anyway, that's what we've been told. As an answer to why there's no geometric horizon. Well,
okay, so then
if that's the case, how are you measure? How do you have angles then? When you don't have any straight lines. If you're looking at something and it's a curve, it's not really where it. I don't even know what I don't know what it means to say you're looking at something that's not actually there because the light is curving into your eye from somewhere else. When you're looking at it, like I don't. But anyway, so if that's the case, then how do you get an elevation angle there?
Yeah, they can't. They can't do it. So look. So like one thing I just realized when I was just now listening to you, that all of a sudden, if they're at the Black Swan and they're making a claim of refraction, they're making a secondary claim now. Aren't they supposed to provide the evidence to back that claim? So yeah, they would need to provide that. They need to show, and that's what's never been shown. I've been asking them about that for a long time. Show me technically how at that distance it would raise it up that specific amount.
Yeah, I'm not even. I'm not even concerned with asking them, like, show me evidence of things that I know are just wrong.
Yeah, exact. That's true.
Like that's just wrong.
So
like that, you know.
So it's just stop there. No geometric horizon. Boom. Done.
Well, we know refraction's ad hoc. We know it. Like they know it.
They know it. They do.
But it's not. But it's not even. It's not even because they're equivocating between Snell's law and what they're trying to pass off as Snell's law in 7/6R. But they're not even using that even.
No.
Because after they try to get you to believe that it's terrestrial refraction, they don't actually put any data behind it. Not even any math behind it. They just say the conditions were so insane that you're getting the Black Swan.
Yeah.
And guess what? You have to provide the information for that day.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Super refraction now. What the hell?
Look, I asked MC Toon to make a prediction based upon the Canary Island observation where the boat's on the horizon 27 miles away, but the cold prediction's 12 miles away. I said, give me your prediction. He said between 13 and 43 miles. Okay? Really? That's a
How is that even?
13 and 43 miles. It's no better than chance, man. You might as well just read chicken guts.
Nothing in their math even makes that possible.
How many children you have? So How many children you got? Somewhere between, I don't know, 3 and 7, 3 and 10, something like that. I don't know.
And the thing is, there's no basis even for that. Even for that absurd claim, there's no basis for it.
You can't, because you know why? It's a fuck ton of fallacies, man. Every time I think about it, I just call it something else. It's a red herring because it's not even addressing the geometric horizon that should be there. Like if it's geometric and it's physically someplace, then the light should be bouncing from that to your eye. Like where is that at? They don't even talk about it.
How about past the horizon? Everything on the surface is facing away from you. Its face is away from you. Yeah, it's nuts.
That's what I was trying to describe to Zanuck. I'm like, bro, like the angle of the light is, how is it bending to you? It's not even
do a U-turn.
Like,
has to do a U-turn. A U-turn, bro.
While it's traveling through, you know what he said? Because I said it's traveling. If it's going on a straight path and a tangent from the sun, let's say the light is the observer. It's looking straight out, like you're looking out to the horizon, and you live on a ball. Well, then it's gonna increase in elevation if it's going straight. And so what you're saying is, because what he said was because the water and the air beneath is cold, the light wants to travel towards the cold air. And I said, but it's not interfacing. It's not actually interacting with the denser medium whatsoever. Yeah, but because it's cold, it's bending towards it. That's how it works, is what he said.
That's actually not how it works.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's like I'm a boxer, and it's like, you know, like I throw out a little jab, and dude falls out, and like he's scrambling, he's fumbling all over his legs, and I didn't really even hit him. I'm like, yo, who's this bum? Like, what? Can you give me a fighter, please? I don't even like that analogy, because really, actually, I didn't ask to speak to people like Zanuck. I asked to speak to the people who, you know, can publish these updated textbooks with this stuff inside it, and I want to know what's up with the contradictions. Like, I don't want to know, oh, well, they're not contradictions because you actually have to look at it like this. And no. What's up with this contradiction right here? And I want to ask a person that's for real. And I'm like, is there anyone that's for real even? Look at Mary Mom. Mary Mom said, yo, I'm not teaching this shit. Like, that's a major sacrifice. Who knows how that affected her and her family? Nobody else is going to do that. Nobody else is going to say, you know what? We're at a point where this has become totally illogical, and I kind of can't support it now. Okay, back in 2014, 2015, there were some unsavory characters. They didn't have their shit together. You know, everyone was saying different things. I didn't really understand what was going on. No, well, now it's not even debatable at this point. Anyway, I'm sorry for rambling. And I got a horrible mic on top of that. My bad.
Yeah, Indio was talking about Fresnel's equations. That's what I found. I have some slides now on it. So that's pretty cool stuff. How things reflect. What
I was talking about is it's like the Fresnel. It's called Fresnel drag.
It's Fresnel.
So Fresnel.
It's pronounced
Fresnel. Okay.
Fresnel.
Fresnel drag. Sorry, I had to improve my French. Anyway, Fresnel drag, right? So when a medium is in motion, it will deflect light. And how much it deflects light correlates to the refractive index, but it's not which is causing the deflection. So it doesn't have to be transitioning a medium. It just has to be in a medium at all. And it has to be moving relative to the observer. So basically, if you're in a river and the water's moving and you're looking at a light source, that light will be deflected in the direction of the motion of the water.
And that's the turbulence we see. That's what we call
turbulence.
A number of different things.
Yes, and turbulence is just happening in pockets across the entire optical path, right? So it's not, the air isn't just moving in one direction. You know, it's all over the place. It's more like, think of it almost like a glass of soda filled with bubbles, right? So like the bubbles aren't the same everywhere. There's little pockets of here and there and everywhere. And the bubbles aren't the same size, so there'll be it depends. They're still working on it. Let's put it that way. It's not something that's, there's a couple physics models for turbulence. Each work under certain circumstances. Like I said, they're working on it, because they.
But you can at least
the reason
see it.
They're working on it.
They can show you they can show you a real world. Like, they don't have to do really much to manipulate the medium. They just have to manipulate the light. How you see it optically. Like, you know what I mean? It's present. As a matter of fact, when you smoke, there it is.
Yeah. A windy day. Just any windy day, any really windy day with a 30-mile-an-hour constant wind. Look into the distance, man. You'll see, like, the objects you look at will shimmer.
As a matter of fact, exactly. Like during the summertime when it's nice and warm and breezy, and you look down the street, if there's a string of cars, you'll see it. All the lights are dancing.
And this is why the stars are supposed to twinkle. And this is like one of those things. Yeah, we have a physics model for why this happens, but we only apply it here because if we apply it anywhere else, then it falsifies the rest of the model. But the globe there's so much cherry picking. It's embarrassing, quite honestly.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we have any of them bringing up these things that we're talking about with how things reflect and like you don't see them because I guess it's got a plane of incidence. I don't think they better use that if it says plane. None of it uses it.
So you can calculate. So if I have, think we have Snell's law, right? So I have two pockets of air. They're different temperature. One has a refractive index of 0.00024, and the other one has a refractive index of 0.00025. Now, if the angle if I'm looking at, like, say, the ground, my angle to the ground is, or if I shine a light at that difference in air, right? And if that angle is shallow enough, that light will just reflect, even though it's a denser medium. It does not refract into the denser medium because it's past something called a critical angle. Once you're past this critical angle, it does not get refracted, it gets reflected. And when we're talking about long distance observations, right, when I'm looking at the ground, so we can do the calculation, simple math. 3.25 miles away, perfectly flat ground. The angle I'm looking at the ground at, if I look at a spot 3.25 miles away and I'm a 6-foot man, the angle is 0.02 degrees. That's way more than the critical angle needed for total internal reflection. So, these things have been empirically tested. That's the point. They're just like cherry-pick theories. So I'm going to take this part of the theory of refraction, I'm going to apply it. I'm going to ignore this part of the theory of light. I'm going to ignore this part of the theory of light. I'm going to ignore this one. I'm going to ignore all of them. And I'm going to just say the only thing the air does, it picks stuff up that was once over the horizon and makes it visible when it shouldn't be. And that's the only thing that happens. That's preposterous, okay?
All right, we have like you just said with the total internal reflection.
And sometimes there's mirages. Yeah, it's how fiber optic cables work. It's how they're designed to use this property.
And like I was even telling Paza because it was asked to him, "What's up with the horizon? Why is it so far away?" And he said, "Well, I said to him that it sounds to me like what he's saying. And until I answered his question, he couldn't really assess what's going on because it's not enough information. So I said, okay, I'll address it. What do you want to know? Why is there a vertical difference?" I said, well, on this EDU website, you have something called sinking and looming. There you go. That's your vertical displacement. Now, what's up with the lateral displacement? He's like, what do you mean? Of course, when he asked me back what he thought I meant, it was not. I mean, how hard is it to understand if we were just talking about vertical displacement? If I say lateral displacement, obviously because the horizon is over 10 times where it's calculated to be, why would you ask? How do you not understand what I'm asking you?
So here's the funny thing about those phenomenon, right? Looming, sinking, all those. Those aren't, none of those are based upon physics. Those are just descriptions of what has been observed at sea, right? So people have made observations, and they've described them, what it looks like, and they've come up with a word to describe what it looks like. Hey, if you see this, this is called stooping. You see this, this is called sinking. There's no physics model that quantifies any of that shit. It's just a description of observations. That's all it is. There's no science basis of it. Just categorizing things and calling them names and describing them. It's not science, man. It's just that's bookkeeping.
Yeah, everything that you described, even with the total internal reflection. Yeah, we see that on the hot day on the road, when the road looks like it's all watery. There's something to describe at least, but they have nothing to describe with their ad hoc explanation for why the horizon isn't where it is.
I'll illustrate for you how much they ignore. Well, they say light gets refracted into the denser medium, right? And they say this all the time. Now, water is optically denser than air, right? So all light that touches water should just go into the water according to them. Well, how come we see reflections in water? Because it's being totally internally reflected. This is what total internal reflection is. Anytime you see, if you're at a shallow angle and you see reflections off of water, like the reflection of the sky in the ocean, right? And it makes this false horizon, that's because of the shallow grazing angle. Now, so there's always sitting there claiming light gets refracted into the denser medium. It depends. Yeah, in some cases it does. In other cases it doesn't. And it isn't just automatic where it just happens no matter what. They make these blanket generalizations that are not applicable to reality. And they're not even predictions of the physics models. They're just anti-flat earthers, and they just say anything.
Oh man, if I had my way, I would do a documentary on anti-flat earthers and the difference between their points and the points of the globe that we try to address.
Ooh.
That would be amazing.
You should write
We
it.
did one yesterday, Eli, when we did that logical fallacies.
Well,
thing.
yeah. No, that was awesome. I love that.
Elijah, you should write that, man. You would be the one that could write that.
I mean, I could do a little something, but who's going to do the documentary?
You
or whatever is.
Here's the title of your book, man. I only had questions. There you go. That's what you always say. I just came in because I had some questions. And what happened is now I'm a flat earther just because I had some questions.
I only had questions.
That's the perfect title. And once again, they're always trying to steal some shit. Like, I know I am, but what are you? Like, they got it backwards. Like, because they'll just come in, they'll be like, I'm just trying to ask some questions, some things that confuse me. I could see it being flat, but I just want to know what's underneath.
I just asked a question mark.
I can get down with the flat Earth theory. So is it like a dome or whatever, or where's the edge?
I know, right?
I'm just trying to get more information, bro. Like, get out of here. Get out of here. It's like little kids infiltrated your teenage party. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, everybody's having a good time. My parents aren't home. You know, my fucking little brother, you know what I mean? He comes in with his friends and shit, and they just come through the party, open up the refrigerator, fucking drinking juicy juice and some just crazy shit. Like,
they're throwing a slinky across the room.
No cock blocking.
Oh. My brother has dirty drawers. Like,
oh,
yo, get this little motherfucker out of here.
Didn't we tell you to take those drawers off before? And here you are back with it again. Same one. It's like, what's that girl, that flat earther said, Rio. I won't even repeat it. Beep. I just asked, well, where is this radius measurement anyway? And then they got their feelings all hurt, apparently, and just had a rage quit. We don't know, Sasha.
You just go.
You like how that dude that came in for the? I was gonna say that, Sonny. You like how that dude that came in with that Star Trail nonsense? The one that wanted to do those observations.
Yeah.
Like how he just refused to answer my question and just kept pretending I didn't ask.
Yeah. Yeah.
As Elijah says, you're answering a question I didn't ask.
Exactly.
Dude, he kept doing that.
Exactly.
Over and I'm making a roll. I'm making a roll. Answers questions that weren't asked.
Mm-hmm.
and even gets that wrong.
I would say that's unnecessary, but then I could think of 3 people that's all they do.
Yeah.
Like I've never, like they've never on the first attempt answered a question straight up.
Not once.
Definitely Pazza.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps, and I don't know, perhaps GE Platypus. For some reason, I really like the guy. I mean,
I did too.
I feel like I get a win every time I talk to him. You know, every once in a while, you need like a little flat earth win. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Xanax, one of them for sure.
Nah, Zanuck, you gotta argue with him, trip him up, call him out in a way that's like totally egregious. But if you don't stop, he'll erase it in 2 minutes.
Yeah,
and you gotta start over. It's not enjoyable at all.
But we
Talking to
got
Zanuck.
we got him to go silent, which is freaking rare. That was just awesome, man.
When was that?
Like he had not like Zanuck had nothing left to say. Like literally, like
when
you could have dropped a pin.
What happened there?
Yeah, it was just you got to go back and listen.
Oh wait, I was there.
I think.
Oh yeah, you
were there.
Man, I can't stand that guy.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to be real nice, but then he, you know how it goes.
Because this isn't a perspective issue. So this act where it's like, well, you see things this way and I see things, another way, and you're really just misled. No, because the questions that I'm asking are directly related to the contradictions from the same source. So no, I'm not in error. It has nothing to do with me. But you just don't understand. I slap the living mess out of you. Say it again.
Why can't they go with their own experts? Come on, like, wow, man.
And that's the great Jaredism. 100 quotes that tell us we've been. Sorry, I was just dovetailing off of Sonny. It's everywhere. They don't listen.
Well, I was dovetailing off you because that. Did you get the Did you listen to the audio I posted with you and Witsit?
Not yet. I'm about to do like 1 week. I'm just gonna because
I edited it all up pretty good. Like I found a way like you can shorten some of the silences, so it sounds like pretty smooth, man. And I what do you call it? Equalized all the audio, so all the volume levels are the same. So it sounds pretty good. But anyway, there's a point in that, I think, if I remember right, where he says, I think he said it to either you or Witz, he said, well, you don't understand. And it was from like Stephen Hawking, I think. Because that's one of the things you do. You like quote them, and then they say, you don't understand. And you're like, well, that's not my words. That's their words. Like, you don't understand? He's like an expert in the field. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yo, they'll say anything.
They'll say, we don't understand when we're quoting somebody else. Like, what are you talking about? You quote Stephen Hawking where he says the Earth being a globe is a philosophical choice, and then they're like, well, you're quoting Stephen Hawking, he still thinks it's a globe? Like, yeah, and he just admitted it's a philosophical choice. So what's your point? He likes balls. What do you want me to say?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any stopping that. Apparently, it seems to be running rampant. Anyway, all humor aside. Nah, never mind. You can't have all humor aside.
Yeah, why would you want to do that? Right? You're supposed to take a piss, man.
It's like the most abundant resource. Well, that was an interesting.
I wonder if the Society of Fishes has a fish map Powerland.
I don't know. Check that out. What you were
on Fish India?
A fish map Powerland.
The fish internet. Oh man.
Fish internet, man.
That could be a
Hey, listen, they have to use sonar, obviously, right? So
right.
Listen, that could be a good book too. Think about that from the
sonar net
perspective. Think about what the fish's perspective are. They see things through the water too. They're like, okay, well, you're gonna have this little scientist fish. You're gonna have the one that's like, no, just looking around and going like, well, I see
crazy hair. Yeah.
See this and like
looks like Einstein.
It's a 6 trillion diameter sphere out there. Because they're looking through a fish eye.
Good one. Nice.
Boom.
Dude. Nice.
I think it was Witsit or it might have been El Boricua or Elbow TV. And I forget exactly who he was talking to, but we were talking about radar. No, as a matter of fact, the dude was saying that you could measure the distance to the moon by timing the time it would take for the radio waves to get to the moon and back. And I said, so you're gonna time a photon? You're gonna time photons? And he says, I'm not talking about photons, I'm talking about radio waves.
Oh goodness.
Then I don't know if it was Elbow with it, but then we start talking about long distance lasers. And then the guy, I guess, at some point he says, well, what was wrong with the globe explanation? There's two explanations. It just went straight, or it bounced off the ionosphere. So then it was asked to him, well, if radio waves bounce off of the ionosphere, then how the fuck are you bouncing them to the moon? And he said, well, it's only certain spots. It's not everywhere.
How do they aim it? That's what I want to know. So whenever they say things like this, just ask them how this is actually done. Do you aim right at the moon, or do you lead it? Do you have to lead the moon, like firing at a person, or do you aim right at the moon, or how do you bounce off a spherical mirror? Like, don't you have to hit that shit dead center for it to bounce back, and so it doesn't deflect off the side? Like, how are we doing this?
They don't know.
How'd you come for the rotation of the Earth? How did you come for the galactic rotation? How did you because all these things matter.
Mary Mom was there too. I asked him. I said,
they matter because electromagnetic radiation travels at one speed. That's what people don't understand. It isn't these Globers. They think that it's the same as if I'm on a train going 60 miles an hour and I throw a ball dead ahead of me 60 miles an hour. That ball's going 120 miles an hour. That's not how light works. If I'm on a train going 120 miles an hour, the speed of light is the same no matter what direction I shoot it in. Doesn't matter how fast I'm going. Right? So if I shoot a laser at the moon, I have to lead it. I can't shoot it at the moon. I have to lead the moon because the speeds aren't additive. Right? I can't add the speed of the Earth, right, to the speed of the laser and then shoot it at the moon, and then it's still going in the straight because the laser's like going sideways. It doesn't work like that, right? The inertia of the Earth does not carry with the laser. So as soon as you shoot the laser and it leaves the Earth is still traveling. The laser's on the trajectory you first shot it at. And by the time it gets to where the moon is moved 5,300 kilometers.
All I can see is literal Coriolis in my mind. And I'm like, there's where it works.
Coriolis.
Or there's where it should work.
You know,
like I'm just seeing the beam just curve off into the dark void.
The Indian satellite guy that said he had to read a paper on the Doppler effect. Before I kicked him out for saying nonsense, I was going to ask him actually a legitimate question: is how did he account for the rotation of? Because you would have to calculate that to measure the Doppler effect. Because you have to calculate that to measure the phase shift. It's the only possible way. That's why it's a hooey, dude. They forget their own physics. They try to apply Newtonian physics to light when it's supposed to be general relativity.
Who was I hearing talk about this? I don't know. But the only way they can even have it propagate as a wave is for there to be a medium, which is why they got rid of Newtonian.
Well, here's the funny thing.
And that's where relativity comes in.
To a medium of probability. The medium is probability. It's not a real medium. Yep. So it's a wave of probability. I'm not kidding you, man. This is the actual theory. So Schrodinger's wave equation is a wave of probability. A probability that you will make a measurement at one location versus the other, and that propagates as if it was a wave, like a water wave. But it's a probability wave. It's not physical. It's a mathematical wave that seems to match experiment. And this is what they have to say to get rid of the ether, that the light isn't traveling in any medium. That this is just the artifact of the quantum nature of light. That it seems to behave. So here's something I was thinking about yesterday. This is kind of weird, right? So gravity's supposed to be a force, supposed to have an energy. So we all know from chemical reactions, right, that certain chemical reactions require certain energies to actually work, like the Gibbs free energy. Like, I don't know a lot about chemistry, but I know a little bit. I know enough that there has to be a certain amount of energy in a chemical reaction for the process to happen. It doesn't really matter where energy comes from. So where is gravity formulated? Where is the variable in chemical reactions? Since it represents a certain amount of energy, and if I do an experiment, especially with general relativity, if I do an experiment and I'm moving, there'll be a certain amount of energy in the system versus if I'm not moving. If I do it at one elevation versus another elevation, should be a certain amount of energy in the system compared to each other, right? So where is this energy accounted for in chemical reactions? So that's what they say with time dilation. I'll believe, right? When they can actually do a chemical reaction and it happens faster because of time dilation, right? So we use it like, I don't know, any chemical reaction, a very precise chemical reaction where we can get a result to a very specific, like, we're going to, mix these two compounds together and get this other compound, and we know it takes place in exactly X number of nanoseconds. So put that on a plane and fly it north and east and west. And see if that chemical reaction happens faster or slower. But I don't think they can't do it.
Is this another Eros
clock change? Yeah, I guess. No, this is a the clock changes effect. You can't measure that because the clock itself changes.
What about the Stark and Zeeman effects? Right? Are you talking about the atomic clock? The nuclear clock?
Yeah, I'm talking about that's what I'm talking about, the nuclear clock.
Have they considered there's invisible barriers, and they colloquially call them the Stark and the Zeeman effect. What it is atomic clocks just get off for some reason. They're wrong for some reason, and there's a variable. Well, if they're ever wrong for an unknown variable, then you can just throw them out for everything.
Well, yeah, especially when the precision that they're saying they're measuring to is so small, right? The difference of, like, this cesium atom was supposed to oscillate 43 trillion times, and it oscillated 43 trillion in one time. So, are you even within measurement error? Like, can you even measure to that precision? Like,
no, you can't. They're theoretical. They're hypothetical measurements. They're not even real measurements. You can't measure 12 billionths of a second. You can't measure it.
Yeah, certainly. I don't think so. I'm trying to think of an actual example of like what they can actually measure down to in units, but they always have to like extrapolate to something else, right? They have to convert it into some other units and then measure those units.
Yeah, didn't they even like the oscillations of a 3-mile-long measuring stick were theoretical because they couldn't measure it. It was so small. But they're going to telling you the oscillations of a light wave in a clock are, right? Like what piece of equipment are they using to measure this oscillation that tells them that actual oscillation?
Oh, and of course they're probably not even actually measuring oscillation. I probably, like, deep down they're actually measuring like a change in voltage or something.
Probably.
You know what I mean? It's through some detector, like, and then they're inferring an oscillation from the change in voltage.
So it's a bunch of bourgeois is what it is.
What isn't?
It's like gravity.
Those guys.
I don't understand a lot of this stuff. But even when you listen to people who do understand this stuff, like, you guys, or that guy that I like to listen to every once in a while, what is his name? Professor Pierre, or his name is Pierre Robitaille, and I don't know shit he's talking about with the I don't know what he's talking about with the CMB or these, what is it, anisotropy maps or whatever they're called. I don't know what he's talking about.
Anisotropy is just a gradient, dude. It's just a gradient. That's all it is.
So he gets into the math.
Listen. Anisotropy is when the properties are different in one direction than in another direction. So isotropic is where no matter, you can pick any property, doesn't matter what it is, that when you go in any direction, it's exactly the same. Anisotropic is when you move in a certain direction, it's the same, but when you move in another direction, it's different. So a gradient, right? So if I move horizontal, it's the same, but if I move vertical, it's different. That's anisotropic.
Oh, okay. I might have got that mixed up.
But it's a blanket statement. Sure. So the cosmic microwave background radiation is anisotropic to the point where it looks like we're at the center of everything, when it should be like uniform or something in every direction.
So, like, would gravity be isotropic then?
It coincides with the Earth's equator. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
The cosmic microwave background looks on it's on a plane parallel with the equator, and it's anisotropic from the equator going up towards the poles, which would make it look like the Earth is the center of the fucking universe, because you're supposed to be in the middle of this wash of microwave radiation, which should be random in every direction. It should be isotropic in every direction. It shouldn't. It shouldn't have a feature that coincides with any particular geographic feature of the Earth, because it makes it look like Earth-centric. And they hate that. That's why it's evil. It's the axis of evil.
Yeah.
Now go say your penance. Pay your tithe. Go do a couple Cavendishes and you'll feel better.
So this guy is really out for the cosmetic model for the sun. He's like it breaks. It just breaks laws of thermodynamics. He explains it. He's done a few videos on it. I think I don't know if he was on 6 or 7, but he's just been hitting it hard. But the point that he tries to bring up when it comes to some of this satellite data that we're getting, whatever it is, he's knowledgeable enough to look at the math and then point out the contradiction within that. And it's like, bruh, like y'all can't get shit together.
So I'll tell you where he started, right? Okay, so his claim to fame is he made the highest resolution MRI image ever, right? So that's basically the field of optics, but they're using magnetic resonance in imaging. So imaging is his specialty, right? So he saw things coming out of astronomy where they were claiming to do things that were impossible, right? Picking out, making images when the signal to noise ratio is something like a 10 billion to 1, which is impossible, right? He knows this because that's what he's been doing, right? He's doing magnetic resonance imaging, and there's a certain amount of noise in the signal, but there's a signal in there, and you got to pick out, the usable signal, stuff that's actual structure, versus the noise, the background noise of the instrument, of the background, just everything. There's always noise in the signal. So he knew all this, and then looks at the shit astronomy's claiming, like the cosmic background radiation, and turns out it's just a bunch of fucking hooey, dude. Like the black hole image, they claim a resolution of something like 1,460 times beyond the diffraction limit. The diffraction limit's easily calculatable, right? And you can say, okay, how big was their supposed antenna? How big is, how far is it away? What wavelength is that? Okay, is it within the diffraction limit or not? And it's not. It's way outside of it. But they're claiming they made an image out of it, and anyone could see that. We know that that's impossible, according to the modern theory of light or electromagnetic radiation. Let's say that's where he started. That's all I'm saying. Is he started from that, and then like anybody else, once you start digging in deeper into their models, dude, it's like a rabbit hole of just like what are these people doing? This ain't science.
What's crazy? Like, what parallels that sentiment exactly? Sorry to bring it up. Curry Mullis, a guy that is invented this technology, and he's like, yo, the way y'all are using that is foul. That's not how that works. Like, why do we keep seeing these patterns everywhere?
It's just human behavior, man. You got to think about it like this. Like, there's some people that they're going to hype their ability to advance themselves in the field. I mean, it's probably like it happens in sports. Probably happens in every profession when you just say, you're marketing yourself and like your knowledge just as more than what it is to get money, advancement, power, or whatever it is that you're after, a raise. But there's some people that are just honest, and they're just like, it is what it is, and I'm not going to make hyperbolic claims about it. I'm just going to say what it is. But that's not advantageous to other people that are trying to take advantage of it. Right. The people that they can say they can do diagnosis with PCR testing, right? because you're like, I just made a company and I'm going to sit there and try and sell it to hospitals and insurance companies that I can diagnose disease with PCR testing, when the inventor's like, you can't do that. But like everybody else in the world is like, they don't know any better. They say trust the science, and that's the end of the debate. And millions of Medicare dollars are going to that person, and now that person's a billionaire off of bullcrap, and nobody's the wiser.
Have you seen The Tinder Swindler yet?
Oh no, I haven't seen it.
It's on Netflix. Anybody who's hearing me right now, you go ahead and watch The Tinder Swindler, because Simon, I don't know whether to call him despicable, a hero. I don't know, because he's shown me how people just exploit, not the system in his case, but just how you can just be so corrupt and do foul shit and still avoid doing, and still avoid serious consequences. Like, he frauded so many women out of thousands of dollars, some hundreds of thousands, like so many. And I don't want to give the game away because you're not gonna get the game until the very end of watching it. So if I were to say anything else, it would kind of ruin that. But people like him are the same captains of industry that take advantage of people. But they do it they do it where they might get a slap on the wrist, and it's not that serious. And I don't understand how there could be so much corruption and so little done about it. But then again, I kind of can understand, because at the same time, there's this word accountability, and I don't think anybody likes to be held accountable for how dumb they've been. Okay, you may have been born dumb, but I mean, you grow up at some point. It's not an excuse that you live in you live in with a government that's like, I don't know. Anyway, I can never string my words together when I'm out working, but I hope you guys get what I'm saying.
Me and Meme have talked about this before. If there's fraud in some particular industry, the only way to be competitive is to also commit fraud. Otherwise, you're going to go out of business.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. It has to happen. You're just going to go. You have a severe disadvantage if other people are cheating and you're not, because you have to make so much more profit to stay even with them.
But it's allowed fraud. It's certain type of fraud that is being incentivized, because if you fraud the government out of their money, they're gonna throw the hammer and the key away. So they incentivize these fraudulent non-theories of the fantasy, heliocentric or whatever model, and they incentivize those kind of stories, pay people for it, decent amount of money. But
I'll give you a practical example, right? So in Massachusetts, if you own a bar, you can't just like buy liquor from the liquor store. You have to go through a licensed distributor, right? And they charge certain prices based upon how much alcohol you buy. And of course, there's a tax on all that stuff. Well, you can go to New Hampshire and there's no tax on alcohol. So you can buy all that stuff cheaper. So if you're, have a penchant for committing fraud, you can go to New Hampshire, buy all that, print fake Massachusetts tax stamps, put them on your bottles, and you're going to have a higher profit margin than your competitor that's doing stuff legally. Eventually, because you can sell alcohol and operate at a lower cost, the other guy's going to go out of business, and you're still going to be in business unless he also commits some type of fraud to increase his bottom line. It's just it's just the way it has to happen. When there's fraud in the system, eventually, if the people that are committing fraud don't get caught, the fraud displaces all the honest players.
Pretty sure we're past that point.
Yeah, which is why the government's in control.
Yeah.
All the honest players are gone.
If you commit big enough fraud, it's just called legislation.
Very good point.
Yeah. And that's not a conspiracy. 300 people meeting in one place, colluding to steal from everybody else. It's not a conspiracy. That's a conspiracy theory.
Right. Well, wait a minute. If somebody says it's a conspiracy theory, that means they agree with it as being true, right? Because a theory is something that's been validated scientifically. So if you say conspiracy theory, you're unwittingly agreeing with something.
Yeah, I'm going to have to use that one.
That's the one I always use now. I think it's done that way on purpose so that people agree with it and they don't even know that they agree with it.
It goes along with, you're not even wrong.
No, I just say, oh, it's conspiracy. Oh, I agree with you. It is. Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm glad you're on board with me. What do you mean? Well, you said theory. You know what theory means, right? It means it's validated as being true. I had someone tell me that because people don't know what semantics means, they told me that I was being semantic because I said a theory and a hypothesis are not the same thing. And I'm like, well, one is pre-discovery, the other is post-discovery, so they're actually opposites.
What did we invent dictionaries for then? Like, I'm pretty sure if you go look in the dictionary, there's different definitions. And they're not synonyms of each other, so what are they talking about?
Is there a semantics fallacy I can throw at somebody? Like, semantics is not an argument. That just means I know how to use words and you don't.
I think when it's a semantic fallacy would be like you're trying to argue semantics instead of addressing the issue. It's kind of more like using it as a red herring or some sort of deflection. But that implies intent of the person doing it, and probably a bunch of other stuff. But I mean, sometimes that would be obvious as opposed to others.
Yeah.
Semantics would be like when Bill Clinton says things like, you don't.
What is the definition of the word is?
Depends on what you mean.
What do you mean by is? Well, sir, it
depends on what you mean by what is. So he used the word is to qualify his is, which is even more hilarious.
Oh, tell me
probably.
Tell me the conversation you and Miggy had with that guy. I don't think he was around.
Oh, which guy was that?
The one that wasn't 100% sure that he'd ever eaten anything?
Oh, that guy. Yeah, we had the ultimate solipsist. He said he's not 100% sure of anything, so I asked him, is he 100% sure he's ever eaten anything before in his entire life? He said no. Which is, batshit crazy.
That is... I wouldn't say crazy, I'd just say he's a liar.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I called him. It's like, how did you get this far? You didn't get this far without at least eating food once in your life because, I'm pretty sure there's no free energy.
I don't even know if I'm real.
It's hard to be nice sometimes, huh? Hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to think of the reason why he says it, right? He says it so he isn't contradicting himself. And the reason he's even saying that is so he can dismiss Flat Earth because he doesn't really know anything.
And since nothing can be known, no one else can either, right? Everything's relative.
When you go, why are you even here? Then just go away. Like, you might not exist. You might be a figment of my imagination, and I don't talk to myself. So, banned.
Right. If we can't know anything for certain, then why are you here proclaiming to want to know things from us?
Look, I've said this before. Globers make arguments that even the most craziest religious zealot nutcase would be embarrassed to make. I mean, think about it. You go, if the surface is not curving anywhere, what is it? And how hard it is for some of them to stay flat. Like, they're beaming and going to hell or something.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
If I may introduce myself, I'm Peter Pan 69 from Germany, and I've have a lot to learn about flat Earth.
Peter Pan 69. Well, not sus at all.
No. Are you the boy that never grew up?
What do you mean? I just got verified.
Hold on, I thought that entire statement was about, hello, I am Peter Pan 69 and I'm from Germany. Did a walking meme just come in here?
Yeah.
I believe in flat Earth, but let me cup your balls.
What's the critical of my username?
It's just funny.
The craziest. It just sounds like you got your screen. You got your screen name from like 1999. Like,
yeah, what about that?
Like, guys, I just came in from Germany, and boy, my arm's tired.
Boy, my arm's tired, ja.
Jetzt hör mal auf, hier so einen Scheiß zu reden.
Du musst dir Josh mal schlafen.
Jetzt nicht aufhören mit dem
Gosh.
I tell you what, you get to stay, man. I'm sold. I'm sold.
Okay. High five, homie.
So what brings you here, Peter Pan 69?
Yeah, I've been like believing-ish in flat Earth for like half a year, and I've been wondering about your takes on the sun.
You believe in the flat Earth? Why do you believe in the flat Earth?
In 11th grade, sorry, I'm German, a bit sprachbehindert, as we say. In 11th grade, we have like circular motion, and there's angular velocity, and there's also linear velocity, right? And we calculated the linear velocity of Earth, and there was like what the fuck? Why is that number so big? And then I've been like started researching stuff. I watched that documentary of Eric Dubay and also looked at some smaller creators on Vimeo and other stuff that doesn't get censored. And yeah.
Well, typically, I wouldn't say anyone here believes in flat Earth. We all experience the Earth as flat and motionless, so it's really not a belief now, is it? See, you believe things that you don't. You believe things. Hold on, mate. Hold on. We believe things that we don't experience. The only real true knowledge we have are what we experience. And since what we experience is the Earth is flat and motionless, that's the actual knowledge we have. Nobody experiences the Earth as a globe, so the globe is inherently a belief for everybody, except for the 23 people that claim that they went to the moon. But other than those 23 people, they're all believers. Every single one of them.
But how do you know that your experiences are verifiable and actually the truth?
You empirically test them.
Yeah, but you have to make the assumptions that your senses are not lying to you.
You have to make your assumption that you're. Listen, hold on. I love this. How do you operate every day if your senses are lying to you?
I don't know.
Oh, I love this.
Let me ask you this question. Have you made more mental errors today or physical errors?
Mental.
Exactly. So you're saying maybe my senses are lying to me, and then what is in the place of those, right? Your mind, right? Your reasoning. But as you just said, you've made more mental errors than physical errors. It goes to show you that our senses are actually more reliable than our intellect.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, so I would.
Oh, this is absolutely alarm.
Weird flex. Weird flex. Wait, okay. So before you move on to before you move on to the Christian thing, before you move on to the Christian thing, like, because people say this all the time, like, how do you know that you can trust your senses? Well, that's typically because we're always attacking people for using just one sense, observation, and then coming up with a bunch of stories based off of something they've seen with no other senses involved. So my question to you is, have you ever experienced something with two or more senses that turned out to be not what you thought?
Experience something with two or more senses that didn't turn out to be true.
Where you experience something with more than two senses or more, and you found out, wow, I shouldn't have trusted my senses because they failed me. Can you give one example?
I could smell and taste garlic, but it could be like only the chemical being extracted from garlic that actually makes it taste like that. So that would be an example of my senses.
Disregarding intentional deception. Hold on. You have to disregard intentional deception. We're talking about natural observation here. So tricks and things like magicians do, we're going to disregard those. Is there anything natural that you have used your senses for that you found out you were wrong?
It's not like I don't have the time to investigate everything, therefore I have to...
I mean, you would know right away, so the answer is no.
Yeah.
You would instantly know.
I guess.
Because it's not like we were asking you to, draw up a list of every single thing. You said, well, why can we trust our senses? Or something to that effect. And I responded with, well, why are you asking that question in the first place? Give an example of a time that you can't trust your senses. Of course, when it involves two or more. And if you can't give an example, it's because you don't know one. Give an example of a time that you can't trust
there's like some reverb with that Glad Flope guy. Oh, thanks.
So hey, when you've seen have you ever seen a Mirage?
I'm from Germany. What the fuck is a Mirage?
I don't know. A sound economy. Anyway,
it's an illusion. Okay, I just googled it.
a Mirage. But when you see a Mirage, you know that it's not actually there. So even though you made an observation of something which is not a reflection of the physical world exactly, you know that you're not fooled by your senses, right? Your senses that see to pick up something, you know, listen, that's not actually how it is out there. If I go out to touch it, there's not two buildings floating in the air. There's only one building there. You know that. So even when you see something that isn't like that, you know already. Your senses aren't actually tricking you.
Mm-hmm.
Your senses trick you if you see something and you like say, this is the way it is, and it's actually the way it's not that way, right? In Mirage, we see something and we're like, that's really not the way it is. So it's not even tricking us.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where you think that you've actually been tricked by your senses in reality, by the natural world. It's
just something people say. Yeah, it's just something people say. It's not even true.
Okay, you're from Germany. Maybe you don't know what a Hail Mary is. It's in American football where there's no time left on the clock, and you throw the ball as far down the field as you can and pray to Mary that someone catches it and you score a touchdown and win the game. That's really what you're doing.
I guess you guys gave me some food for thought. I'll be back soon.
You're welcome.
Have a great one.
Bring back some schnitzel.
That was it.
Some schnitzel, please.
Come back as Captain Hook.
I need some cheese with my wine.
No.
Guys, I am from Germany. My name is Hans. This is my friend Franz.
And we have babies named Stans.
We are going to pump you up.
You guys I just put hot oil all over my body.
Oh.
And now I'm here asking about the flat earth.
Look, guys, my commander boy took the day off, and I need somebody to oil me up for the show.
Look, you cannot catch me. I am all oiled up. Yeah, I'm all oiled up. You cannot catch me.
May I have my schnitzel? Can I have my schnitzel?
That was great. That was excellent.
Good fun.
I want my schnitzel.
All right, bring on the next guy in the queue. CIA, I know you're listening. Come on, give him up.
Let's do it.
You guys like making fun of Germany?
Zanuck is there. Do we want to do that?
Nobody makes fun of Germany. Germany makes fun of itself.
He thought that we were not here and we weren't gonna speak like we spoke. He didn't think that.
I was just gonna say, do you really think he was a troll? Is that why you guys were giving him a hard time?
I really don't know. When he left, though, he seemed a little bit
trolly. Yeah,
a little bit more like off. I don't know.
Well, when he said something about how he knew the controls or something, where did he say something about somebody's hot micing? That told me that it's in his first rodeo.
Yeah.
you
Honestly,
know what I'm saying? Like, he knows this
He's like a mini celebrity here. This is hilarious.
Been around, yeah. Okay.
It was pretty funny.
Well, he said he was a German Christian. Doesn't that give him a free pass?
No, multi-pass.
Multi-pass,
yeah. I'm German, Irish, and I'm considered Christian, so what does that make me?
Multi-pass. The lady with the schnauzer. Step up to the microphone, please.
The schnauzer.
I love that he kept reminding us
He's from Germany with his thick German accent.
Excuse me for my perfect English. I'm German.
Sorry, I'm from Germany.
Well,
I'm sorry.
my biggest thing with him was that he didn't have a German accent. They didn't sound like one to me, but they
You have to continually apologize for being German.
I know, right?
Could you imagine, like,
Why would
if
you do
this
that?
would be the most obnoxious person in the world if they just went around saying, "Yeah, I'm from the United States of America."
That's how you know he was German, because he was apologizing for being German.
I know.
Oh, he didn't have to do that.
That was before determining even if anybody was interested in what.
Listen, we don't know if his family directly persecuted any of us, our families or not. So who cares?
We don't know that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we shouldn't make Holocaust jokes. I had a family who died during the Holocaust. He fell out of a guard tower.
Oh shoot!
Is that real? Are you serious?
No, that is actually a joke.
Okay, good.
Isn't that a fallacy?
It sounded really messed up.
Wait, what type of fallacy is that?
Fallacy. Oh.
Let's see.
Jamsy's got the jokes today.
You funny man. I kill you last. You funny. Up against the wall, comrade.
Interesting group of people, characters today. Wow.
I ain't no
It's
damn
the
character.
same groups of characters every day.
I was gonna say I'm always doing it. Seems like anyway.
Sonny, you're just hearing things differently. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right.
Doing all right.
Wait, old dude said Zanuck went concave. Let's talk about it. Zanuck, are you concave?
Oh, he decided to come over here from over there. All right.
If we're gonna look at pictures and have them be a representation of reality, then I guess if that picture is true and correct, since we're using it for the black.
What a straw man! Already out the gate, my mind.
Oh, this guy's gonna spiral real quick.
My.
I'm
I had 5 words out before I got interrupted.
So hold on. Do you know how disingenuous of a person you would have to be to totally miss the point of the logical syllogism that was laid out, with the claim that the horizon is geometric and this sphere is of a specific size, so that horizon should be calculated to be at a specific distance. Now, that doesn't really have to do with a photo, right? That really just has to do with an observer with maybe some binoculars. What's not right about what I just said specifically?
Because if you're asserting that the horizon can only be 1.22 times the square root of the observer, and we see oil rigs that are well beyond that, 10 or so miles, and then I show you a picture where we also have geometric elements in that picture that don't even show it being flat, it shows it being convex or concave, then
what does that have to do with lateral displacement? What does that have to do with lateral displacement?
Lateral displacement, left to right, that's lateral displacement.
Is it?
Yeah, lateral displacement would be left to right in your field of view.
Why would it have to be left to right?
Because vertical is up and down. Come on.
Okay, so in your orthographic view of the world, lateral displacement.
No, we're not talking about lateral displacement. We're talking about objects in your field of view and they're positioned vertically. If you understand perspective, which
no, we're not talking about vertically. We're talking about distance wise. I don't know why I don't know why. Hold on, time out. Am I mistaken? For real? Like, I mean, this is again. So we've gone so far from the initial point, you totally just being disingenuous about our position, claiming that it's about a photo. Now you want to get into the details of the logical syllogism itself, saying that one of the premises are incorrect. That's indeed what you're trying to say, using an ad hoc argument.
No, the exact.
Now you're talking about now you're talking about the concavity of I don't know what, but you're talking about vertical displacement. When all we're asking is, can someone else give me a better word for lateral displacement? You guys know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're saying when you say lateral displacement, because I don't think you do either.
You do know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. If I did, I would say.
So where's the geometric horizon in the Black Swan?
We don't know. We'd have.
No. Where's the geometric horizon?
You asked me a question. I want to answer.
No, you have to answer it directly.
I want to answer, but you won't let me because you keep on talking. You see how this?
Listen to the question. Listen to the question.
You have to pause and let me talk about it.
No, I'm not doing it like that. Not with you.
These are rhetorical questions. Okay, I get it.
No, you're not answering the question correctly.
I didn't get the chance to answer it. I got 2 words out of my mouth and you cut me off.
Where is the geometric horizon, hypothetically or theoretically, in the Black Swan with an observer of one height? Where would that geometric horizon mathematically be, is the question I'm asking you.
So you asked it 3 times in the last sentence. You finally got it right. The geometric horizon from that observer's position should be, if it's 1 foot high, observer, 1.22 miles in the distance.
Okay, great.
Hold on, and a dip angle of whatever it would be, 0.0002 or something.
Okay, great. Where does it appear? Does it appear there? Does it appear vertically, or does it appear along the surface further away from where it should be?
It's vertical. Its position is changed vertically. Instead of being 0.002 degrees in front of you, it's now not only at 0, but it's actually above 0.
So what about the oil rigs? What are you talking about?
They've moved as well. The further oil rig has moved up vertically in its position in your field of view, showing that something's happening refractively, reflectively, optically, because those things can't move with the laws of perspective that are well known by you. These things should be relative to your eye and your field of view. They should descend down from above level to level, or from below level up to level. If they're at the
we don't know the orientation of the camera, so
doesn't matter the orientation of the cameras. You can point it straight up. If you have a field of view below it, you still will see.
It's a planar lens, dude. It's a planar. It's a planar sensor. It's not going to hit it at equal angles. Stop, man.
Yeah, it will actually, depending on how.
It would if the sensor was curved, but it's not a curved sensor. So
all lenses focus light to a substrate.
On a planar sensor.
Okay, but that does not matter for things in the distance. Even if you're not pointing directly at level, you'd be pointing up level. Things on the bottom that are below level, whether you're pointing there or not, will rise to level, which is the same height above the surface as your eye is to the surface. And things that are above level will come down to level. That's the way perspective works.
Yeah, that's assuming that the sensor is perpendicular to the surface.
You'll have to prove to me that you can find a sensor that does not comport with that statement, and I don't think you'll ever find that ever.
Okay. Sensors.
Listen, you can just do this with a simple experiment. Tilt the camera down at 45 degrees, and then tilt it parallel to the ground, and then measure the pixels in the image and see if those are the same pixels separating everything.
Yeah, you'll be very close. There's some distortion.
It'll be very close, but it won't be the same. And the further away it is, the worse it's going to get.
It won't be exact because there's some distortion.
I got a better question.
If you have a wide-angle lens, you have a 65mm lens or a 50mm lens, there's some distortion at the edges. Very little, but there is some, especially at 35mm.
Before you take it over, Indio,
I just want to ask
before you take it over.
It's part of your question, though. That's why I don't want to let it.
I don't know, because I don't want to talk to him anymore, because I just looked up the definition for lateral. So I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
This is more like a task. I want him to draw a picture on the Black Swan. I want him to get the Black Swan image and draw a line where the geometric horizon would be. The one we don't see. Draw a line at the 1.23 mile mark. Draw it on the sensor. Draw it on the image, I mean.
It'll be 0.002 below eye level. You can establish eye level by things in the distance, too, by the way. that you know that have known height.
So then there should be no problem. Why don't you just draw a line across the picture where the 1.25 mile horizon would be? Yeah, you don't want to do that because we're all going to see how absurd the claim is.
No, it's not. We have to have it. We have to be able to establish where level is, and I've been able to do that.
You just said we could do that from elements in the image. You just said we could do that.
Well, the black shark image I posted has that information. The black swan picture does not have that picture.
A black shark? What's that? Is it a horror movie? What's the black shark?
For you it is. For you it's a horror movie because it gives you truth. It gives you some perspective.
No, I think that was what do they call that? Freudian slip. He thinks of.
No, what do you like? Seriously, what are you talking about? The black shark? Is that like supposed to be something?
It is something. Of course it is.
What is it? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't.
It's a non. It's a non sequitur.
I'm not looking in voice chat. So
okay.
Sorry.
The black shark.
It's a non sequitur.
Actually has. So in physics and in math and geometry, you need to have reference points. Otherwise, things just kind of are there in your field of view. And like you said, you wouldn't know whether it's above your level or below level. You don't know until you have something to reference it to. We have something that is called a reference point in the black shark, which is a surfer, and we see his torso cut off at just above his belly button. And we know that most torsos of a 6-foot human is about 2.5 feet.
Shark again.
So we have 2.5 feet.
What does this have to do with the lateral displacement?
Well, you keep on saying lateral. Lateral means left to right. Elijah, why don't you get to your point? Because you're not going to let me finish with our friend here.
No, it doesn't.
Since you're not going to let me finish with Sonny,
Look. Adjective of, at, toward, or from side to side.
It can be any direction in front of you, left to right, whatever. Behind you.
Verb, throw a football in a sideways or backward direction. So, are you refusing to address my question? What's up with the lateral displacement? All you've talked about is vertical.
I thought you were. I didn't know what you meant, so now you've explained it. I get it.
Well, now you know because now I've had to read the fucking definition.
When you look at a picture, say laterally it moved.
Listen, you're so ridiculous. You're so ridiculous that I thought I might have been wrong.
Because pictures are too.
That's how ridiculous.
Okay, I got it. You explained it, and I don't know I didn't know what you were meaning because I was talking lateral meaning left to right,
you're a liar.
Up and down.
Answer the question.
Fine, because we're talking 3D on a 2D picture. Okay, fine. That's why I was confused with what you said. You're making yourself clear. Don't blame me for that. Just you did your due diligence. You looked it up, gave me a definition. Now I know what you're meaning. Laterally, forward and aft. Okay, got it.
Should he use a different language besides English?
Yeah, closer or further away.
I don't know how to talk to Zanuck.
I mean, that's.
I don't know. I don't know how to talk to.
We have words.
No. It was very precise.
I didn't understand it.
Yo,
shame on me. I didn't get it.
Hold on.
I didn't get it. So shame on me. I'm sorry. So now.
All right. Yeah. I can't be cool and talk to Zanuck. Like I can't. It's just I don't. He makes my brain malfunction, and not because I'm stumped. I'm just stupefied. I've been hit with rays of confusion. So answer the question. What's up with the lateral displacement, Zanuck?
Okay, so because the question was asked the way you did, I didn't know what you meant. What displacement are you talking about now? What fore and aft, near or far displacement?
I'm talking about the difference. I'm talking about the difference between what the math says and what we actually see.
Ah, okay. So the lateral displacement, nearer or farther, of the horizon, the geometric horizon. What happens to it? You're asking where did it go? It didn't change. It doesn't.
No, I didn't ask you where does it go. That's another question I would ask.
Now that we have an understanding what the words and terms mean in your in what you're asking.
What's up with the discrepancy? What's up with the discrepancy?
What? See, you're not explaining. What do you mean?
The lateral displacement.
Of what?
I just explained it to you.
You did. Obviously, I don't know what you're talking about because I'm asking you to tell me. Why can't you just make a sentence?
What did I do?
It makes sense. Elijah, why can't you say, Zanuck?
So you're muted, by the way. When I said after you ask for clarity, the difference between the math and what we see, that wasn't clear? What specifically about that? Well, the lateral displacement. That's not clear?
That's clear. That's what I wanted to hear you say. Now, if you said it before.
That's what I said. Okay, so now that you
I
understand.
heard that 3 times. Sorry, I just had to make sure. I was hearing that 3 times in a row. Yes.
Please answer the question.
Okay, now I got it. Now, yes, it was asked. I didn't know what the lateral displacement he was talking about meant. Now I know. So what's up with the lateral displacement of the geometric horizon compared to the observed horizon? And that is caused by light bending downward, looming the horizon up.
How do you know that?
As I'm immediately.
Yeah, before I kind of want to simulate what you mean.
Why?
Because when I start talking, I'm going to mute you until I'm done, and then you can talk, and I'm not going to interrupt you. So, what I want to know is the light bends from where? Like, describe it to me.
The light bends from the object that reflects the light to your eye. There's a ray of light. It goes from your eye. Now, I'm not going to say the light's coming from your eye like you blasted to Q yesterday. The light comes from the object to your eye. But this light ray, now we're looking at it as a directional line, from your eye down to the object. Because we know this because we can measure a point in your field of view where this light ends up residing. Now, if that light is actually above your level observation, then we know that's not possible on a geometric surface such as a flat one, because it always would dip. There'd always be a dip angle, even if it's a flat surface, whether it's round or flat, doesn't matter, because you're above the surface. So there always will be a 0.02 at 3 miles dip, and we're seeing 0.04 more often than not at 3 miles. So we can test this by raising the observation point. Whether you go up several feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, 30 feet, whatever you measure, you'll see a change in this angular position. And that angular position can be trigged out to find out where this object is and if it's being refracted or not. Because if it isn't refracted, it'll follow geometry. If it is refracted, it won't follow geometry. Because we know how far away it is. That's the key thing. We know the angle.
Can you do a quick?
We know everything. We know everything.
Can you do an illustration?
I can give you an illustration.
With the light ray coming from, can't call it a tangent point now.
Can't call it a tangent.
I don't even know. Wherever you think that the light is coming from. But and by the way, my follow-up question at some point is going to be, so where's the light ray from the actual geometric horizon? Because if it's coming from it's
go ahead.
It's a bit of a conundrum, right? Because you have the horizon that you're saying appears to be somewhere else, but that is a physical place, right? It's physical obstruction. It's the curve of the earth. The light is supposed to be bouncing from that to your eye. Where's that at?
Well, that you will not see it again. That obstruction will not be obstructing the vision because you're seeing around it's like seeing around something. It's like when I can't think of an example. I posted the liquid propane on a pole to show that when you pour the liquid nitrogen or liquid propane over the pipe, it would curve the light across the surface and let you see beyond it further than you normally would. So that's the horizon also. That horizon locally there would now be further away because you're now seeing the bottom of this object.
When you pour the liquid on the propane tank, does the propane tank disappear? Is there any point on the propane tank that disappears, or is that little whatever's behind it affected?
The horizon, so the part that is blocked, is now changing.
That's not what I asked you. The thing that's in front of the thing that's obstructed in the first place,
right?
Does that move or disappear?
No, it didn't move.
Right. So that's like the geometric horizon. I'm asking you,
No, because
where is the light?
if we wanted to change its position, we'd have to change the median before that structure. That's why it's not a great example.
Well, it's not. So it's not analogous. Exactly. It's
because it
very
shows that light. Hold on.
no. It's non sequitur, actually. And the reason why is because I asked you, well, like the geometric horizon is supposed to be, you have this propane tank that's in the way of things that are beyond it. So I asked you if that moves or disappears. You said no. Then it's not analogous. There's no argument there.
That's true. And I only was to show the point that light can bend around a surface.
It can, but that's not what's happening at the horizon because you can't go and test it.
I agree. Okay, so let's go back to the horizon that appears to change, because we have pictures of it changing. We know that the horizon changes because we have pictures that everybody posts showing that. Correct?
Yeah, that's a. I mean, but again, I'm asking you.
Here, right? We have this picture here. So that picture shows that some hold on days where it's clear and there's a little bit of chop on the water, that we have the further object, the further platform. I believe that's that Hill House. No, Hill House is the closer one. Anyway, the further one is lower in your field of view. But then on the calm day, the Black Swan day, it's higher in your field of view, because we know this because we can see it next to the closer Hill House platform. So why does it move? Why do you think it moves, Elijah?
I don't know. It's a red herring. I don't have to really answer that.
Because the horizon has changed. That horizon.
No, it's a red herring. It's a red.
We don't have to answer the unexplainable.
No, let me tell you. Let me tell you why it's a red herring uninterrupted. So it's a red herring because I'm asking you if there is supposed to be a geometric occurrence, that being the horizon, necessitated by the size of the ball, then that is where the light should be bouncing from that position to your eye. It should be the horizon. So I'm asking you, why is that not the case? Why is it that we see the horizon much further, i.e. the lateral displacement I was talking about? You showing me a picture where it's closer and farther, or you giving me the difference between two pictures, is not addressing what I'm asking you. You started to talk about refraction and light rays, and then I said, okay, well, if the light is bending from where you can't see it to your eye, then what's wrong with the light that's right in front of you at 1.2 miles traveling from that geometric horizon to your eye? Like, I understand I asked you like kind of two things, but I mean, pick one.
No, I can answer both at the same time. That geometric horizon isn't the horizon anymore, because what you see is what we care about. So suddenly this geometric horizon, the physical horizon, if we could do things physically where there's no optics involved, that horizon will still be there. But because we're using optics, the optical effects on light are at stake here. And these are the things that are changing this horizon, this apparent horizon, which was at the geometric. Now it's changed to an optical horizon, which is much further away. So laterally, and I showed a really good picture of that. It's probably gotten washed over by other posts, but I showed a really good picture of that, shown why it's different. And see when it says atmospheric magnification, it shows that horizon being just at the bottom of the closer location, and the farther oil rig is half gone.
Yeah, bullshit.
That horizon now the horizon in the right picture. Hold on, in the right picture. Hold on, on the right picture, the whole entire oil rig has risen up almost to the roof line of the foreground oil rig. Now, why did it move? Because of refraction. This refractive, the curve. See, to answer your second part of your question, real quick, and I'll
let him finish. Let him finish because I muted him when I'm talking. So
the reason that the geometric horizon now doesn't have a point where light would bend, shine off that or reflect off it, is because the light is bending right from the moment that it leaves this source in the distance, the horizon or wherever, to your eye. It's curving. So everything is loomed upward.
Zanuck, On the can I ask you a question?
Wait.
Okay.
Because he's about to say from your eye.
No.
But he couldn't say that. And so you introduced the error because you kind of said the same thing
error.
twice.
I'm talking about the line.
I'm sorry. When I say something, I like to provide clarity as to what I mean so people understand what I'm saying. Typically, when I'm speaking to a person, it's because I want the most understanding between us, because that's kind of what you want to have as a human being talking to another human being. So, you said the reason that the light is not bouncing off the geometric horizon to your eye is because what?
Because the light's path from the objects behind it are curving the entire way to your eye. And that spot, that geometric position, is just one midpoint in the path of the light from the object in the distance to your eye. So that point will not be a horizon anymore. It'll just be one point along its path, which has been curved upward. It physically is upward, even though light has been curving down from the object to you, and the light's path, not the reflection, goes from your eye to the object. The light's path, this light path. Not saying it's coming from your eye, the light's path from your eye down to the object. And this can be measured in your field of view easily.
No, it hasn't been measured. Anyway.
Oh, absolutely it's been measured.
Question. Zanuck, why on the magnification that you said this is the geometric that's the geometric horizon there in this magnification in the screenshot I took at 50 minutes after? Is that the geometric horizon?
That would be closer to the geometric horizon, correct?
Okay, really? Why in the same video a couple seconds later when the wave goes down, you can see the whole entire oil rig, the furthest one out, and the horizon further out than the oil rig? Why is that? Is that your light warbling like a wave going up and down?
I have your screenshot there. What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
There's waves that's a
Have you
low.
seen the video that the screenshot came from?
I see that picture. Yes, where half of the second oil rig is gone.
Have you seen the video that the
Yes
comes from? Well, a couple seconds later and before, when you stayed up to camera, you see the waves go down. You can see the horizon behind Habitat, more than 10 miles out. So now in this screenshot, the same video, a few seconds before.
Why don't you post that video so I know what you're talking about?
Hold on. A wave comes up, and now it's blocking the whole entire thing.
Well, you're low enough for
a couple seconds later, the wave goes down, and you see the whole entire thing. Habitat 10 miles out and the horizon further out.
Show me that particular video. Show me their wave. This is the wave.
The title is on the screenshot called Magnification. BM LSB 69's channel.
Why don't you just post the link?
You know where it comes from. You don't know where it comes from.
I do know. I probably have the video. I'm sure I do. But
yeah,
I just
asked me who it was. So obviously, you don't know who it is. So
no, I do. I do know. I have all the videos that were posted by him.
God, you just stick your foot in your mouth every.
No, I have those videos. I just don't have it handy.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm looking at that video, Sonny, that you posted. I don't see for example, the one you did 12:50.
When the wave goes down
at 12:50. Are you talking 12:50 or at? Well, you have two of them at 12:50. The bottom one with the calm water is a different day.
That's
different
not
observation.
calm water.
That was a very calm water day.
That's not calm water. No, it's
kind of a dead still. I live down there. I surf down there. I know that with those waves very well, intimately.
Yeah, fine.
And I saw one like that.
You're talking about because
you live down there.
Bo has put the specifications on his video. If you weren't such a numpty, you would know that he shows the wave height, the conditions and everything on his videos.
You see how the water is kind of flat?
About?
Even though there's waves, it's still kind of flat. We can see like there's.
You're lame. That's the front of a wave that's in front of the.
I know that. I know there's a wave there. I mean, it's calm as far as there's not a lot of wind that day.
Why don't you put a solar filter in that too and just put a bunch of shit in between our eyes and the actual thing we're trying to see?
A whole bunch of things that are in the way so you can make your point? What is going on, Zanuck?
The chop on the upper picture you did at 12, the first picture, 12:50, shows chop. I mean, you don't see white caps, but you see a lot of chop. Would you agree?
Dude, You were
You don't
just
see a lot of waves in that
trying
picture.
to convince
It's a different. Oh
someone
my
that
God.
it's not.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
man.
you don't want to listen. So obviously I can't speak because you're just going to talk over me. So I'll
No, no, no. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just speaking about the two pictures that Sonny posted. The bottom one is like one of those not dead calm days, but very low wind because there's no ripple in the water. Yes, there are waves there, and yes, the waves that are closest to you will obscure the further platform. I don't think it ever gets to the point where you can see the bottom of it. You said you can see the whole platform in that video. You can't. But and you said that. So when I bring the video up and I'm going to show you a
Sorry.
clip of
Yes,
it,
you can. The Black Swan. You can see the whole.
that's
damn
not from this video. That's not the same day. Completely different days, Sonny. You're being disingenuous.
So
why are you
each
talking
day
about?
has a difference. Like it really,
My God,
it really
yes.
matters that that you can do only one. You are pinpointing only one thing. We are telling you that it's not
This is.
the same, and you keep saying it is the same.
Oh boy.
What are you talking
You know
about?
what fallacy?
Sonny, come on,
You know
man.
what fallacy
Those
you're
days,
committing?
two different days,
You're
two
committing.
different observations. Has nothing to do with any waves. The atmosphere is
Yeah, Xanax.
those are different days. There's no waves that change what you see in
Different
those two
day.
pictures.
What are you talking
Xanax.
about, dude?
Hold on,
They're different
Xanax.
days.
Xanax.
How much more clear can I be?
Xanax.
not
I'm trying
listening
to
to
get
yourself.
control.
They're different days.
Justin.
They are different
Justin.
days.
We're arguing about. Listen, you're literally arguing about. It's a different day. No, it's not. Like, this is the dumbest shit I ever heard. Like, where's the
Everyone here
substance?
except for Sonny knows
Anyway,
these are different days. When that oil rig is half gone, that's a different day than the Black Swan. Would everyone
not
agree?
Sunny. But anyway,
No, do you agree,
the
Elijah?
fallacy. Shit. My bad. Yeah. So the fallacy you're committing is special pleading. You know, because you're just looking at one thing, and then you're kind of you're not really explaining why the latter. I mean, I guess you kind of did, but nobody's talking about this other photo. Like, why are you bringing it up? To make what point specifically?
Because the one day has the chop, where usually when you have a wind like that and there's chop, you won't see that type of Black Swan rising horizon, see further than you should type of phenomena. You only see that when it's kind of still and there's this temperature inversion, as I mentioned yesterday when we talked about this. That's why I brought it up. And those are two different days, and everyone should know that those are two completely different days. Where one, with the still air, that's when the air next to the surface can actually give its heat to the ocean and provide this temperature inversion where light will now have a propensity to bend downward, which looms things up. The picture I showed you, the other one where the oil well is half gone, is a chop day. It means wind's kind of blowing along the surface. That means you don't get the transfer of heat. There's not the density variant. You don't have that gradient anymore.
How does it bend it up over a wave? How does it bend the light up over a wave that's bunched up and bulged up next to the coast? How does it make it go back up and then over the wave?
The waves will definitely block things in the background. If there's waves, you'll see it. My
It'll
pictures don't
block
have
the
waves.
light coming from
my
behind the
pictures.
wave.
You can see it in his video, BM19's picture or videos. That those pictures. In fact, I think there's actually kind of a GIF on this chat I've already seen. It just shows him zooming in, live video, and there's no waves. It just shows exactly where these oil rigs are relative to each other. They're lateral positions, as Elijah mentioned, and that lateral position doesn't change, but yet the position in your vertical field of view does change day to day. And we can verify which is real by how it comports with reality.
Are the oil rigs physical?
The oil rigs are physical, Elijah, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And like you just said, they don't change?
They don't change position. They're fixed against, nailed to the bottom of the ocean.
Although they do appear to have some sort of vertical displacement. Yes.
Yes, but
laterally they're in a fixed location. Great.
Fixed location.
Now,
fixed height.
Now is the geometric horizon physical?
There is a geometric horizon that is physical. Yes.
Okay.
Cool assertion.
So you have the oil rigs, right? The oil rigs are beyond 1.2 miles.
Yes.
And in every instance, they're in their geographic location where you would expect to see them. But then you have what you claim a geometric horizon due to the curve of the earth. But you're telling me that this physical obstruction can move. You don't see a problem with that? You got two physical things.
The physical.
You got two physical things, so-called. One moves, one doesn't.
When you ask me, then you start talking over me. I mean, dude, I'm being so polite and trying to be so cool with you. Because I like you, man. Elijah, we have a lot of history. So
yeah, we'll see. Go ahead, answer the question.
I will. Just let me. So the physical geometric horizon does not move. But the optical horizon does move. In fact, it moves up in your field of view as well. If you measured it angularly, if you measured it angularly in your field of view, it would actually lift up. It is higher.
No, I get it. I get it. No disrespect. I get it. I'm trying to figure out why you can't say the same thing for the oil rigs.
They do move. They move on different days, optically, just like the horizon moved. Exactly.
No. Vertically, but you just said laterally they do not. They're in a fixed position. That's what you said.
Right.
The geometric horizon is also in a fixed position, but unlike the oil rigs, which is physical, we know that because we can actually experience it. You have a claim that the horizon is also a physical thing. However, optically that can move laterally, but the other physical objects, the oil rigs, do not move.
Correct.
Why?
Because one is actually obstructing something and the other is the object.
So our physical, is a physical object capable of obstructing your view?
Yes.
Right. Now, we just went through the fact that both the geometric horizon, that's a physical earth curve, and the oil rigs, physical objects.
You're getting pretty good.
These are two of the. I'm not twisting them around.
No, you are.
I'm not twisting.
You're equating objects.
Anyway,
So
no, I'm not.
Yeah, you
no,
are.
I'm not.
Why? Let me explain why.
No, I'm not.
I'll show you.
No.
I know what you're.
No. You have two physical things. In the case of the oil rigs, they're just there. And the horizon is supposed to be the thing that obstructs boats, buildings, and everything else that's beyond that point. It's supposed to physically be somewhere, it's supposed to be fixed, immovable. However, even though you have two physical objects, you can say optically the physical object, the horizon, can move, but the physical oil rigs are in a fixed position. I just want to know why you have two different explanations for two things that are both physical. That's all I want to know.
You've just laid out a great example of the false dichotomy fallacy. The oil rigs are not
put my words in a false dichotomy.
I'm going to. So the horizon, by definition, is an area where the sky meets the ground. It is a point of obscurity where everything beyond it is being obscured. The oil rigs are then as can be physical. This point can be physical. This point in the distance, a fixed distance, can be identified as the geometric horizon, and it is physical. The oil rigs are also physical, but they're not blocking anything, and they're not moving further.
Use my words to formulate the fallacy you claim. No, you're not going to begin with "I made a fallacy" and then go on with an explanation that doesn't explain how I committed a fallacy. The first thing you're going to do is put my words into the fallacy. Tell me how I've committed it. Because if not, I'm just going to go back to you're not answering my question.
The fallacy is equating the geometric horizon with the oil rig. Why things don't move on the oil rig, why the oil rigs do not move laterally, yet the horizon does. Just because they're both physical doesn't mean they both can move. In our scenario, the scenario is the geometric horizon moves optically.
Well, it's your claim.
Light bends, but the objects in the distance don't bend because they're fixed. Even though they're both subjected to the same refraction, the same bending of light, it's a false dichotomy because one is not related to the horizon. Is not an oil rig. The oil rig's purpose is to pump oil. The horizon's purpose is to block things behind it. They're not the same. That's why it's a false dichotomy. If you can't
no,
I can't help you.
No, that's not a false dichotomy. Hold on,
It is a false dichotomy.
Okay, hold on.
You're saying because one moves further away, the other
all I said was hold on.
What?
All I said was hold on.
Okay, don't. By the way, don't mute me, and I'll be respectful. I promise.
Okay.
You want me to say something? The geometric horizon can move. The oil rig.
A false dilemma, also referred to as a false dichotomy, is an informal fallacy based on a premise that erroneously limits what options are available. For example, a false dilemma is committed when it is claimed that Stacy spoke out against whatever. The bottom line is,
it wasn't a false dichotomy. It was false analogies, Anik.
No, it's not a false analogy either.
It's a false
based on his usage, that's what he was going for.
No,
whether it was or not.
Not analogy. Actually, a true dichotomy of percentage. Here's why. You have an oil.
If it's a true dichotomy, then it's not.
The horizon
If it's
physical,
a true,
yet it moves. The oil rigs are physical, yet they don't move. Why? That's the false dichotomy. They should move.
That's not a false dichotomy.
One moves, the other one should move. Good.
That's not a false dichotomy.
It actually is. You can't say just because one is
physical.
No, you can't say both just because both are physical and one moves, the other one should move too because it's physical. I'm a person.
Again, that's an analogy.
That's not an analogy. That's not an analogy.
You're saying they're not analogical because one of them's physical and one of them isn't.
Yeah, one moves because it's not physical.
That would be true. They're both physical.
No.
An analogy is. Oh God.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Zen.
I drink water like my car, drinks gas. That's an analogy.
Lord have mercy.
False dichotomy is that because both things are physical and one moves, the other one being physical, it should move too. That is the definition of a false dichotomy.
No.
It is. Okay,
So let me ask you, because the only reason Let me ask you, are physical objects subject to optical phenomena such as phenomena that laterally displaces objects that are physical? Yes or no?
No, that's not how optics works. That's not how refraction works. It's because
then you can't claim that for the horizon.
Well, hold on, let me explain why. The horizon moves further away due to bending of light downward. You can't. Hold on, I'm almost done. I mean, literally, I was going to give you two thoughts, and
but you can't say that because we're trying to suss out.
Let me
We're trying to.
The horizon.
You're off topic.
The horizon.
You're off topic.
Okay, to your point. The horizon moves up and down, and so do the objects move up and down. That's a true.
Yeah.
Now why did the horizon move up and down? Well, it have to be further away. That's where the false dichotomy comes into play. Both objects will move up and down. That's true. No false dichotomy. The horizon moves further away. The oil rigs don't. That'd be the false dichotomy.
It's not a false dichotomy.
No,
First of all, listen. It's your claim or your belief that the horizon is geometric, which means it's in a fixed position, like the oil rigs.
Geometrically.
But that's not the case. That's not me committing a false dichotomy.
For the horizon to move, light has to bend, laterally. For the oil rigs to be affected by bending of light, it doesn't move. It just has to go up and down. That's why it's a false dichotomy. The definition of a horizon in this example is over a curved surface. In order for a horizon to be further away, you must straighten out the curve, which means that curve has to be higher in your field of view.
So you're assuming a curved surface. All right, great. Good concession.
Begging the question. Cool.
Well, you can't get a horizon dip beyond the perspective geometric dip without it being curved.
You can if there's no geometric horizon to begin with.
Listen, you said no. Either optical phenomena laterally displaces physical things, or it doesn't. It can't for some physical things and not for other physical things.
Correct. Because
but that's what you're saying.
That's a false dichotomy.
But that's what you're saying.
Let's say I had a boat. Let's say I had a boat at the horizon, the physical geometric horizon.
The horizon's not geometric, bro.
Hold on. Let's say on one day we measured it to be, that's where the horizon should be. And it might even be refracted up, or it might be concave Earth. But whatever it is, we measure where that boat is. And we say that's the horizon. Everything behind it is being obscured. That's the horizon. And we call that the geometric horizon. If we have increased refraction, that boat doesn't move laterally, but the horizon did. Why is that?
Well, it does not. Listen, if it's geometric, then it shouldn't move. You're claiming it should move. You're claiming it. Nope. You're claiming that it should move due to optical phenomena that affects the biggest object, but not the other objects. As a matter of fact, it affects the object closer to you, the geometric horizon, but not the path of the light traveling further than where the geometric horizon is. Because those oil rigs are still in its fixed location, even though it's further, but the geometric horizon's light is not meeting your eyes at all.
Okay, I think the problem is this word horizon. And that's why I want to give the example of a oil rig right at the horizon. Let's say it's at 3 miles. There's a horizon there. Forget about geometric, whatever. If we added refraction, which affects physical things, physical objects, the horizon would.
That's not what you're saying.
Hold on. Let me finish.
That's not what you're saying.
Let me finish.
You're setting up a premise that you don't even.
No, let me just.
I don't even.
I let you finish. Let me finish.
But you're setting up an exact.
No,
I don't understand.
You're equating.
How can we get to the end of this? How can I accept it when you're contradicting yourself?
You are practicing the false dichotomy fallacy, and I'll explain why. If you had an object that was at the oil rig at 3 miles, and everything behind it is completely obscured, one of those days, and you have a horizon there because that's everything behind it is obscured, and we have another day where now suddenly we can see 10 miles. Well, that oil rig didn't move, yet the horizon did. The reason is because the optical effect, this looming, this bending of light downward, moved the horizon backward. But the oil rig didn't move. Prior, it was at the same point. Why didn't it affect both? Because we're talking about two different types of physical objects or physical things. The physical horizon is not the same as a physical object in location and what it is caused by.
Yes, it is.
And they are different things.
Yes, it is.
The horizon moves further away. The object doesn't. Well, that's the problem.
Yes, it is.
You don't
it's the same thing.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry.
I
think you just not understand what I'm saying.
In the globe belief, right? That horizon is a physical obstruction. Period. It's not a different kind of obstruction because of its orientation or because of its gradual nature or whatever you want to call it. For you, it's the cutoff point. Now, if someone was standing in front of you like a 7 foot tall, 8 foot tall man was standing right in front of me, menacingly, I wouldn't be able to see behind him because he's physical. Okay? It's a physical obstruction. Likewise, when the earth is curving away from you and you have a tangent to the tangent point, everything beyond that point is not visible. Why? Because the earth itself is obstructing those things. The thing that's supposed to be obstructing those things cannot move. It should be in a fixed location if it's physical.
Silence.
Does anybody else disagree?
Yes, you have to disagree because this point of
Does anybody else disagree?
No, something physical is a physical obstruction.
So the point of obscurity,
Zanuck. What? Before you interrupted, I wasn't even done with the end of my statement. I'm just waiting for you to do that, and you did it again. It's like, wow, bro.
Go ahead. All right, I'll jump in real quick. So this physical obstruction, called the horizon, does move. The object at that physical obstruction would not move because we're talking about the bending of light. The path of light is changing, it's bending. The objects are not being bent. They're moving, but they're not moving laterally. They're moving vertically.
Okay, show us how you are bending this light. Show us citation, please.
Just go look at refraction. Bending of light.
Oh God! And refraction.
What kind of refraction?
No, because the geometric horizon, like I said, it's a conundrum because you're talking about the horizon being moved. But if it's optical, obviously, of course, it didn't move. So, first of all, the light would have to be coming from. That's very annoying, man. The light would have to be coming from the obstruction. So, your claim is that the light is coming from beyond that point and bending into your eye. And I keep asking you, what about the theoretical rays that are bouncing from the geometric horizon, though?
Because
you gave me an answer, and you said it basically flattens out to the point where you don't see the geometric horizon.
Because the light's bending.
I don't buy that.
Well, that's your choice to not buy it.
But here's the problem. I mean, because we're talking about, right, the horizon. You claim that's geometric. Optically, isn't moving. You're talking about the rest of the. You're talking about the rest of the Earth beyond it, flattening out, basically. Because now you have the oil rigs, the bottom of the oil rigs that you definitely can see in the Black Swan, not the one that you bring up with the magnification video, but in the other instances, because there's many other videos. But on top of that, there's, what is that, a boat, whatever that is, in between the oil rigs, that's not obstructed by the horizon. That's right, because essentially everything in the field of view has been lifted up essentially to be a flat plane for you to be able to see it, as if the geometric horizon has moved to a further point. How do you substantiate that?
That's exactly what happens, because light bending down would give that effect of the surface being flat. And so
but how do you substantiate that other than saying it?
I let you talk. Let me finish real quick. I mean, I'm saying one sentence. You're giving me paragraphs. This horizon.
No. How do you substantiate that? Is all I want to know. You can tell me. I know that's what your claim is. How do you substantiate it?
By making observations.
Such as?
No, not by making observations, because when you gave a non-analogous example, right, of the container of gas and whatever you poured on it, allowing you to see whatever was behind it. I asked you, well, did that physical obstruction move? You said, no, it did not. So what example can you give that would substantiate you saying that the observation is what you're saying it is, other than just saying that's what it is?
The observations show that you can see things further some days than other days. And also, when you can see further, the objects are moving vertically in your field of view. That tells you the light Either the object moved up and down like an elevator, or the light is bending downward and lifting it up. And we have examples. Even Sonny's in denial here. He says that one picture where the further
shut up.
The further picture shows the oil rig half gone. It's not the same day. That's
You're out of your mind, bro. Listen,
just tell him it's a red herring.
It's a red herring.
Where's the light from the geometric horizon?
Totally red herring. I already proved my case anyway. At 5 minutes after the hour, I got both pictures from the same exact video. The bottom one, the top one shows a wave covering the last habitat rig. The second one from the same video, you see the horizon.
Why would you be?
You're interrupting again.
But it's a different day.
Come on, I'm interrupting too. I'm interrupting too, to be fair. I'm interrupting too.
Different day, Sonny. Come on.
Oh my God. No, it's not a different
It
day.
is. That's a calm. Look at the water. It's a calm day.
5 minutes
But
away.
he's dragging you into the red herring.
Not listening.
That's the whole point anyway, though,
the red herring.
is that the horizon fluctuates. It's not a hard physical location. Therefore, it's apparent, not geometric. That's the entire point.
And you can measure whether it is how close it is to geometric by measuring its position or any of these objects' position in your field of view and do a little trigonometry. The nice thing is we know how.
That's also the point.
Hold on. The nice thing is we know. Come on, guys.
It's not close at all. It's
Right,
off by
come
orders
on.
of magnitude.
Right,
And your
come
fraction
on.
reification maths
Come
don't
on.
even get you close, man.
Come on, man. Let me talk for a second.
Dan, if you can never see the geometric horizon, how do you know which image to compare it to?
I'm trying to explain that, but I've been cut off 7 times by 8 different people. Listen.
That was hyperbolic, but go ahead.
Joe. All you have to do is measure its position. Flat surface.
No, my bad. Start over. My bad. I muted you by mistake. Go ahead. That was an accident.
You can do this by measuring its position in your field of view. And if it comports with basic trigonometry, then you know that's probably more likely to where it should be, even if it's a flat surface. But what we're seeing is quite the opposite. We're seeing things rise and fall on different days. So you have to, which one is real? Well, which one actually?
Rise and fall relative to what?
Your field of view.
Hold on.
Relative to you and your field of view. Level. Level. I didn't give you a good reference point. So you need to have level. You need to establish level. And the only picture that has been produced is one I gave you that came from that same series of videos, by the way, is an evening shot in Santa Barbara of a surfer that was below the oil rigs, where his torso and head are about 2.5 feet tall, but the observer is supposed to be 1.5 feet on the shore. Well, if that's the case, the head should never be below the bottom of the oil rigs.
Red herring.
It's not a red herring. That shows that we have extreme refraction and it's bending light downward to the point where things are lifted up above level.
And that's utter nonsense. That's utter nonsense.
That is basic trigonometry. Basic.
Hey, so basic trigonometry. Let's do this, right? Let's do this. So you guys like that black tower, that black tower one with the mountains are lower than the black tower, right?
You want to do an easier one?
If I'm 10 feet away from the black tower, is the black tower going to appear higher or lower than the mountains?
You're missing the point of the black pool.
No, to answer the question, you're saying that because this person is shorter than the oil rigs, he should not appear above the oil rigs. That's nonsense.
No, that's
nonsense. Depends how close you are to the foreground object and how far they're separated away from each other.
You got to have a reference point. You see, what you're doing. We know the height of the observer. And we know the height of these oil rigs. Then we see the mountains in the distance. That's the better one here. Let's do this one.
We have no idea how far each one is relative to each other.
Yeah, we do. We have the mileage. Yes, that's the key thing.
So we know how far the surfer is. The surfer is away from the camera. How far away?
That doesn't matter because we know how tall he is.
Yeah, it does matter.
No, it doesn't.
If he was 2 feet away from the camera, he would appear bigger than the Empire State Building.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. So it does matter how far away he is.
Hold on. Now, would he be above the surfer? Was his head be above the observer's height or below it? He'd probably block our entire view, right?
Yeah, if he was 10 feet away from the camera.
Because he's 3 feet. Let's call it 3 feet. He's 3 feet tall off the water, and we're only 1.5 feet tall off the water, right?
Look, you're not clever.
No, come on.
Trying to mix and match.
We're onto something here. Hear me out.
You're not.
Yes, we are. The reason he's going to block the
angular sizes, dude, which aren't the same thing.
The reason he's going to block
in absolute measures and non-absolute measures.
The reason he's going to block is because he's taller than you. If he was shorter, if his head was just in the water and then he came close to us, he never would block our view out to the horizon, ever. Because we're
What if he was 100 miles away?
God.
Would his head be higher? Would his head still be higher than you?
Yes.
Dude, his angular size would be like fucking.
People always mock what they don't understand.
0.005 degrees.
Yes. No. If he's taller than you,
Well, it's not mocking. It's not mocking.
He's
Listen,
yeah, I heard
let's
him
be
laughing.
let's be reasonable here.
it's not reasonable.
Because it is. It's laughable.
If you- listen,
you don't like when people make concise points, right?
Can I finish?
I don't. No, because I
You
interrupted
talk
for a
more
reason.
than everybody, Zanuck. You've talked more than everybody. All three of us combined, you've talked more than. You've had plenty of chances to speak.
And to be fair, I've only interrupted.
All you do is talk. No, go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, I only interrupted him for clarity. You know, I tried to stop others from, I only wanted to speak clearly. I didn't want to stutter through him. That's the only reason that I was muting him. I think I was being fair. If I wasn't, I don't care that much, but I'm trying to be fair and reasonable. But I'm a human being. That being said, to talk about vertical when we're asking you what's up with the... Anyway, I've said it a million times, but now we're talking about the vertical thing. How could you honestly say that the distance relative to the distances relative to each other, each object, is not a variable that needs to be included, when if you change the distance, things change? For instance, if the person was closer to you, it would appear like they were higher than the Ulrichs, and if they were further away, they would appear smaller. Obviously. So how could you say this isn't a factor that has to be taken into account? How can you say that?
Because you cut me off and I was explaining to you that if that oil rig is out in the distance, and let's go back to his statement about if someone is...
I'm sorry. I only want to know why you said the distance of the person isn't important. It isn't a factor. That
if they're above your height, their eye level, they will always be above your eye level for as far as they travel away from you, if it's a flat surface. Someone laughed about that. That's the truth. If your eye level is looking level, and you're sitting on the ground, and you're 3 feet off the ground, and some guy's above your eye level, he's 6 feet tall. No matter how far he goes away, he will always be above your eye level. Always.
We're talking is actually wrong.
Assuming your level.
So
Assuming your absolute
It'll
level.
approach level, but it'll never get there. It'll always be,
How far can you keep even if I had how long of a distance can I keep a?
Do you not agree with me?
Listen, if you could
Do you not
theoretically
agree with me?
keep a camera perfectly level, whatever part is above the level and whatever part's below is going to stay there. But there's a caveat: if you're looking dead center, you have to be looking dead center for that to be true of the object. So think of it like this. Okay, I'm going to explain.
So
to
now
you,
you agree with me.
Think about it like this.
Okay, good.
Listen, in your pie in the sky, crazy, never going to happen fantasy world, yeah, it would be true, but that's not reality.
No, because reality is that picture. I'll show you maybe a less doctored up black shark picture, which just shows the surfer there. That is a picture of a surfer. We know he's sitting on the friggin' surfboard, and we know he's about 2 or 3 feet tall, and his head is below the oil rigs. That can only happen when you have extreme refraction, because if it was level to you, you'd be blocking the bottom of the oil rigs.
Yeah, he is mixing, matching things up. And this is, I don't even, whatever. You guys, I don't know. I'm a mute.
And there's refraction, so what?
Doesn't change the horizon.
Yes.
Yeah, the horizon moves forward and a half. We
No,
know
it
this
doesn't.
feature because
No,
we
it
see it
doesn't.
happen.
You know how we,
Okay, what kind of refraction does that?
Downward refraction.
Downward refraction?
Downward refraction would be looming things up, yeah.
Be more specific.
Well, refraction is the bending of light through a differential medium based on angle of incidence.
Yeah, that's religious chanting.
That is what refraction is. That can be shown in the lab. What are you asking me? What kind of refraction?
Yeah, we
Looming
know that's what
refraction?
refraction is. Religious.
Categorize it for us.
Looming is an effect of refraction. If it's from downward bending light, downward bending light will loom things up. Upward bending light will make things sink. And there can also be like a compression, a stooping,
and
towering. That can happen as well.
That's cool, but let's see the data. What refraction
Yeah,
formula
those
are
are
you using? Let's see
Wait,
the real
hold on. Back
No,
up
as well as all
for
you
just
need
a
is a
second.
differential.
You just
Use a little
said
calculator for
two
one way.
mediums. Hold on, buddy. You just said refraction is light going through two mediums. Didn't you just say
Differential
that?
medium, not two, differential.
Differential?
Calculus, a little calculus here. You got to have a little
Yeah,
bit of
but
calculus.
see, the problem with that though is the light traveling straight and all is going to increase in elevation, which means it's going to be traveling towards a less dense medium. Although I do understand that your claim is the light will bend towards the more dense medium.
Right.
But why though? If it's not actually interacting, meaning it's moving into the less dense area, why would it change incidence?
It's not because you're looking down to that object to the horizon.
No, we're talking about the light coming from the object.
I'm talking about just the ray of light
over a curved path.
Both. When I say the eye to the object, I don't mean the actual the movement of the photons. I mean the actual direction of this light beam. This beam of light that is coming from the object, obviously, to your eye. But I'm go from your eye to the object. The light will be bending down.
We're talking about the same. We're talking
light path is being
about the same theoretical concept. And I'm asking you, since that rolling towards a less dense medium and it's not interacting with the more dense medium, why are you saying that it's going to bend towards the more dense medium? Why are you saying this?
Because the horizon is below eye level.
That's non sequitur, bro. What does that have to do with what I just asked you?
Down. So the
No. I'm not talking about. I'm not.
Refraction works.
Yes,
on
it is.
An angle of incidence. It works on an angle of incidence, and now because the surface is curved, it'll be a progressive angle of incidence. Means with every
listen to what I asked you.
God.
You're not answering what I asked you. So just replay what I asked you and try again.
Yeah, you say you're looking outward, so like a tangent. If it's
that has nothing to do. Listen.
Well, let me finish repeat what I'm at. What you said to me. So oh my God, Elijah, you got to give me respect.
That's not what I said. Well, that's not what I said.
Out.
No, because that's not what I said. You're not going to begin.
Answer the question.
Yeah, you're not answering the right questions, buddy.
So Elijah.
Well, he's talking about when the light is leaving the object from a position that you can't even see because the horizon is in the way. It's going to be traveling over a curved surface. It travels in a straight path unless interrupted, right? So it's moving into a less dense area. But you say that it's bending, it has a tendency to bend towards the more dense area, even though there's no actual physical contact. I'm asking you why.
The physical contact is with, and this is a physical contact, not that it's actually touching, but when light goes through a medium, that's a physical contact. It's going through medium, it's bouncing off, photons are being absorbed and re-emitted through molecules of air. And yes, every time it bounces off one, it's going into a denser and denser medium because the surface is curved and the atmosphere is curved subsequently as well.
Oh, you have curved gases?
The curve follows the curve of the gases around the sphere. Correct.
Okay, demonstrate gases taking a shape.
Cloud.
Clouds are water particles. Try again.
Correct.
He still didn't.
You think
He's
not
not. He
vapor.
didn't. You didn't
They're not
water
answer.
vapor inside a
liquid
cloud. You
water.
don't see it. You don't see the water vapor, but you see it's in the cloud, and inside that cloud you'll have 100% humidity. It's
But
water.
you didn't answer my
Clouds
question at all.
are particles
hold
of
on.
liquid
And that-
water
hold on.
nucleated on dust.
Hold on. Let me finish. You jump over me, 3 guys, and I can't even say one sentence.
Because you're
So
not
in that
answering my
cloud-
question.
Clouds are not a gas, dumbass. Clouds are not a
yes.
gas. They're
Let me
liquid water.
finish. Let me finish, and you'll get it. The clouds, yes, the part you see is water droplets. The part you can't see is the water vapor. It is contained in that shape. Now, can you see it? No, but it takes that shape of the cloud because where you see the clouds, inside it is 100% humidity. Outside of it, not so much. In that cloud, 100% humidity, water vapor. Yes, takes the shape of the cloud.
Water vapor is a gas.
It's not water. Listen. It is not water in gaseous form. It's not steam, Zanuck.
What? Steam is
It's not
water.
steam.
Yes, steam is the same thing as a cloud.
No, it's not.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it is.
Clouds condensed onto
Condensed water vapor.
And you're saying that
condensed onto what?
Water,
Condensed into water drop, very small water droplets. That's what a cloud is. Fog.
So it's not a gas.
Fog, steam,
Use
clouds,
Google.
all of them are water droplets, very small water droplets.
Of liquid water.
Correct.
Steam is droplets?
Liquid
Yes.
water.
You're tripping, bro.
Steam is gaseous water.
No, steam. You can visible steam. Visible steam is water droplets.
No, it's
That's
not.
why- Yes, it is. My God.
No, it's not.
let's just see the
Absolutely.
gases taking a hard physical
You
shape.
see steam. If you can see steam, it's because water vapor is invisible.
Panic.
Water vapor is invisible.
You had failed first grade science about
This is like
gases
third grade.
have no shape.
Yeah,
And
I just
you
want to see
failed fifth
gases
grade
holding a
science.
shape.
You'd fail fifth grade science.
No, you have clouds.
Yeah.
Clouds of gases happen all the time. Are there any gases you can see? Do you know of any gases you can see?
Chlorine gas.
Who cares?
Can you see it?
Green, yeah.
Who
I
cares?
don't think
If
so.
you see it, you're probably dead already.
You see the effects of it. You can't see it.
No, chlorine gas is green, dude. Green.
Isn't that the effect it has with the atmosphere, with the molecules in the air?
Yeah, well, that's possible. It's being oxygenated. I don't know.
I think that's what happens. I'm asking. I don't really know for sure. I wouldn't bet my life on it, but I don't think you can see any gases. If you could,
Don't bet your life on it. It's
but
highly
yeah, but if you could,
I
see
gotta do it
that-
though.
hold on. If you could see a gas, and some of them can't be seen, but they're still there. Point is, someone said you can't have gases that take no shape. Yeah, if I had a cloud of gas, that cloud of gas would be the shape.
It doesn't take a
Mix
fixed
bleach and
shape.
ammonia in the toilet.
What do you mean a fixed shape? Well, yeah, it doesn't come out like a square or a circle or something.
Yeah, they're constantly morphing, and you're claiming that
Yeah.
the thing has a hard, fixed shape all
No,
the
it's
time on the
constantly morphing.
surface of the Earth. So you need to show us gases taking a fixed form, and then on top of that, you need to quantify the refraction that you're
problem.
talking about by giving us
Yes.
the refraction formula and showing us the physical data that you based it on.
If a force is acting on the gases and it's consistent, it will create a shape. It's just no different than you see the pressure waves of what comes off of a F-16 when it's going supersonic, or if you get a low pressure zone on top of the wing where you get an area of fog and gases that take a shape there. That stays there as long as that airplane's in that high G maneuver. So yes, it can take a shape.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Shapes too.
You're
Specific
totally
shapes according to the shape of the aircraft and the type of maneuver it's making. And you're talking over me. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hold on, let me say something. Why is it that they don't show up at night at all then?
What?
What do you think your word count
I can
is?
see them at night.
Claim something and I
You're complaining about being interrupted.
With infrared, well,
the
I'm
word
asking-
count is
people are asking
orders
me
of
questions, I
magnitude
can't
higher than
respond.
everybody else. So you're
Because if
still
people ask
talking
me a
over
question, I'm
me too.
responding, then you talk over me. So what about?
Well, you're too verbose. How about that? You're too verbose. Like shorten it or
I
something.
understand my question.
There's like 50 people in the chat, and you're talking like 9 times more than everybody else.
Except when he's
It doesn't
muted.
mean nobody talk.
Funny how that
Oh,
works.
oh. Well, I mean, it annoys me when people that talk the most complain the most about people talking over them. That shit annoys me.
Yeah, I
You
agree
should
with
be
you.
complaining the least.
I've drawn a very crude illustration so that you can answer the question. that I'm actually asking. So closer to the surface, you have the denser air. Further away from the surface, you have the less dense air. So when the light is traveling in its straight path, right? It's going towards the less dense area. No contact with the denser air whatsoever. So I'm asking you why it bends then. I'm not even I mean, I'm so far into this theoretical BS. I don't even care that it's not two different mediums. I'm just going with the narrative that you have a curved atmosphere and that the light is traveling through it. So if the light is coming from elsewhere to you, it's going to have to follow the path of the earth. But there's no contact. There's no contact between the more dense area because it's going into a less dense area. Why would it bend? I haven't read anything on refraction that details how this happens or why it happens. And the denser medium itself isn't why, because hypothetically, it's not even going into that area.
Remember, I told you it's all about the angle of incidence. So if you were looking at upward, like that tangent looking upward, then there wouldn't be.
No matter where you're looking.
Well, no, it is, because if you're looking down, then you're going to be pointing through a density gradient. Everything's about. I know you have this. Now let me finish. I'll let you ask the question. I'm going to try to answer it. Okay. So if you're looking at your tangent line, that would be pointed up or out, directly out, which would be pointing toward a less dense medium. Correct. Every inch you went away from your pointer would be going into a lesser dense and dense. I mean, depending on the quality of the air, but let's just say for argument's sake. So you'd be right. But once you look down, it doesn't take very much, just a little inflection of that angle where you're pointing down, and suddenly you're looking into a progressively denser medium. Every inch you move away from you, it gets denser and denser because you're looking down. And the sunrise at 6 feet tall, 6 foot observer, would be 0.04 degrees downward. That's enough to create this type of downward refraction.
Yeah, that's backwards too. I'll pull up a diagram of that. Something is wrong with looming. Well, I just said that I was going to pull up the. I just said that I was going to pull up the diagram.
I just was asking you. I mean, you can tell me.
Well, I'm telling you based off of the diagram.
Oh, okay.
What else am I going to go off of? My own beliefs and words? I'm just saying there's a contradiction between what. Listen, anyway. So you talking about looking through dense air doesn't mean squat shit. Now, the reason is because the light that's traveling in that path is never going to reach your eye. So there has to be something that bends it to your eye like you guys suggest. I mean, you look at McWest's website, that's exactly what's happening. I'm just asking why. You're talking about it's non sequitur. The angle of this light is not coming towards you. but you're saying it is. Now you're talking about just looking down, even though it's up, because you're looking through the denser air, you would see it somehow. No,
Elijah,
draw that on a diagram. Draw it on a diagram.
Elijah, you gave me a diagram, and you did the exact opposite. You made fun of me. You made fun of me yesterday about saying, "Oh, here's a light coming from." Oh, he said, "From your eye." You know, I meant the ray of light. Now you're doing the exact same thing. There's the guy on the
no, I'm not
looking upward. So the light's
no, the guy is not. The guy is not looking.
So the light's coming.
The guy is not. Listen, I didn't even draw eyes on this guy. Like that's irrelevant. That's what you're saying.
So where's the light coming from?
I'm illustrating that the light is coming from a further geometric location that you actually can't see.
There would be no refraction
because it's beyond.
There'd be little or no refraction in your example.
Hold on. Hold on. Do I need?
There'd be no. If you had a differential medium.
Do I need to? Or what?
You have no refraction in your example.
Okay. Listen.
I need.
In this example, it's not about where the guy is looking. It's about because you're claiming that the light is bringing you imagery from a location that you otherwise wouldn't be able to see. So this is why I'm illustrating that the light is just going off in a tangent because it has to interact with a difference in order to change its angle. And the only thing that's going to happen when it goes into a less dense medium is definitely not bend towards the denser medium. That's all I do know. You're claiming that that's exactly what's happening. All I've done all day is ask you why you're saying that happens. And I might want a citation, and I know you don't have an example because you would have given one. So help me out. Just answer what I'm actually asking you. Why you believe what you're saying.
Oh man. So, Elijah, look. The light is coming from the object. And that object is on the earth. And that light reflects, goes to your eye. Now, how does it go around the curve? Because it immediately would be looking the position of me toward that object is below it. We're both below each other. And because we're below, the angle of incidence is just slight enough where you're starting to go through a progressively denser medium. That's why it refracts. You drew a line out into space. There would be no refraction in that scenario, or maybe very, very extremely very little. But that's not where we're not looking at the stars' position with us as a tangent.
We're looking at the path of light.
Yeah, the path of light comes from an object on the surface. Light travels
in straight paths.
And we're reflecting toward us. Now, normally, if there's no refraction, that light would just blow us by. It'd be a tangent.
Okay, so how does refraction happen?
Because the light from that object is going slightly down at an angle of incidence such that
No. Why does refraction happen? Now I'm asking you a slightly different question, but it's related.
Oh my God! Because light is bending through the change of medium with an angle of incidence. It actually absorbs the light and re-emits the light at a different angle. Doesn't change.
So when light goes from one medium or one layer of density to another, right?
Right.
Okay, so if light is traveling in a straight path, it would have to interact with the denser medium to be affected by it, right?
Being like almost like a magnetic effect on the light. It's just trying to draw it down. If it's denser, it's drawing. It's electromagnetism, but it's not.
Do you have a citation?
I'm giving an analogy.
Do you have a citation though?
It has a attraction to that light. And you can show this in
Do you have a citation?
That is an analogy. It's not going to be a citation.
Do you have a citation
How
for what you just
He
said?
is the citation.
I am the citation, yeah.
Well, as far as I know, light would have to travel from one medium or density to another. And since without that impedance, light would just travel in a straight path, all you have is light traveling from a more dense area to a less dense area. You're claiming that it bends. Now you're saying it's kind of like a magnetic effect. I just need to see. Give me some reading material, something. I've never heard this before.
I showed you a picture of what it looks like at 52 past the hour.
You're a different person, and I would probably take a different approach with you. So please don't mix yourself with Zenik.
Sorry, I forgot. It's always many flat earthers versus one glober, and never more than one flat earther.
Do you hear anybody else talking other than me and Zenik right now?
No, I'll shut up.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you concerned, trolling?
That's like a gang pile on me. I'm giving you basic definitions from physics that are at very high level, by the way. We're not even getting into the nuts and bolts of this. But
you're going on to preamble about.
Sonny, you gave me a plane of. You gave me a plane.
Hold on.
Sonny gave me.
I got to slow you back down. Are you about to not answer what I asked you? Is that what you're about to do?
Well, Sonny's blasting me on text. Said I had to measure refraction.
I don't care about that.
Is not refraction. That's reflection.
I don't care about that. You can text him back. Okay? Maybe message him. I don't care. Are you going to not address what I've spent the better part of like an hour and change trying to ask you?
I'll address it. I'm looking at the chat too because there's people asking questions there, and I thought I'd throw.
All right, so let me just address Matthew, and I'm done with you for now. Because anyway, yeah, Matthew. Did you read up Andrew Thomas Young's paper like I asked you to, so that we can have a more in-depth conversation?
The one that's SDSU. Yeah, I read that one.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
so
he says it's sometimes possible to see around a curve like 750 kilometers.
Yeah, okay. We'll have an in-depth conversation about that. Probably not right now, but at some point. I'm definitely looking forward to that. I've been waiting for a while. Well, Zanuck, you're free to answer or not answer. I mean, it is what it is.
Oh, I've already forgot the question, but you said why? One more time. What is the interaction? How does the interaction actually make light bend?
No, there is no interaction. You're saying it's some type of magnetic effect because it's not actually going through the denser. Because it's not actually going through the denser medium. Like I can see if the light. I can see if the light was traveling. I can see if the light was traveling to a denser area.
There's not a.
But that's not what's happening. It's
there's an angle.
I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to talk over you, bro.
Well, you wanted me to answer. Now you're saying
whatever.
I'm trying to answer you, Elijah. You won't listen to me.
You're not answering. But you're not answering.
So yes, I will answer. God, it's so hard to answer when you keep on doing that. Just let me answer the question for you. So yes.
What's the question?
So how does the light bend downward through a medium when it's not? I don't know what you. I don't even know what you said. Now. I'm so friggin'.
So how are you going to answer me if you don't know what I'm asking?
Well, no, I did about a minute ago after I was telling you to be quiet. Now I don't know what you're even talking about.
So think about it and then tell me what I'm asking you.
No, let's start fresh. We'll ask one more time, real quick.
No. Why don't you take a breath, think about it, repeat back to me.
Dude, I'm so upset with you interrupting me that I can't even think straight. I mean, what? So
you're not gonna.
You said you keep on saying I change this. I hate to change the subject. What's the last question? I got 10 questions you've asked me. What's the last one you wanted me to answer?
The same thing I've been asking you this
say it
whole
real
time.
quick. If it's that easy, just do it real quick. Just real quick. Be brief.
No, because this illustrates that you're about to start talking without. Like I was going to say before I had to mute you. You were about to answer a question that you can't even recall. You don't see a problem with that?
I had it recalled, and then you got me upside down.
Okay, but the bottom line is when you were just then about to talk and I stopped you because you weren't answering my question, it was because you weren't answering my question clearly because you didn't remember it, right?
No, I knew it then, and I didn't know it after you interrupted me. So that's how fast it went away. And the more we talk about this, whether I did or not, is the more I'm forgetting what you're even asking. So I'm thinking it was something about how the refraction works through this differential medium with the angle of incidence pointed.
No, that's not what I asked you.
I know I'm not remembering it correctly, but that's all I remember now. So why don't you just tell me?
Yeah, but I'm not asking you again. I asked you.
Then we get the conversation's over. That's fine. I was more than happy to answer your question to be polite, and now you're.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll unmute him in a second, but again, like Indio said, like he just fills up space with absolutely nothing.
With anything but the answer that you asked for.
Does anybody else know what I was asking? For the last hour?
You're asking about light and how it travels.
More specifically, because he made a claim, and I asked him what specifically about that claim.
You asked him, for one thing, if he could verify it, or how would he verify it. Never answered that one. That was one. But specifically about the light?
About refraction.
Right.
What has to happen for refraction to occur?
It has to bounce up from an elevation that's lower than the observer up above the sun.
No. Literally, how does refraction occur? Like for real, in real life.
Different mediums.
Angle of incidence when light hits another medium.
Right. So if you have light traveling in a straight path, unless, disturbed, in this case, the light is traveling to a less dense area, right? Because what? The Earth is curved, and so is the atmosphere, supposedly, right? So now the light is traveling in a straight path. Why then, if it's not actually going to interact with the denser medium, is it gonna bend to the denser medium?
Exactly. What? This never occurs anywhere. It only occurs just like the image that I posted at 44 minutes. This is how it interacts. Unfortunately, their refraction requires a plane, PLANE of incident. They're so out of it, man. It's bouncing it just at another angle. If it happens at all, it's going upward at another angle, not downward around a curve.
Can you answer that question, Matthew?
No, I don't know much about refraction. Just to me, it's like,
bro, you just told me you read through Andrew Thomas Young's paper, bro.
Yeah, it's complicated. I couldn't read.
It's not that complicated. It's not even that many pages.
No, trying to actually calculate how much it bends is the complicated part.
It's not about quantity. I'm asking you about the quality of the information. Yeah. The quality. So I'm asking, in order for anything to be quantified, something needs to happen. What needs to happen? The light needs to travel from one dense area to another dense area, right?
Yeah,
But
so
seeing is
atmosphere has
that.
different densities. That makes sense.
So seeing is that I can't even say it right now. I'm at work. Never mind. Forget it. Just forget it.
So no validation for refraction. Whatever. None at all. Lots of gish galloping though.
Did anyone show us any spherical gases without begging the question?
Has anyone ever demonstrated giant gas balls coalescing inside a vacuum?
Yeah, man, just look at Saturn.
So, you know what's funny is that I remember when I was, I think I wasn't talking to Gem Panda, but someone else was talking to Gem Panda about this, and his answer to the begging the question fallacy was to literally beg the question again. So someone said, you know, how does that happen? And he goes, oh, well, the sun's in a vacuum, isn't it? It's like, cool. Good one, mate.
Yeah, it's like, you know that's what's in contention, right?
He hit me with the. Elisha thinks that I can't even do his accent well right now, but he said to me that I think that if a question, what did he say? If a question has been asked, then you're begging the question. Or if a question has, I can't even remember right now. I don't want to mischaracterize what he said. Never mind. I'm all over the place right now. But yeah, crypto, like, what's up with gas balls coalescing in a vacuum? As a matter of fact, I asked somebody, does the Earth get bigger? And they said, why would it? If the atmosphere leaves little by little. I'm like, well, remember that little thing called the creation of the Earth, when all of the atoms were like attracted to each other, and then it made this clump, and then it made this sphere? Like, why isn't it just getting bigger then? Aren't all these meteorites and isn't all this, haven't we been bombarded with all of this extra matter? So why wouldn't it theoretically be growing then? That's a dumb question, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, because it's because the whole cosmology is completely impossible, and they don't see it. But
how dare you call me dumb?
Elijah, to answer your question, it's expanding. The universe is expanding, so that's why it's not good.
Who do you guys think would win in a death between Zanuck and Matthew? Who would win in a death match?
In a death match, or in a now, if you put celebrity death match, Matthew has the look where you're like he's gonna lose, but he does some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Matthew has a great smile, has a great personality. I like the guy. I'm gonna root for him. I'm sorry. I don't know. Zanuck, I don't know what he looks like. For whatever reason, he reminds me of the guy from White Man Can't Jump. That's what I see him as in my head. So
you're gonna root for the underdog?
That's funny.
I would be of the impression that I think Zanuck would win. Sorry,
yeah, he might be a little street smarter, but why are we considering this?
Because it's funny.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that celebrity death match?
Hell yeah, the claymation thing. That thing was hella.
Yeah. So we're just putting Globers in here now.
Oh boy, fresh meat.
Matthew.
Yeah, what's up?
How do you use the geometric horizon for your calculation corrections when you're taking measurements using optics, which is subject to light bending.
I think you wouldn't be able to do it very well.
That's exactly what they claim they do. So
Who's
you
claiming
don't think
that?
there's a problem? Well, I mean, have you read any of the Mariner's manuals yet?
Yeah, so you could just ignore the horizon and look at the angle to a star based on the reflection of the surface of water or something. That's how they do it if they can't see the horizon due to fog. Or like a bubble level.
No, but when they're using the horizon though, and they have to do and they claim they do their correction based on well, they're doing the correction based on the difference between the curve of the Earth and the celestial plane, I guess. How do you do that when? How do you do that when your measurement involves optically looking at lines that are curved? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so sometimes I guess it depends on the amount of refraction in the atmosphere. If you're high enough
On the horizon? We're talking about the horizon. Doesn't that always have refraction?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
I'm not going to push you too hard.
I don't know much about the refraction stuff. My general thing is that, hey, it's complicated when you look at the horizon because you're looking through all these different layers of different humidities and different densities. So it's sort of
but they do rely on it mathematically and rely on it not being everything you just said.
Right. Yeah. Maybe you can get close, but I don't know much about those calculations.
Actually, what they do is they just make it flat. That's all they actually do. There's no curve. There's no curved lines. It's just pure geometry and trigonometric functions, and a little bit of ratios with math that I definitely don't understand. Sorry.
How would no, sorry, man. I thought you'd finished. That's all. How would refraction work if you were, say, just let me think of a random city in Montevideo, just as an example, and you were looking up at the moon? How would refraction work then, Matthew?
Oh, if you're looking up at the moon, if you're looking above like 20 degrees above the horizon, then refraction has minimal effect because you're not looking through thick atmosphere. So that's why sailors rarely shoot stars below 20 degrees altitude.
Okay, I thought you didn't know anything about refraction.
No, I'm just reporting what they say when you look at mariners' manuals. They're like, try to avoid, it's less accurate if you shoot stars below 20 degrees.
Okay.
Isn't that the standard? Have you not heard that?
I mean, I have heard that, but it doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, but it's in the manuals about how to actually do real navigation. So I suspect it's probably a good idea.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not going to be sailing anyway, so I think I'm all right. But
you're referring to my video about the moon, though. I can tell.
Yeah,
Have you figured out why the moon is the same size from two different cities?
I mean, my standard answer to all of this is neither of us know what the fuck's going on in the sky. So
ignore that evidence, basically. Ignore what we see in the sky.
I don't know.
Unless it's right near the horizon.
There's no evidence to ignore.
Yeah, the evidence is that the moon looks the same size from two different cities. So the implication would be that it's the same distance from those cities, because they're based on the law of perspective.
Well, we get supermoons where the supermoon is 14% bigger one night than it was the previous night.
It changes more gradually than that, but yeah, within the space of a single night, I'm talking about.
It can do quite large differences, but the point remains that the moon hasn't gotten that much closer. So what's happening. Any ideas?
If the moon looks 14% bigger, it's because it's 14% closer. I don't know if it's...
No, that's not the official explanation at all. It's cool. If you don't know, it's cool. I can't.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm not
Does it look any dimmer? Does it look any dimmer? Like, what else can you tell us about this observation?
Yeah, the observation is that from two different cities, it looks about the same brightness and about the same size, even though those cities are thousands of miles apart, and that seems kind of odd.
That is odd as hell. I wish I did have an answer. I can't even begin to pretend.
Yeah, the best explanation is that they actually are the same distance away, or close.
If we lived on a sphere.
Well, no, I'm just.
It doesn't.
It wouldn't be the same distance. We had this conversation before, right? It would be a very minuscule difference, but I mean, just to be accurate, it would definitely not be the same distance, right?
Right, it'd be within 5 or 10%, or 5%, something like that, 2%. I don't know.
If the Earth was a sphere, and if the Earth were a sphere, and if the moon was 200 and something miles away.
Right, yeah.
200 something thousand? What is it? I can't remember. 200 something thousand, I think.
230,000 or something like that.
238,900.
But Matthew, how can you say that the moon is the same distance if you can't accept that the moon is 14% closer when it's bigger? How does that work? It's not congruent.
Oh, so the 14% thing is that the moon varies in size from night to night throughout the month, and it can change by as much as 14%. But I'm talking about a single observation at one moment.
Wait, back up. No, back up. You just said that it can change 14%. Wouldn't that, according to your other analogy, wouldn't that mean the moon is 14% closer?
Right.
Or at least a lot closer?
Yeah, right.
But is that possible in your model?
In the model, in the standard heliocentric globe model, the moon changes distance slightly throughout the month. That's right, because its orbit is eccentric.
14% closer?
Sorry, Jericho, one second, mate. Big fat no, that's not the official explanation. I'll tell you what NASA says, right? So we're on solarsystem.nasa.gov. Why does the moon look so big sometimes? ? The moon looks big. Let me find the exact paragraph. Well, actually, one second. Give me a sec. I need to pull over to make sure I don't. So I can actually read this properly.
Don't die, crypto. You're my brother in logic.
Hello. So this is from NASA, solarsystem.nasa.gov. Brace yourself. Why do we see the moon illusion? Brace yourself. We really don't know. Well, not really. Depending on your mindset, this might be unsatisfying. So that's the main answer, is they don't know. So for you to give it an answer is ridiculous.
No, they're talking about the moon illusion.
Yeah, they're talking about the fact that the moon changes size.
No, they're talking about the appearance of size. That's the illusion. If they're talking about the actual size, that's well known.
How could you tell the difference?
Illusions are based on human psychology, and the moon looks bigger when it's near the horizon than it does when it's straight up, but that's purely a optical illusion. If you actually get something out and measure it, the distance and the angular size is what we're talking about. The actual size, the measured size.
Have you ever measured the moon?
No, hold on. The measured size is still based on optics, right?
Yes, right.
So how could you tell the difference?
By taking pictures and measuring the optical, the apparent size. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, I can tell you're not sure what I'm asking. So the point is that the measurement of angular size is itself optical, right? And you're trying to tell me that the moon itself has changed size. And therefore, because the moon can't change size, it must be closer, which you can't possibly know.
No, I'm just saying that the moon follows the law of perspective. It gets smaller when it's farther and close and bigger when it's closer. That's all.
Incorrect, because at the horizon is where it appears most large, and that would generally be where it's further away. Whereas above your head, where it's closer, it appears smallest.
You're talking about appearances.
And before you say you disagree, didn't you? Because we had spoken about this before, and you said you were going to go out one night and see if there was a difference because you knew for a fact that it was just an illusion, but there wasn't an apparent difference. And then you came back and you said actually there was, or am I mistaken? I think you wrote it to me in my DMs.
Yeah, so the first time I tried, it was hard to see the actual edge of the moon, so I tried it again so that I could see that the moon stays the same size.
No. So is that your conclusion, that it stays the same size?
Optically, it's an illusion, like you just stated. When we have these supermoon effects, it could be a refractive effect that causes the moon's size to appear the way it does. But yet you can't understand that it could be an optical effect when the moon appears to be the same size from two cities.
So you're talking about two different things. One is measuring the actual angular size of the moon versus what
you can't measure the angular. You can't measure the angular size of the moon.
Yes, you can. That's what.
Well, you would have to know the actual size.
No, that you can derive the angular size from the actual size, but you can also do the other way around. They're correlated.
No, they're not.
Yeah. So if you look in the sky, you can actually measure the angular size of the moon. It's about half a degree.
You can't do that without the actual size.
Yes, you can.
Because the angular size in reference to what?
The angular size is correlated to the actual size and the distance, but you can measure it without knowing either.
How so? What would you need to know?
No, I understand what you're saying. It is. You are correct.
So am I right or am I wrong?
You're wrong.
Okay, so then tell me why.
Sure. So, in a sense, one part of what you're saying is right, that if you know the distance to something and the size of something, you can use that to calculate the angular size. But also, you can just look and see the angular size and measure the angular size with like a sextant or something.
No, so you're right on the first point. You need to either know distance or size of the object to calculate the third unknown variable. If you do not have either of those two, how could you ever postulate what the third variable could be without knowing the first two?
By looking. What are you talking about? The angular size is just what it looks like. It doesn't. You're right. If you know just the angular size, you can't know either of the other two things, but you can measure the angular size. That's what sextants do all day long. They measure angular size.
No, sextants measure angle of elevation from the flat level horizon to which we measure everything in the sky.
Yeah,
that was also
it measures the angle difference between two things. So you could use a sextant to measure the angle from the top of the moon to the bottom of the moon, for example. It'd be about half a degree. But Elijah's right. You can't tell anything more than that. You can't tell the distance or the size.
Or if it's an optical.
If you can't tell the distance or the size, then you don't know the angular size because you have no relation to the size at that point. I mean, I don't, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm ignorant. But I will be coming back at you because I did just briefly touch on this today. But measure, and because it's a measurement, and so you need to know the size in order to do this. If you don't know the sizes, I'm just trying to figure out how you would. Can you do that for a building, say, just by looking at it, not knowing the distance or anything else, just by looking at it? Because obviously we can't go to the moon and go, oh yeah, so we've determined the size from its angular size. So can you do something like that here on Earth, like something like a building, something that you don't already know certain variables to?
Yeah, I like your example of the building. That's a good example. So if you're a distance from some distance away from a building, but you don't know how far the building is or how big the building is, through a telescope, you could look and see the angular size, and you could see if it's changing or not, and then you would know whether your distance is changing or not, but you wouldn't know much more about it than that. But you could measure the angular size, yes.
So wait,
okay, so look at the latest thing in the voice chat. That picture of a building. The guy could use a protractor to measure the angular size of the building at 62 degrees. And that's all I'm saying. Is
what is that? What does that mean exactly?
Okay, good. Yeah, good question. So it only means, hey,
well, like, because I guess I don't understand what that means.
So it doesn't mean anything more
in relation to what? Nothing. That's just oh,
it's an angle.
Degrees.
62 degrees. That's right. And you're right that you wouldn't know anything about the distance or the size of that building. But here's the point. If that doesn't ever change, then you know that your distance to the building isn't ever changing. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, obviously the moon moves, and it definitely appears at different locations quite often. Definitely more sporadic than the sun.
Yeah, right.
So it coming from different locations from you, right? That could be the reason. I mean, it's moving. So like you said, if you were moving, the building would get bigger or smaller. Well, the moon's moving. Not only is it moving, it's not moving just on one track where we would see the same exact thing. It appears in different locations, and it moves in different angular paths. So
yeah, but it's staying the same distance. Even though it's moving, it's staying the same distance. So
I don't know about that because but it's not staying the same distance because all we have to go on is the angular size. And if the angular size is changing, like in your example with the building, it's because the distance has changed. So if you're going to, if these are going to be your premises, then you would have to make the conclusion that the moon is changing distance. I mean, but you already said that.
Right. If
so, I'm confused.
No, you're right. If the angular size of the moon changes, that is evidence that the distance to the moon is changing. My observations over the night of July last year is that it doesn't change all night long, that the angular size didn't change.
Well, I'm talking about obviously from a day-to-day or a night-to-night basis, whatever. You're talking about over the course of a night?
Yeah, a single night.
I don't really know. I'm gonna have to take your word for it because I haven't done it myself. I do have a pair of binoculars, but I don't know how much I can do with just a pair of binoculars. Although the moon looks
I did do it myself.
Quite trippy.
At 24 past the hour, I posted my series of pictures that shows my evidence. Now, obviously, it's my evidence, and anybody in the world could say I faked it, and that's fine. But I'm saying it's evidence to me because I did it myself.
Well, you would say that the same goes for the sun, right? Its angular size doesn't change throughout the day.
Right, but the sun is way harder to image because it's so bright, and you need solar filters and all this stuff.
Yeah, well, if you use solar filters. Well, the reason I bring that up is because actually I think Wolfie 2020, I don't know what his name is. He did a video debunking the flat earth, whatever that means, using the law of perspective, I guess. Asking, well, why doesn't the sun change angular size? And then in his video is an example in his mind of that not happening, but someone did a closer analysis of the video and showed that with his video and the information he gave and the images or the pictures that he gave, it actually did change angular size that day.
Yeah, so if the sun changes angular size, that is strong evidence that the globe model is wrong.
Well, I mean, it was definitely you know how I always bring up National Geographic, and they clearly state that the horizon is going to block the stripes on the boat, but then they think they're all, you know, everybody is like celebrating because they're like, yeah, we came out here to show the flat earthers, but you know that they'll never listen, they'll never learn. And in all of that, the horizon was actually behind the boat. So in this case, you have Wolfie, whatever his name is, right? And his purpose is to show with his data that the sun's apparent size doesn't change, but it did.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see that.
Elijah, can I say something?
If it does change size, you're right.
Elijah, I was traveling Friday, and I saw the moon, big moon on the horizon, above the horizon, like maybe you could see like a 1 meter above the horizon with the perspective. Then I was traveling for 15 minutes, and it was a little bit more. Let's say now like 6-7 meters above the horizon, and it was like a double smaller. It was double smaller. I told my wife, "Look at this. The moon changed the size. It's not so big. Like I cannot. I was traveling. That I changed like maybe 30 miles. I could not have perspective of 30 miles. That moon changed the angular size. That's impossible."
I would suggest. I mean, because I say all the time. Because they, you know, globe earthers get it incorrect that we think that we can, like for whatever reason, they seem to think that we can't trust our senses. But within that, it's a little bit of a straw man because they're talking about one sense. We're never talking about one sense. In fact, when you're just observing something, that's the one sense you get to use, and that's what we say is definitely not enough. So, even though you saw this difference, Matthew has some method that he uses to at least, I mean, to analyze what he's seen. I mean, that's better than just looking at it and going, yeah, it definitely looks smaller. Because you got these people who say that's just an illusion, that doesn't really happen. So I don't know, kid. Maybe if you, I don't really know how what did you do, Matthew?
I took pictures throughout the night and used the same exact settings on the camera, and then looked at how big the images were in those pictures. So Sasha, yeah, you saw the moon looking bigger at the horizon. That's to be expected. So I'd be curious if you ever took pictures or like actually, you know, measure the angular size to see if it actually is bigger or if it's just an illusion.
Yeah, I'm saying that I'm not saying anything that I prove something. I'm saying what I saw only, nothing else. It was for me something incredible. Why I'm seeing now moon, I didn't change like I don't know 5,000 miles, and that I can see some another perspective of moon. I didn't even, let's say, move. In 15 minutes I was maybe 15 miles driving, and the moon was on the same spot but above, a little bit moved, but it was 2 times smaller.
So in your perception, it appeared twice. It appeared half the size as it was before. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that it appeared that way. The question would be if you could actually measure it and see if it really was. Or
nobody's ever measured.
No. Hold on. Onto the thing. I've been meaning to say this for a long time, guys. Hold on a second. Matthew.
The moon.
Wait. Time out. You gotta let Zedek finish.
No one's ever measured the moon to be half its size anywhere, anytime, ever. It's always around a half a degree angular size.
Yeah. And on a similar topic to that, no one's ever measured the distance between the Earth and the Moon, right?
Yes, we've done that many times, actually.
Okay, how? How?
Measure where do you are you located in California?
I'm in Oregon.
Okay, well that's even better. So you can measure.
So how do I measure the distance from Oregon to the Moon? Tell me.
Hold on.
How do you start with
you ask me a question, I'm going to explain it to you. You want to know
guys. I need to know what he's saying, so that I know what to ask for.
Well, the measurement of the moon, the distance, is pretty easy to do. If he's in Oregon and I'm here, measure its angular position in the field of view. We know the distance to Oregon from my house. We can then do the trigonometry and figure out its distance.
No, you can't do that.
That's a trigonometry is not a thing, huh?
Because it doesn't work for celestial bodies.
Why not?
Because in celestial navigation, you never solve for the distance to the things in the sky. That's not what they do in celestial navigation.
I'm not.
You know what? You know what? You know what?
I'm not using
Why don't
celestial navigation. I'm making a real triangle. I'm making a real triangle. Texans don't use triangles.
I'm about to start muting you again.
Well,
you're being unreasonable.
Right.
Okay, so you're proposing something. Obviously, I'm going to have the opposite position because one of us has to be right and one of us has to be wrong.
I'm right.
I'm not saying you're wrong for I'm not saying you're wrong for no reason. I'm about to detail why, if you'll allow me.
Please continue.
So no one solves for the distance to the celestial bodies using using terrestrial trigonometry.
Well, what does that mean, terrestrial trigonometry?
I'm just saying, give me a citation where someone actually did this and it's credible, because no one does what you're saying. Okay, so do it.
Listen,
just send it, bro. Just send it, bro. Just send it.
Wait. You don't confuse the sextance calculations, which have nothing to do with trigonometry. I mean, for the most part, there's no triangles involved in a sextant. There's no triangles involved in a sextant.
Yeah, but in celestial navigation, there is.
So no, there's not. They don't use a triangle. They use an angle to distance equivalence factor. That angle to distance equivalence factor is 60 nautical miles per degree. That's it. There's no triangles. In fact, you know what?
Yes, there
it presupposes a sphere. It presupposes a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because it says.
Listen.
No, you listen.
I'm not about to argue. No. I'm not.
Can I just add something here? Because this was the point that you were missing last night. To claim, Zanuck, that 62 or 69 miles equals 1 degree presupposes that 1 degree of elevation change had to be taken from a flat plane in the first place. So for you to say it's changed by 1 degree, both times you're using a flat baseline adjacent.
Yep.
To calculate your drop in angle, so you're using a flat plane.
It's not an adjacent angle.
Prove your sphere idea.
It's not an adjacent angle.
I'm not gonna. By
the way, can I make one last sentence? One last
adjacent line.
When I say one last sentence, be quick. I heard you. Let me finish.
Which you can measure your elevation.
He won't stop, Willie. Elijah, he won't.
Can you restart Solar? I apologize.
Thank you.
I just told people to let you finish, Zanuck. Are you on drugs? I'm trying to keep a standard here. Please finish.
I was just simply stating that Zanuck went round and round in circles last night, saying is evidence that it's a sphere and that the sextant has to have a sphere for its baseline assumption is flawed, because his idea of 1 degree equals 69 miles, the 1 degree change in Polaris's altitude, in Polaris's angle, the way that changes comes off of a flat baseline horizontal, the flat adjacent to which they can measure the angle or the angle change. So when globers claim that you can go 69 miles and observe a 1 degree change in Polaris, they are using a flat baseline to measure the angles at both points, and then assuming it's a sphere, and then assuming that it therefore proves sphere, even though they've used the flat Earth to try and prove their sphere belief.
Very well said.
And he said the same thing 3 times. We got it the first time. Yes, we use a flat baseline. Could be the horizon, that could be off by dip and refraction, or you don't have to even use that solar, just use vertical and do 90 degrees opposition to the vertical, and then see the elevation angle from that horizontal, which would be level. If you have a level, you don't need the horizon, you don't need anything other than level and the elevation angle, and for every degree changing in that elevation angle is related to 60 miles, and that does not, absolutely positively does not work on a flat surface, because it would make a triangle, and that triangle would determine how high the star is, and that's not what happens. That's why they don't use it.
That's incorrect. That's a straw man. That's incorrect.
It's not a straw man.
You said
you cannot have a 1 degree 60 mile 1 degree 60 mile relationship, because it does not exist on a triangle ever.
Give me an EDU source where they solve for the height of the celestial bodies, like
going back
for
to
whatever
yeah.
For whatever practical purpose. Just go ahead and do that, because I know you can't do it for the globe either. There's no such thing. So
without assuming the flat.
Go ahead and get that citation where they solve for the height. I would love to see it. Can you use trigonometry to figure out how high the moon is? No, the fuck you can't.
Yeah, you can. Of course you can.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because you can't.
If I see you in the distance, you're on a mountaintop, say, I don't know, 100 miles away.
Pretty mountaintop,
yeah,
and the celestial bodies are two different things.
Wherever you are,
to figure out how far away the stars are as well.
Wherever you are, listen, hear me out. And Elijah, I respect you to help me say this sentence without letting other people interrupt me. Okay, since I've been polite. If you're on a mountaintop 100 miles away, I can see you perfectly clear. I can see my 50-mile Mount Hamilton Observatory is perfectly clear with a set of binoculars. 100 miles away, we see a mountaintop. You, from that mountaintop, accurately measure the moon's position at its center. I measure the position relative to level. Even though if our levels might be different, it doesn't matter, because we will get an answer that will tell us roughly how far away that object is on a round Earth or a supposed or a flat Earth. Either way, it still will be very far. It still will be over 200,000 miles.
Yeah, give me
basic trigonometry.
Give me a paper.
How do you do that, though?
No.
Measure off of level.
We already.
Measure
Give me a paper.
Actually, you know what? I strike that. Here's a better way.
Right,
Here's a better way.
Here we go.
Here's a better way.
I don't think.
Can I just make a comment?
One last way, Elijah.
About the subject.
I was saying something I can't be too loud. Nobody uses. Yes, I can.
Sorry.
You started speaking after I did, and I was just trying to tell him to give me a paper or something where people have gone out to use trigonometry to get the height of the celestial bodies. I would like that from the EDU, and I would like to see it in full context, why they did it and what their conclusions were. That's all I want. I'm not here to argue with you. I just want information.
Oh, actually, Matthew posted the one I was going to post next. There's one right there. Yeah, Guatemala, Montevideo, and in different angles to the moon, and you know the distance.
So does that apply to the sun and the stars as well? So we know
the sun is a little more difficult because the sun, because the angles are so slight, all we can do is things like Aristarchus did. Now, Aristarchus
so it doesn't work for the sun. Is that what you're saying?
Not for the sun. It's too far away. Work. The angles don't change them. We could do it.
So it doesn't work for celestial bodies.
Dude, you don't have to speak over me. We could do it, but we don't have equipment accurate enough to do it very well.
So you're saying it doesn't work? That's literally what you're saying. You
I'm
can't
saying
do
it's
it.
not accurate enough. It will work. It just
Yeah, you're saying it doesn't work.
We can't
It's
do
not
it.
accurate
You're right.
enough. It
We
doesn't
can't do
work.
it.
That's what you're saying.
We can't do it from the sun. It's not very difficult to do from the sun.
Yeah, so you can't do it. You can't do it for
No,
the sun.
no, it's been done. It's been
But
done.
you can do it for the moon.
It's been done. It's been done, but it's very difficult to do. I don't have the data for that. I do have the data for moon, and it is easy to do with the moon.
So send it, because what
So
Matthew
remember, I
said
said you can
is
take
not
an
what
angle
I.
from level. Hold on.
Oh my
Elijah,
God!
let me finish
No,
this
you're
one
wilding out.
sentence.
You weren't
One
talking when I
sentence.
started talking.
Elijah.
No. No.
One sentence.
No. Listen, you can talk whenever I'm not. It's as simple as that. So what Matthew sent is a diagram of exactly what you said you could do. All I asked was for where a group of students or, so yeah, okay, I'll appeal to the authority. Just give me the source so that I can see what they did, why they did it, and what their conclusions were. Is that too much to ask, Matthew?
Well, I don't know if there's been a time where they did it like that, so I don't know if we'd find anything like that.
Oh, like I've been saying. Because you can't do that. Okay. Well, thank you.
Cool how all the proof seems to be in your guys' imaginations.
Okay, my turn. Remember, it's my turn after you talking, right? So easily done. Two observers, 100 miles apart. I don't care where they're located. You measure. You know the distance to that point on the mountaintop, 100 miles away. Both of you measure the angle to the moon. You now have the distance between each of you to the moon based on one distance and the two angles. And the two angles are going to be you to the moon and you to your other buddy, your bloke on the other side of the mountain, and the bloke to you in the city. That angle, those are your two angles. You know the distance. Now
That's a great story.
Hold on, I'm almost done.
Just cite an example of it actually having been done, like he asked you to 10
That is how
times.
it's
We
been
already
done.
heard your cool
That is how it's
story.
been
Yeah,
done.
but you're just telling us a story of how it could be done. Just cite it.
And that's
Cite
how,
it when it,
that's how you determine the distance to the moon very accurately.
Yeah,
Within your
I know.
measurement of its accuracy.
You told us that story a million times. Now just cite it.
Can you repeat it?
Well done.
I don't think you're even listening.
You
tell
said
me
you
what
can
I
use
just said.
trig to find the distance to the moon.
How
You
do I
said
do
over
that?
and
Tell me
over.
what I
You
need to
told
do.
us the methodology that you can use.
Show
what
me
we've
what
been
I do.
asking you to do
Tell
is
me
to
what I do.
cite it when it's been done. We want the
Tell me what I
citation.
do.
We
I don't
want
think
the
you even heard
citation
it.
of somebody who's actually done it.
Tell me what I said.
I don't care. We want the citation of when it's
No, 'cause
actually been
people are
done.
already talking about the triangle on the globe or flat. It doesn't matter whether it's flat or round. Talking about 2 points, a straight line.
Yeah,
And
it's
the distance-
hypothetical. It's all in your imagination.
It's
Just
not
cite
hypothetical.
the
You
instance
can do
when
it
it's been
yourself.
done.
Xanax.
It is hypothetical until you cite an instance of it actually having been done.
Sanic, tell us when, where, and how somebody actually physically did this. In reality. Not if or how you could do it. We want to know when they actually did it.
Exactly.
How, when, where.
Get it? Simple. Can you do it, or can you just waffle around doing that? Let's see.
It can be done. It's easy to do.
Okay, it could be done. Let's see it done. Do you
It's
get
been
it?
done. I'll give you the data for that. Hold on.
Okay, that's the only thing you've been asked for the past half hour, so do it now, please.
We don't want data. We want when it was actually done, where, when, and how.
Getting tired of this guy dancing around it.
We want to go repeat it.
That's a flawed method because whatever answer you get, you'll never be able to actually go there and verify it anyway. So this is a fruitless attempt for fruitless knowledge.
I agree. It can never be verified. It's a meaningless argument.
That's what they'd rather us talk about.
I think you should spend more time worried about how celestial navigation works with the 60 degree for 1 mile, 1 degree, 60 mile for 1 mile equivalence factor.
So we're not going to get your citation,
Oh,
then.
I'm doing that as we speak. I'm still clicking away.
Okay, we'll get to it, because that's what you were asked to do. You're coming back with
That'd be the
something
most
else now.
important thing for you to look at, because that does not work on a flat surface. And yet we can navigate by doing so. So 1 degree per 60 mile equivalence factor does not work on a flat surface. Just remember that.
I find it odd that this example only works with the moon and doesn't work with any other celestial body. But with the moon, it's perfectly accurate.
Well, because the moon is very close compared to these other objects, especially stars that are not our sun.
It's irrelevant. It still doesn't work with the other ones. It works for
Maybe
one.
it doesn't work. How does it not work? The sun works. It's just very difficult to get an accurate measurement because the angles are so slight. The acute angles. There's such a very slight acute angle. It's like 89.99999 degrees, depending how far away you are on the Earth. Difficult to measure.
But I mean, you still
so that shouldn't be a question for you, because there's your answer of why. The moon is much closer, where we can get a substantial measurable angle difference from someone 100, 200, 300, 400 miles away.
But regardless, you can't verify how far away it actually is.
Trigonometry is a way you can verify things. It's a law. Mathematics actually works.
But it doesn't work. It only works with the moon, according to yourself.
It works for the sun as well, just not as difficult to measure. So if you use rudimentary tools,
it doesn't work with the planets, but it works.
Well, the sun, the planets are. Well, the moon is the Mars is too far too. Problem is, it's just too far away. So the answer you get is infinity. That's the answer you get. We know they're not infinity. We can see that.
So it doesn't.
We can't exactly get with very accurate equipment. We can. Okay, so this is a senseless argument. Let me get the information you're looking for.
It is a senseless argument because you're saying it works with the moon and doesn't work with anything else.
Look, Eric Starkus got the distance to the moon. We can then make another measurement that was done by Eratosthenes. Eric Starkus did this as well. You can get another measurement from the sun with relative to the moon and relative to you. We know how far the moon is. Then we can figure out how far the sun is with the proportions of the moon. It's 300 times further away. That way we take the measurement to the moon times 300. That's how far it's to the sun. So yeah, that's how we found out. And that's mathematics too. If you did well in algebra, this shouldn't be too hard to understand.
But it's unverified.
That's verified, yes. And by the way, that was 3,000 years ago.
Verified. You haven't checked the distances, have you?
Yes, we have. We can use radio waves and lasers to detect. We know when we send a laser to the retroreflectors, we have a 1.2 second distance to the moon, and the same about the 1.2, 1.3 seconds distance to return. And that is a round trip of about 3 seconds, under 3 seconds. And that's what we see. So it verifies that measurement.
But weren't we sending stuff to the moon in like 1962 before we went there and getting a bounce back?
Getting a what?
What's retroreflectors got to do with anything?
Well, we did radio waves initially, and then we did retroreflectors to get a more accurate.
How fast do radio waves travel?
I'm sorry, what? Radio waves? They travel at light speed as well.
Light speed. So how long does it take to go to the moon and back?
About 2.8 seconds.
So how do you know the radio wave isn't bouncing off the firmament dome? Claim it's bouncing off the moon, but what if there's a firmament dome right there? How do you know?
So we have a dome that's 225,000 miles away. It's bouncing off that. Because we can measure things on the surface of the moon that gives us different values. We have retroreflectors in one spot. We know when that one spot is at a different spot in our field of view. Because it's spherical, we'll get a slightly different value.
So I've heard this before, but can you
Can I
use
do it? No, I
reflectors,
can't
or
do
do you
it.
have to trust NASA?
You got to go to Texas. And I've been to Texas. I've been to
You've been there, but you haven't done it yourself.
I was there while I witnessed the
You're
you
testing
don't
other
see
people
things.
doing
It's
it.
all done in lasers and a computer. So yeah, they could all be fabricated. But I was able to manipulate the telescope and push buttons and things, and we saw the difference.
Thank you for saying
We
it can
saw
be
the actual.
fabricated.
We actually sent light words to the Morse code to the retroreflector. It came back the exact same word came
Thank you for
back. We knew it was us. So we knew it was
Thank
us.
you for saying it can be fabricated. Let me ask you this:
It's difficult to fabricate.
reflectors, what would they look like?
Well, what look like?
These reflectors that you claim are on the moon. What would they look like? And how do you know that? How do we know that they're there?
Well, because we shine a laser to it, and 1 or 2 photons return from that exact spot. So we can precisely line the telescope with a laser telescope to that spot. And a retroreflector, if you don't know how they work, it's like the reflectors on street signs and in your car. They illuminate and reflect back to you, even if you're not directly in line behind the car. They still can be illuminated. As soon as it receives photons from a reasonable direction, a 45-degree angle, in every different way, it will illuminate to everybody.
Okay, how many years ago did they put these reflectors on the moon?
Probably like 50 years ago, 60 years ago.
They put 60 years ago. They put reflectors on the moon, and you can use them to bounce off lasers. Is that what you're saying?
They use lasers to bounce off the retroreflectors. Yes.
Wouldn't they be covered with moon dust by now?
Why would they be covered in moon dust?
I'm just asking you. Like, isn't there moon dust? Isn't there like then they have atmosphere according to NASA?
No.
On the moon? There would be moon dust covering those reflectors
No
after
atmosphere.
years.
Oh, you know what? That explains why on the lunar lander, there was no dust on the pads when it landed. That explains it. Thank you, Zanuck, for explaining why there's no dust on the moon.
The dust was kicked up by the lunar lander's rockets, not because there was dust in the air of the atmosphere. That's lame. Come on.
Hey, Zanuck, how come the radio waves didn't bounce off the ionosphere and come back to Earth like you said they do in the other occasions?
Because we know what frequencies the ionosphere reflects waves.
So you can shoot it straight out if you wanted to, but it normally just
We know what frequencies and the method at which these waves would bounce off the ionosphere. The electromagnetic radiation reflection, the electromagnetic frequencies and the speeds we understand very well.
Citation, please.
Notice that he still hasn't provided his moon trig citation either, and I don't think he's going to either. I think he's just going to keep dancing and dancing so that he doesn't have to, and hopefully.
I have most of my information is regarding Aristarchus, which is old stuff. I'm trying to find you a grassroots version, which I have. I'm looking for
an old software.
I don't think he's provided anything to anyone. He just doesn't stop talking. His whole purpose is to take up as much bandwidth as he can.
And then
we don't talk to new
cartoons.
people. So if there's any new people, let's direct it to them.
Surely you have a picture of what these reflectors look like, so I know what I'm looking at. Are they like solar panels? What are we looking at?
I guess they're the size of like a closet mirror. You know, the ones you put there when you're getting dressed are like 12 inches wide by 3 feet tall.
Yeah, 250,000 miles away. No big deal.
Yeah, you can't see an ant in the street from your door. When you're looking out the window of your living room, you can't see an ant crawling in the street, but we can see a mirror 250,000 miles away.
That's funny, man. Wow. Gee whiz. Where do these people out of their minds?
And you can get that mirror through hundreds of thousands of miles of deadly radiation and thermosphere, no problem.
Also, check it out. It only took one guy one step. He just stepped there, set it down, and voila. It didn't need to be pointed at anything. It didn't need to be anything. There's only one set of footprints. He just sat there, set it down, and walked away.
Did he use the spirit level to make sure it's leveled, to make sure it can flash those beams back to Earth?
Yeah, because they had to level it out there on the moon.
Don't they have to go up there with a squeegee and squeegee those panels to make sure they can reflect the lasers back after 60 years?
No, he said there's no dust on the moon. You can see in the footprints there's no dust on the moon, and when rockets land, they don't kick up dust.
There's no foot imprints in the dust in this.
Okay, if there's no dust on the moon, we should be able to take a massive telescope and focus in and actually see these reflectors and see the moon flag and these other things. Yes.
No, by now you should be able to see the actual footprints.
Yeah, I want to see footprints. I want to see the flag, and I want to see these reflectors that I put up there that are perfectly clean. By the way,
I want to see the golf cart. I want to see the what else is up there? The golf cart,
flags, probably a bunch of junk. Who knows? Beer cans.
Yeah, the thing landed on is still sitting there. The thing it blew off of to fly in the air.
They probably left all their garbage there.
You know, I like to see.
They left a Minions juice box on Mars. I noticed that.
I'd like to also see the 500 satellites that are floating up there between the Earth and the Moon. Can we focus on those? Show me those, please.
Yeah, and then zoom into upside down Australia, please. I'm still waiting.
I'm waiting for that one too. So if you get that, you make sure you forward it to me.
Yeah, what would you rather see? Would you rather see upside down surfers, or let's say they can just zoom into the bottom of the globe and then zoom into Australia there, zoom into the, like, come in like ups, like where you show it's upside down, come in and cruise along until you can see the water and upside down surfers, then over to the harbor and see an upside down Carnival cruise ship pulling in.
And then right after that, I'd like to get a direct curvature measurement of the Earth's surface.
Yeah, actually, let's go with the curvature measurement first, because that's what they've forgotten.
Yeah, all he can seem to do is explain why we never see any of the curvature he says is there, but how about actually seeing it? Let's see it.
The real question is, why aren't we going to the moon like every other week? That's the real question.
Well, because we've never gone there.
Because we can't go there. If it, yeah.
Well, now listen, Sonny. There has to be a way, because people go to that ISS every couple of days, up and down like an elevator.
Yeah. Chugga. I mean, like, it should be like a weekend adventure, right? You should be able to just go cruise around the moon for a few days, have a moon honeymoon.
Drink some coffee while you're up there.
Yeah. All the comforts of home.
We're going to have some chugga coffee.
Go outside and go swimming a little bit here and there.
Yeah, you should be able to put a spacesuit on, go out, do a little swim, because I heard you don't need anything to push off of in space. If you have a rocket and you just let a rocket engine go, you fly. You don't need air pressure to push off of. You don't need anything. You can fly in a vacuum. Let's see if that's true.
I'm curious about this apparatus or this sensor that's sensing 2 photons being received back from the moon.
Well, the thing about that is they're probably serial numbered, so you know that the ones you're getting back are the ones you sent.
Yeah, like if you have a sensor exposed just to the night sky, and how is it detecting just 2 photons?
Jaren did a video about them sending lasers to the moon and getting photons back before they went to the moon. Does anybody know about that?
Yeah, that was done in
no reflectors
early
needed.
60s. No reflectors needed. Yeah, like. But my question is, what are these sensors being used that are only receiving some sort of very minuscule amount of photons from a laser, and what is their exposure? What is their exposure to the environment to where they're only detecting 2 specific photons from a specific source?
A picture of them. All they have is an explanation, but if they have a picture of it, what it actually looks like, how they put it up, did they use a spirit level? Did they use like you know, like a mirror.
I mean, just thinking about it sensibly, if you take a normal camera and you do any type of exposure, say a 3 or a 4 second exposure, any type of light that's in the environment will be gathered by the lens onto the sensor. So I'm just wondering what type of apparatus is being used that is only acquiring specific photons when it's exposed to the night sky. Like any star that would be
Makes me think
in the distance,
if these were laser
any
reflectors,
airplane that flies over, anything like that, any type of light period whatsoever would be affecting that sensor. I'm just wondering how this is all
these
set up.
reflectors reflecting photons back at the Earth, wouldn't they have to be like at least, I don't know, like a mile wide? How big are they?
You can't tell one photon from the other, so unless they're barcoded like I have to do at work, this is what I explain to people. I can't tell you what's at the beginning. I can tell you what starts at the beginning of the factory, but I can't tell you what's at the end unless we put a barcode on it. Okay, so you don't know what's coming back. So seeing photons come back is the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever heard. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when they're opening the sensor up to receive photons, where the sensor is located, how long it's...
Dude, in the Sea of Tranquility, man. We all know that.
No, I'm saying the sensor back here on Earth.
Oh, I think you have to be NASA or somebody related to that.
Like, we know the retro reflector thing is complete and utter nonsense. You're talking about what a 14-inch by 14-inch plate that you're somehow painting that target at 250,000 miles away with a laser beam.
That's pure. The beauty of precision, accuracy. Just the beauty of that is just mind-boggling.
Like the slightest amount of movement at all whatsoever to that apparatus would put you off by miles and miles and miles. I would say it's virtually impossible to do such a thing.
It would be the same thing as if like you pointed a camera at a piece of paper and then shot a laser at the piece of paper and measured how long it took from when the laser turned on to when the camera saw the laser. That's a pretty simple science.
What
how do you know you're hitting the reflector?
Because the camera only lights up when the laser hits the reflector.
Who said it was science?
How do you know you're not hitting the firmament dome?
Wait, what only... Go ahead and explain that again. Say what you just said. The camera only opens up when it should be expecting to receive the photons? Is that what you're saying?
No, the camera would be like on a video, and then you can see in the video when the laser lights up the camera.
Are you talking about the same thing we're talking about? Bouncing lasers off the moon?
I'm explaining how that science works, yes.
It's science, you said? Okay, what's the independent control variable, please?
I would have to think more about that.
Think more about it? No, you would just have to go pull the experiment and look in the hypothesis and find out what the independent control is.
So what we're saying...
Sorry, so what's like the thing you're asking for in an experiment where you're just measuring the length of a piece of grass?
No, red herring.
I'm trying to ask you to define it for me in an experiment that it's simple so I can explain it to you in another.
That's a measurement is not an experiment. A measurement is not an experiment, but we're getting way off into the weeds here. We're talking about shooting a laser.
You can't measure something then? There's no science of measuring things?
What is the science of measuring?
It's a category.
It's a category.
What they're saying is it's a category error. That's a fallacy that you've committed.
Right. You're basically
But
saying
then you're
carpenters are
just saying you can't
scientists.
measure anything. You're not saying you can't measure the distance.
So is it,
Now you're straw manning. Now you're straw manning on top of that. So you straw man them after they pointed out that you're committing a category error. So there's a difference between what we call natural science and determining the cause of effects with natural phenomena, and then there's the branch of mathematics where you use math to describe things. So there is a difference. You understand there's a difference. There's no need to straw man them. Please continue.
No. I'm trying to confirm if the conversation that we are having, if it's in the framework of things can be measured and we'll accept those measurements, or if we're saying, like you said,
If
measurements
it's
are
direct and physical, yes.
Yep, go ahead and measure it if you can measure it. If you can't, if you have to just make up something, it's not a measurement.
Has to be physical.
If you can shoot something at it that you know the speed of the thing, that how fast that thing travels.
Speed of
and you can
light,
also
so we're going to count that out.
And you don't know.
Okay.
So the question was regarding beaming a laser off of the moon and receiving the signal back. How is that sensor only acquiring 2 photons, and those photons are confirmed to be photons from the laser? How long is the sensor open to receive photons, and how is it making sure that no other light is coming into that apparatus from the environment?
Well, just like if you were taking a picture with a camera, it doesn't matter if other light comes in, because you can know which light is the light that you're turning. Like if you're pointing the laser at the piece of paper, you can see because the sensor is the camera. You can see that where you're pointing the laser is what's getting saturated.
So you're telling me that this camera that's receiving these 2 photons is only focused on a 14 by 14 square 250,000 miles away?
No, just like if you were pointing the camera at a piece of paper, you could have a ton of shit in the background of the piece of paper. As long as you can see the piece of paper and you can have enough resolution to see the pixels that the laser is lighting up on that piece of paper, you'd be able to.
Yeah, what he's trying to tell you is you're a negative pixel.
Yeah, if you're only measuring allegedly 2 photons, you realize how small that measurement is, right?
Yes.
So how does that equate to you lighting up a piece of paper with a regular camera? How many photons are hitting that sensor? Because you're picking up photons on that sensor that are not just from that piece of paper. You realize this, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say the photon is the photon that they're shooting is going to travel. It's going to be much more efficient in traveling through the medium than all of the other, even like the photons that are coming almost directly from the sun. It's a very high powered laser they're using, and it's also a very good camera.
Do you have the specs on the camera that they're utilizing that can only pick up 1 or 2 photons?
I've seen videos of it. I would need to look up the specs. I mean, yeah, you could be right. Maybe the specs don't add up.
But you understand what I'm saying, like the amount of precision that would have to take place within this measurement is almost statistically impossible when it comes to measuring just 1 or 2 photons. The minute you open the aperture to the environment, you don't think any photons are going to bleed into that?
I mean, it's the same thing like with the camera and the piece of paper. You can move the paper farther away and it's going to get more difficult, so you'd have to power up the laser and make the camera better.
But your example, we're talking about billions and trillions of photons. It's orders of magnitude difference.
Right, but you gotta understand the camera is also more sensitive to the higher powered photons. So it's the same thing with the intensity of light. So
it's more sensitive to the higher powered photons. So let me ask you a question. What is the variation from one photon to another as far as intensity?
To intensity. I mean, like white light is
because a photon is a unit of measure. This is like saying, you know, the bigger inches compared to the smaller inches. The photon is
it's
a
not.
unit
It's
of
more
measure.
of a pressure thing. It's not inches. You have to go up in the order of math because you'd have to think about like force applied to area.
Oh, that's what a photon is? Force applied to area?
Well, it's brightness in a unit of area. So yes, kind of.
Pretty sure that's pressure.
No, brightness in a unit of area? No, pressure.
No, force applied
Yes.
to area.
Yep.
So light is pressure.
If pressure is force pressure, then light is light pressure. Yes.
What?
What?
Is there a
Who's
part of
this
that
we're
that makes
speaking to?
sense?
You feel like expounding on that?
I'm just saying that when you're measuring light, you're measuring a light over an area. Like you're not just measuring individual light particles.
Mm-hmm.
The gentleman was stating that 2 photons were received from the retroreflector. 2
Right.
photons,
So
right? A
think
photon
about-
is a unit of measure, right? For
Right. So think about if you had a
light.
trampoline. Think about if you had a trampoline and rain was dropping on the trampoline.
let me finish
The
what I'm
photons you're
saying before you
measuring-
go off into some sort of random ass thing. So
That was kind
two. Well, you just started talking over me, man. So
I've been stopping when you talked. I definitely am not talking over you.
you're doing it again.
Ah,
So
that was-
two.
You're thinking and I'm replying.
So you talk over him to tell him that you're not talking over him. Wow.
He definitely stopped talking for a
That's
second and like let me jump in.
It's cool. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, so we're talking about 2 units of light, 2 photons, right? And you said that there were higher powered photons than other photons. I want you to explain to me how there are variations within this unit that we use to measure light.
So the way we measure light is by saturation of filters. And you can also change the filter that you're using depending on like the color you're measuring. Like when you measure red, they use special filters to measure red because they know the properties of red photons. So they're using a very specialized photon that they're shooting and they're making a filter specialized for that photon. But you're right, other photons are still going to hit that filter, but that filter doesn't get saturated until the photons of the wavelength that they're specifically using are actually the ones that are applying a certain amount of energy to the filter. So
Gotcha.
they can basically get a lot of the other noise out just by the filter they use, and then they can also get a lot of the noise out specifically because they know the wavelength of the photon that they're using.
So let me ask you a question. So they're using a specific wavelength of light. Is it visible light?
I'm not sure what the wavelength. I would guess no.
So it's a non-visible light,
That would be my guess. Yes.
like an infrared?
Sure. For the sake of your argument, sure.
Oh, put the heating on. I'm not too.
My question would be, is there only one thing in the environment that has that specific wavelength of light? Or do we have an environment that's constantly saturated with various wavelengths of light?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying is I'm willing to bet that they're taking a measurement of all the wavelengths and then they're picking a specific wavelength to use that's not in a high magnitude inside of where they're measuring it.
Willing to bet isn't really a great standard of evidence, though, right? I mean, we're kind of looking for, something verifiable, not something that we have to assume or believe that other people have done. If the Earth is a globe,
Sorry, yeah, I'm not an expert on this specific topic. I jumped into because it sounded like he was asking a lot about just how the science worked in general, so I was adding that.
yeah. No, you sound chill. You sound like you can have a conversation, so that's cool.
Yeah, he definitely sounds chill, but it also sounds like he's making shit up.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm going to try and steer it away from stuff that we've maybe heard and that we think might be true and that we might be willing to bet on, and take it into the realms of what can we actually confirm. So, Sniper Bola, is that your name?
Correct.
Yeah. So, what would you say are maybe the top 3 things that would make you think that you live on a spinning ball, a globe? That we could confirm.
Spinning ball. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have good things that I could say to confirm. If I can just say for me personally, the biggest thing would be like firsthand accounts of people who have gone to space and said that they can kind of only see the portion of the Earth that.
Okay. Yeah. So accounts from people who say they've been to a place and seen that it's a ball, right?
First means he knows the guy personally.
No, he said first-hand accounts, so that means he saw them making a first-hand, like basically saying it.
Okay, I didn't catch that you said first-hand accounts.
True. First-hand.
It's technically like hearsay. That would be classed as hearsay, Sniper Bola, yeah?
I understand.
But Sniper Ebola, you said that part of the Earth. You didn't say that they saw the full globe?
That's correct.
So how much did they see?
The portion of the Earth that you would be able to see if you were at the international or at some elevation similar to the International Space Station and you were looking down at a globe of Earth.
So out of the entire Earth, like how much of a pie slice is that?
I would guess it's about a third, right? I'm not sure, to be honest. Like I said, I'm not exactly probably equipped to have a detailed argument about this. I was just jumping in about something about the portion I did know about.
No worries. Napalm, carry on.
Yeah, so we're talking about measuring, and they were measuring the distance based off the speed of light. Do varying wavelengths of light have a variation in speed, or do they all travel at the same speed?
Photons of light all travel at the same speed. Well, it changes based on medium, but this gets complicated.
No, you had asked him his top 3 proofs or whatever, and he said, first-hand accounts from astronauts was number 1.
Yeah, what would be your number 2?
I don't know that I have things I would place categorically higher than like the other kind of just general things I've learned growing up. I mean, there are a lot of reasons that I guess you guys would argue are indoctrinated reasons that I would say I believe it's a globe, but I don't think any other categorically higher other than just like having heard stories from a lot of stories that seem to be consistent